much do you think Microsoft Windows is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. And listen to this incredible news. Windows, 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 Windows.
Makes me happy.
Windows integrates reversing. Can you believe it?
Well, technically,
No! Don't answer. Now we can paste this Ferrari into Windows Light.
I'm not really sure what that is.
Listen to what else you get. No extra charge. A card file, a notepad, a clock, a control panel, a terminal. That's right. Order today. Order Windows. Order Windows today. It's an incredible value, but it's true.
It's free screensavers.
And reversing. Order today. Order Windows. Order Windows today.
Not really.
It's just $99.
Wow.
That's right.
What?
It's just $9.
I just can't afford it.
Wait just 1 minute.
I love
Windows from Microsoft.
You did this, chat. I was happy with the samba. I was happy. I was happy with that, but no. This is you did this. This is your fault. Just saying. Oh, actually, I have to restart this computer. Plug the joystick in because we're playing KSP. Yeah, baby. Did you guys enjoy Summer Car last night? It was pretty fun. Guys, I'm gonna get more into this on Space News. I mean, you know what? This is in regards to like the stuff that went down with Starliner and Eric Berger and stuff yesterday. You guys, I'll be honest with you. Like that whole thread of Eric calling out people on the Discord and stuff. I'm like, I was just thinking about that in retrospect, and I'm like, I don't want to be a part of this. So, from now on, I am going to try as hard as I can to just stick to technical stuff. I don't want to be a part of this, to be 100% real, and it's not healthy. It's not healthy. So, that was me. Dax, I'm doing good. You're playing Juno and building a space center right now. Cool. Hey, Chief, what's going on? I've been slipping in my analysis, getting stuff wrong, not hearing what I want to hear, etc. I gotta stop doing that. We have to get better. We have to take the knowledge to the next level. I find myself just giving the same explanations over and over and over again. And that's something that I swore to myself when I did this that I would never do. Barking up other reporters' trees and stuff. They ask some seemingly dumb questions from time to time, but it's not healthy. It's not healthy trying to police that stuff. So it ain't healthy. It did not make me feel good yesterday. I haven't felt good about this whole Starliner thing. So from now on, I'm just gonna explain what's going on and not try to put context on it and kind of go from there. I don't want to. Could you please toss that ballistic communications node on Kerbal X? Oh, Agolix, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I agree with it. You know what I mean? It's just I don't think it's healthy sitting there and being like, no, this is wrong. This is wrong. I don't like what this guy has to say, etc., etc. I'm a little annoyed with myself that I let myself get into that loop. You know, I've been saying this whole year practically, don't get caught up in the static. I mean, and I haven't for the most part with politics and stuff, but I think I have with space politics, and nah, I don't like it. I don't like it. Not for me. I don't want to do that. I'm allowing myself to let it happen, and it's not cool. I just don't want to do that anymore. I didn't feel good about myself. I haven't felt good about myself in my analysis pretty much at all through this whole Starliner thing. It's not healthy. Yeah, it's not healthy, and it's wearing me out a little bit, and I don't. No, we'll stick to technical stuff, and we'll go from there. I gotta up my game. I don't want to be that guy. Like, dude, the people in that Discord might have some legitimate grievances with the guy, but dude, it kind of like seeing it out in the open like that. No, nah, not about that life, dude. I don't want to. I'm not gonna get caught up in it. Nope. We'll stick to technical analysis and we'll go from there. Hey, Tara, what's going on? Yeah, no,
Go at throttle up.
I'm just gonna move on. I mean, yeah, we'll just stick to technical analysis and we'll go from there. So was that a no? Yeah, sure. I play stock-ish, we'll say stock-alike Daxed, KSP1. Like, I have a couple of mods here and there, but for the most part, the gameplay has not changed. I don't know what KSP2 is. I have no idea what that means. I don't know what you're talking about. Embassy was so late for me, I had to watch a VOD. Oh, the ghosted tractor memories. Yep. Hey, Mokum. So, yeah, fellas, I'm gonna, you know, like... Wait, what? You mean you reflect on yourself and make changes? Flip-flopper, how dare you make such rational and logical choices? I know, it's going against the grain. That's a controversial thing, changing your opinion on something like that nowadays, right? Like, you know, I'll just stick to technical analysis. Like, maybe we'll get spicy on, like, Flame Trench or something, but I don't think that it's not healthy, man. It's just not healthy. It's not healthy doing stuff like that, so I'm not going to participate in it anymore. And I did get caught up in it for sure. It's just not healthy. Now, don't get me wrong, like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, yeah, I don't care. You know, we'll still do technical analysis on things, but I'm really need to do it without getting too heated, you know what I mean? It's tough, man. The space community toxicity is rising. Dropping out of the drama pot sooner rather than later is good. It's getting bad lately, dude. It's getting bad. I think people are angsty about other things, just life, maybe politics or something, and it's leaking into spaceflight. And I you know what? If that's the way it goes, that's the way she goes, man. Like, but I'm not doing that. I don't want to. I don't feel good about myself after I just crap on Eric Berger all day. Like, I don't feel good, and I'm sure he doesn't appreciate it either. You know what I mean? So let's just build spaceships and we'll do technical analysis. With that being said, there is a GAO report today. There is a GAO report today about SLS Block 1B, and I am going to read it, and I am not going to let it bother me. We will just stick to technical aspects of the vehicle if there is anything in that OIG report that has anything to do with that.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
So, yeah, I'm not, just not into it. Yeah, this is not the stream that I want to purvey, I guess. Not gonna lie, haven't stayed tuned in on the last few streams. Does taking the joystick out mean more flying today than building? No, I have to finish the dang thing. I have an idea on how to get it to fly better, get dart flying better. Having passionate responses is normal. It's your job. Yeah, Katra, do you still live that? Do you still have that burger image? I think it's a command, dude. To be honest. Concrete Monkey, thanks for giving a sub to Ops a lot. I'm more annoyed about people complaining about 1B and the new But My Centaur. I mean, so Hellfish. Before yesterday, I probably would have been like, no, that's stupid. They're two different things. Now I'm just going to, here's like what I already have it kind of teed up. I've read a little bit of the OIG report. Everybody's saying, yeah, like even Eric was saying like, use Centaur 5, and I'll just technically compare Centaur 5, Delta V numbers, characteristic energy to projected EUS and go from there. And I'll let you guys decide which you think is better based off of what we find in the OIG report. That's all I'm gonna do. No point, no opinion, no axe to grind. That's it. The EUS is past critical design review, RJ. Yeah, meaning they're starting to fabricate test articles. It passed CDR a couple of years ago. Actually, you know what? Let me fact check myself. NASA completes design review of the SLS exploration upper stage. That was in 2020. December 21st, 2020. So that means for the last 4 years, they've basically, what you would do in this stretch between CDR and first operational flight, which is Artemis 4, which once again, don't have a date for that. So this makes this a little harder to say exactly what they're doing and what stage of the systems engineering that they're at. What they should be doing right now, because you got to scale to the date, right? I've always said that it doesn't make sense unless there's urgency, right? It's hard to say where they're at, but if they passed CDR in early, let's just say early 2021, right? Like, pass the CDR late December, early January 2021. What they should have done is start fabricating out the production testing articles. So you'd take the blueprints, right, and you'd make a test article, right? Just make it. Just make like a common dome or a bulkhead, or actually it doesn't have a common dome. It just start making barrel segments for it. Make the LOX tank, make the hydrogen tank, make the struts that hold the whole thing together. And then, based off of those pre-production models, you'd figure out a way to set up your tooling. That would be the way to do it. So if I had to guess, if I had to put my finger on it, they've probably got all the tooling for that EUS kind of figured out, and they're probably working on manufacturing prototypes for it now. This is all the pre-production phase, past basically what's between critical design review and like first test flight. Hey Natch, have you seen Real Engineering's video about Firefly? I think you'll love it. I haven't seen it yet, Natch, but I'll watch it. So EUS is gonna go from imaginary to physical? No way. EUS Lover Soul awakens in you. Dax, they're most likely manufacturing the first ones already. I kind of wish that they'd be more vocal about this, but guys, like New Glenn, the EUS is probably just going to come out of nowhere. But then again, we have to read that. I'm going to read that OIG report this afternoon, and we'll see. We'll see what's up. I want to skim it real quick. I have Kerbal open, and we'll get to Dart. I just want to understand what's going on here. Scheduled to launch in September 2028. Artemis 4 will be the... Okay. Artemis 4 will be the first flight of NASA's more powerful heavy lift rocket. The rocket is designed to increase the amount of cargo the SLS can deliver to the moon. A critical component of this upgrade is Boeing's development of the SLS new upper stage, the EUS. Once completed, the EUS will give SLS a 40% upgrading capability to send the Orion capsule and large cargo to the moon. Large cargoes. From 27 metric tons under Block 1, the SLS rocket's first iteration, to 38 metric tons with Block 1B. Just as an additional metric here on technical analysis, the Saturn V was 45 metric tons. 1B has been under development since 2014 and has faced changing technical requirements and competing funding priorities. These factors, along with congressional directives to accelerate the rocket's development, have led to increased costs and scheduled delays. Surprise! Originally intended for the Artemis II mission, Block 1B's first flight was moved to Artemis 4, extending the development timeline and increasing costs. Boeing's EUS contract has grown from $962 million to over $2 billion through 2025, contributing to the overall SLS Block 1B cost increase. In this audit, we examined NASA's management of the 1B development, focusing on the EUS. To complete, what we found. Those people have been up there for a long time. The bodies start to degenerate in space. Freaking it actually, that's kind of the reason why we have the ISS, to understand this stuff. Why is the screen flickering? You guys see that? Did it again. That was me. I just deactivated and reactivated the card. Let me just check the settings. Is Titan with you? No, not today. Maybe a loose cable. It's possible. That's probably what it is. We'll just see if it keeps doing it. I've noticed it's done this a little bit in the past, but it stopped after a while. Like, I've noticed it happens at the beginning of streams. Okay. Well, NASA requires its aerospace contractors to have quality assurance programs that comply with Society of American Engineers International's AS9100D standards on quality management systems. We found Boeing's quality management system at Michoud does not adhere to these standards or NASA's requirements. NASA engages DCMA. No, not DMCA. DCMA. That's the company that makes SLS, basically. I forget what DCMA stands for. To conduct surveillance of Boeing's core and upper stage manufacture efforts at Michoud. And when deficiencies in qualities are found, DMCA issues corrective action requests to the contractor. Corrective action requests are labeled level 1 through level 9, or level 4, excuse me. With level 1, the least serious deficiency. From September 2021 to September 2023, DMCA issued Boeing 71 Level 1 and 2 CARs, as well as a draft Level 3 CAR. According to DCMA officials, this is a high number for a spaceflight system at this stage in development and reflects a recurring and degraded state of product quality control. Boeing's process to address deficiencies to date has been ineffective, and the company has generally been non-responsive in taking corrective actions when the same quality control issues reoccur. Let me shake my desk. Is it flickering when I shake the desk? Quality control issues at Michoud are largely due to the lack of a sufficient number of training experienced aerospace workers at Boeing. Okay. To mitigate these challenges, Boeing provides training and work orders to its employees. Considering significant quality control deficiencies at Michoud, we found these efforts to be inadequate. For example, during our visit to Michoud in April of 2023, we observed a liquid oxygen fuel tank dome. See, they're manufacturing pre-production. A critical component of the SLS core stage 3. Oh no, that's on the SLS core stage, not on EUS. Segregated impending disposition on whether and how it can safely be used going forward due to the welds that did not meet NASA specifications. According to NASA officials, the welding issues arose during Boeing's inexperienced technicians and inadequate work order planning and supervision. The lack of a trained and qualified workforce increases the risk that Boeing will continue to manufacture parts and components that do not adhere to NASA requirements and industry standards. We project that SLS Block 1B costs will reach approximately $5.7 billion before the system is scheduled to launch in 2028. That is $700 million more than NASA's 2023 agency baseline commitment, which establishes a cost and schedule baseline at nearly $5 billion. I'm going to switch to this scene just to see if it's that scene that's flickering and not the stream or anything else, guys. Just bear with me. U.S. development accounts for more than half of this cost, which we estimate will increase from an initial cost of $962 million in 2017 to nearly $2.8 billion through 2028. Boeing's delivery of the EUS to NASA has also been delayed from February 2021 to April of 2027, and when combined with other factors, suggests the September 2028 Artemis 4 date could be delayed as well. Surprise, surprise! Factors contributing to these cost increases and scheduled delays include redirection of EUS funds to the core stage during Artemis 1 production, changing Artemis mission assignments, and maintaining an extended workforce 7 years more than planned. Manufacturing issues and supply chain challenges. Yeah. You guys remember what I said about Europa Clipper, right? Europa Clipper is doing like that, is doing stuff like that. They doubled its operational, well, actually, it's not doubled, it's like tripled its operational lifetime. So now you have a workforce that's going to end up spending basically 20 years on this project instead of like 10. Yeah. Like I said, we didn't save money switching Europa Clipper to Falcon Heavy. We definitely did not do that. Now, but it's funny because that was the reason why they said, oh, we're switching to Falcon Heavy because it saves cost. No. Here's the truth. If they had waited for SLS, it never would have launched, and it would have ended up costing even more. The predication that we're going to spend more money is that whole premise is kind of predicated off the fact that there might be an SLS core ready. With something like Europa Clipper, it would probably be good to tell the people that you want to launch the rocket on that your payload is going to launch on that rocket. That's the big problem with that was the big problem with Europa Clipper. Europa Clipper was like, we're going to launch on SLS. And the SLS people were basically like, what? Really? Wait, when are you going to tell us this? It's a little more complicated than that, but that's the idea. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the SLS contracts are a mess. I mean, that's... All right. Yep, could have told you that. Also, why block buying rockets is a good thing to do. Been saying that since 2018, dude. Do you think NASA would save more money if they pulled out of Boeing and inserted their Project Overrun directly into SpaceX? See, Lone Wolf, I think that's something that people need to understand. That's not what would happen. You know? That's not what would happen. NASA, all that would do is just reduce NASA's bottom line. That's it. That's all. Nothing more. That money wouldn't go to SpaceX. And if somebody at NASA tried to redirect that money to SpaceX, NASA would probably get sued. Yeah, they'd probably get sued. Would they win? Probably not, but aerospace corporations, SpaceX included, do stuff like that whenever they don't get their way. They throw a temper tantrum. And a corporation throwing a temper tantrum is taking NASA to court. Blue's done it. SpaceX has done it. Everyone's done that. Boeing's done it. Northrop Grumman. Every Lockheed, everybody does that. Yeah, so, you know, it's not that's what I talk a lot about SLS, and I like it. I think it's a good rocket. The costs are definitely something to think about, but another thing to think about is that calling for its cancellation is you're now, don't get me wrong, like, I've talked to people about this that hate SLS, and they're vehemently, like, adamant about doing this, and that's okay. That's fine if you want to do that, I suppose, if that's the way it's going to be. But those contracts will not. It's not like that $5 billion that they've slated for EUS is going to go into Starship development. It's not. It most likely will. It most likely would go into defense spending. They would find a way to, you know. They would find a way to go to retain that technical expertise, right? So all those aerospace engineers that Boeing, you know, and NASA have that work on SLS would just find their way into the defense industry, because that's the only other field that they could go to, right? Defense, maybe aircraft, civilian aircraft, maybe, but defense is where the money is. It's always been there. You know, and you know, what's my theory behind this, just in case anybody's asking? Well, when they canned Constellation, that's what happened. Most of the engineers either retired or found jobs in the defense industry. Like, the same thing happened with Apollo. Look at Von Braun himself. Von Braun went to work for a defense contractor after he figured out they were going to cancel the Apollo program. He left NASA in the 70s because he was like, look how they massacred my boy. They massacred my boy. You know, and they said, do the space shuttle. And he's like, yeah, I'm not being a part of that. And then he went and worked for a defense company. I forget who he worked for. I think he worked for Martin or something after. So I've never really considered canceling SLS as a solution. That's not a solution. But see, here's the thing. Like, we're kind of screwed, to be honest with you. So why are we screwed? We're screwed because we're kind of damned if we do, damned if we don't. We cancel it, it's going to be expensive. We wasted all that money, and that money is not coming back to NASA unless somebody has a new structured program that they can pitch to Congress. Right? So unless somebody comes along and says, we got to completely rethink how we do space, like a president or something, and let's be real, I don't see that happening, right? But that could be. You know, we can reprioritize, right? So that funding can go to other NASA programs. But yeah, for the most part, you know, if NASA gets funding cut, it gets cut and it doesn't come back. I mean, here. This is a good teaching lesson for exactly what I'm talking about, dude. Here, take a look. This picture. You know the picture I'm going to link. See what I'm talking about? If you cut funding, it ain't coming back. unless we have some paradigm shift in how we think about funding NASA, that's not happening. So you got to think about that. You cancel it, that money goes somewhere else, or just goes back into the budget towards something that is not nearly as exciting for us as space fans, right? So that does two things. One, there's a vast unemployment of aerospace engineers. A lot of people work on SLS. And two, and I said they'll find jobs in other parts of the defense industry, sure, no doubt. Or maybe they'll even go to the commercial industry, who knows? And that could be good in the long run, but the big thing is that that is money that is being spent on the civilian scientific public space program that you're not getting back. That is a massive budget hit to NASA. Dude, unless somebody can show me a contract structure that basically assures that money would go to SpaceX or something, canceling SLS that's not what's going to happen. It's not what's going to happen. It hasn't happened historically. That's never happened. That's never happened in the entirety of NASA's history. Once the budget for the Apollo program dried up, they never put it back. They took it back and used it to make more bullets or something. I don't know. That's an analogy. I didn't think they used it to make more bullets, but you get the idea. I mean, the space shuttle had a ton of problems. Look. You needn't look no further than here. So, I mean, what's the other, like what I said, we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. What is the other solution there? The other solution there is to drastically, well, we could see it through, and what the OIG says is going to happen, and we most likely won't get like a fully operating version of SLS by the end of this decade. I mean, I think it's really funny that NASA leadership keeps saying we're going to get to the moon, and we're going to use this decade to learn how to get to the moon and learn to live and work on the moon. What are we going to live and work on the moon for 2 years and then dump it for Mars? Well, unless we're thinking about a way to make SLS work with some type of Martian transfer vehicle and architecture, that's not happening anytime soon. Look, man, if we're serious about going to Mars in the 2030s, we got to figure out the design and development of the architecture that's going to get us there right now. And even now is kind of pushing it. If NASA had a blank check, right, Apollo style, right now, to get to Mars in the 2030s, maybe I'd believe it, maybe. But the likelihood of the Apollo program bump in funding, unless we make spaceflight a national priority, is not going to happen. And I don't mean to be cynical, but so we could either just see it through, in which case it's going to take freaking forever, and then who knows what SpaceX will be cooking up by the end of this decade. I mean, and then what's the point? I've always wanted SLS, and I've always been an advocate for SLS because we don't have any analog to it. There's nothing that can do what it does right now. Maybe in the future, though. Sure. Yeah, Starship's going to do it. Starship doesn't carry a human rating. That's going to be a huge line item for SpaceX, though. Starship not being able to launch people into space is... Careful. I honestly don't see the second option as a loss, and it's an investment in skill and experience. Yeah, of course. What happened in 91? Cold War ended. Hang on. I'm going to try to adjust the cables here, guys. Give me 1 sec. Screen flickering. I'm sure in a few years they can build a usable lander, not Starship. Revamp Nova. That'd be nice, bud, for sure. One thing I'll say about that chart you had up is that their percentage didn't change, but the national budget is quadrupled in 20 years. Yeah, and so is inflation. Yep. The budget hit a local maximum in 1991. That was George Bush Sr.'s SDI program, Strategic Defense Initiative. So the shuttle was originally, from the start, had like 4 tiers to the program. Build the shuttle, build a space station, work on chemical tugs to get us back to the moon by the 80s, and then work on nuclear tugs to get us back to the moon, and then use that architecture to go somewhere else. The shuttle looks a little bit like Clipper from the USSR. Yeah, DART is kind of like that. It's my own design, Dax, so it's kind of like a combination of a bunch of different vehicles. So that was the original plan. NASA got cut hard under the Carter administration. I mean, right there, you can look no further than right there. They went through some nasty budget cuts in the 70s, and, you know, then we wonder why the shuttle was delayed by a couple of years. And then throughout Reagan's kind of first couple of years, you know, it was okay, right? It was okay. And then they really started to cut funding. This was because shuttle R&D was ramping down and operations were ramping up. Just like right here. NASA's highest budget funding point was in 66, and we got to the moon in 69 over here. As you go past development and you ramp into operations, your costs go down because you figure out ways to do it faster. You don't need as much like sensors on your vehicle or something. So this was ramping down shuttle development, which proved to be a pretty dumb thing to do. Believe it or not, and not a lot of people know this, NASA's administrator got canned in 1985. Yeah, they canned the administrator. Reagan did. Yeah. Actually, the National Spaceflight Council and Reagan did. They canned the NASA administrator. When Challenger happened, NASA was under an interim administrator. Not a lot of people know that. And then, you know, there's Challenger. That happens right here. It's, you know, like, not a coincidence that this happened at a low point in NASA's funding. It's, you know, doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out, right? And then from there, you know, the Reagan and later Bush Sr., Reagan had Star Wars. You know, Star Wars, everybody thinks about those damn satellites, but there was a lot more to it than that. He basically said, all right, well, we have the shuttle. It does have some problems, but we're going to make it safer. And we're going to see the program through, right? And what they did was they enacted the second part of the original Space Transportation System roadmap, something that didn't happen. I mean, Nixon canned the original roadmap, and then Carter defunded the development of the first part of the roadmap. Like I said, there were 4 phases to STS back in the day. That was the idea. Make the shuttle, build a space station with the shuttle, use it as an anchor point, use that to develop a cislunar architecture, so space tugs going back and forth that the shuttle could pick up and drop off. Centaur G is what that program ended up being.
Go at throttle.
And then develop nuclear tugs so the shuttle basically just becomes a cog in the machine on a interplanet or intercelestial body highway between the Earth and the moon. Nixon back in 72 said, yeah, I like what you're saying, just do the first part. Because Nixon, I don't know. So, by the late 80s, Reagan in his second term and George Bush after him, George Bush Sr. was Nixon's vice president. I don't know. A lot of people know that. They had the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, and that basically part of the Strategic Defense Initiative. Well, Reagan was Star Wars, Bush was the SDI. So part of that was getting money back into NASA and getting NASA going on the R&D front again. That's why in the early 90s and into the 90s, we saw programs like the X-33, DCX. Really, really next level stuff because of SDI. That's where that funding boost kind of came from. And with SDI, they greenlit building the space station. So in the late 80s, NASA was working on the designs for Space Station Freedom. They were going to build Space Station Freedom, and then after that, they're going to, start working on the space tugs and stuff. I mean, Centaur G was already out after that. They abandoned Centaur G because they said it was too dangerous after Challenger. Don't short development on launch vehicles, on complicated launch vehicles, and this probably wouldn't happen. SLS has been shorted throughout the entire program, by the way. Yeah, NASA's Congress is shorting the funds on their own rocket that they developed. Just thought I'd put it out there. So by the time 91 came around, SDI started working on all these other programs, new X-planes, stuff like that. So like you had like stuff like the 81 X-29, reverse swept wing stuff. Shuttle got a station on the books. They started building out the components for the space station. And the components for Space Station Freedom were supposed to launch sometime into the, basically in this area right here. And then the Cold War ended. Clinton got into office and promptly said, cancel all of that. We don't need to do that anymore. We don't need to fight. We don't need to beat the Soviets. That's basically what happened. Do this for cheaper. Do it for cheaper. Do it for cheaper. We can't carry this big defense spending anymore. The Cold War's over. We don't need to do it anymore. So the Freedom Space Station got canceled, like halfway, actually more than halfway through development of all of the modules. Like they had about half of the modules like made, ready to go with the shuttle. By the time they canceled Space Station Freedom, they canceled Space Station Freedom and replaced it with the ISS project. They said work with the Russians. It's cheaper that way. And there is another component to that. They said work with the Russians because we do not want their aerospace industry looking for work with bad actors. Which that's not the worst idea. That's not a bad idea in itself, but using that as kind of a way to slash NASA's budget is not this. I mean, well, we saw in 2014, and now we see since 2022 why that wasn't a good idea. But hey, it was a good idea for the time, I guess. Fun fact, guys, in the 90s, they even said, don't even bother developing your own launch vehicles. We could save money by launching our satellites with Chinese rockets. Intelsat 708, look that up. There's a reason why we don't do any work with mainland China. There's a very good reason why. Was that the infamous RUD? Yes. We basically went over there and taught the Chinese how to make a guided missile. And then when we went to launch the satellite, the rocket just blew up. It mysteriously just malfunctioned. And just went off course, exploded. And all of a sudden, the Chinese had better missiles after that. Weird. Okay. So, yeah. Basically after that, this is ISS funding, that little bump right there. And then NASA's basically just been shorted since then. It's been status quo since then. This little bump in funding right there was going to be the ramp up to Constellation, which probably would have put the budget up here somewhere and then back down. And then they canceled that and canceled the shuttle. And NASA's basically been petering since then. Yeah. Guys, I think the reason why I'm taking the time to explain all this right now, once again, I'm not trying to get mad, I'm not pointing fingers, I'm not doing anything like that. The reason why I'm taking the time to explain this to all of you is this isn't anything new. It's not anything new. I've spent way too much time reading about the history of NASA and funding. It's not anything new. This stuff happens. It happens all the time. It's been happening for the last 40 years. And we wonder why Challenger, Columbia, the situation that we're in with Starliner, we wonder why this stuff keeps happening. The delays to the SLS program. Now, into law, and that rocket is going to cost money to make. It costs money to make a super heavy launch vehicle. Let's just say it costs $5 billion to develop SLS. Just develop it, right? Hang on, YouTube just croaked for a second. We back? Congress said, no, I want you to develop this $5 billion rocket for $1 billion. And we've been trying to make up the difference since. That's why there's all these cost overruns. And that's why SLS's contract structure is in the toilet. It's terrible. It's kind of scattered to the winds, like what I always say. Yeah, RJ, of course. I mean, we're back. It stuttered, but good. All right, cool. Thanks, Craig. Okay, so yeah, just a little bit of lesson into funding there. I mean, I don't know, take that for what you will. I'm not gonna try to make any opinions or any point about it. That's those are the facts. That's what happened. Like, think of it what you will. Not trying to change minds, just present people with the information that's needed. Okay, music. Yeah, baby. Like, hey, I don't know what to tell you, dudes. All right, so Dart, we've been messing with this a lot. What I decided that I want to do is I kind of started testing out a bunch of different things. I have a craft file with a bunch of different versions of what I think we would want for Dart. And then I kind of sat here and I was like, here, it's the 40 master redesign file. I have like 3 different fuselages here. And this is just me exploring different ways to design this. We basically figured out from the wind tunnel testing that the fairing being at the very back of this makes this thing fly tremendously bad. It flies like a shuttlecock in badminton. Basically, the nose wants to go down all the time. Because this thing makes a ton of drag off the back of the vehicle. So the solution to that was to make a 2 fairing design, like this. Instead of having one big fairing at the back, going all the way to the front, you have one fairing right here going forward and another fairing going backward, right? This overall changes the center of pressure of the vehicle and moves it more towards the front. That should get it to fly better. We've been having trouble with Dart during its re-entry, trying to get the nose up, trying to get it to re-enter the way I want. I want it to re-enter somewhat similarly to the space shuttle, because that's, or any type of winged re-entry vehicle. I want it to kind of follow something similar to the X-33 or the X-37. Well, not that we know what that is, but I have a good idea what that re-entry corridor is like. It's probably like the shuttles. It all kind of stems back to the space shuttle, right? KSP2 doesn't exist, Basket. Yeah, that's why. Dude, the flickering is so bad. So what I'm thinking is just basically rebuild Dart with this double fairing design. Rebuild it exactly the same way with the double fairing. What I started to try and do over here is build out an aero shell. And it does look cool. It looks pretty awesome. But I think I got a little too preoccupied with how it looks and not as preoccupied with how it performs, to be honest with you. So what I'm going to do is yeah, it's not working, dudes. I don't know. Maybe we should restart OBS. It's definitely the capture card. It's definitely the capture card. Hey, it's a Delta Flyer.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey, Chronic Disorder, 2-month resub. We're losing that nose. Check the cables first. All right. I mean, we could do it. All right. And the capture cable. Okay. We'll see what it does now. I just kind of moved the cables around and reseated them. It did it again, didn't it? Yeah, I saw it. Mr. Dick. I'm gonna shut it off for a second. Let's try forcing a custom res on there. It's gonna look ridiculous. Just bear with me here. Gonna do my trademark round the SPH thing. Of course, when I look away, it does it. All right, give me 1 second, dudes. I'm gonna unplug the cable and plug it back in. Almost fell. Almost took a digger. Almost fell. That would have sucked. Hey, don't fall. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. You have a can of air to blow it out. Blow out a cable? Not gonna lie, it would have been funny. Yeah, you're probably right. Anyway, so just found about an interesting new indie city building game that is focused on junctions that come out next year. DM the announcement video for it. Oh, cool. Are you up to these talk streams on anything else? Been listening to the stream in the background like a podcast. Would love to listen to discussions like this on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and my car to keep up to date on space news from you. Apple Podcasts. Funding for no flickering, thank you. They're on YouTube, Ike, but I wouldn't even know where to begin to try and put this stuff on like Spotify or Apple Podcasts or something. I've played Timberborn on stream many times, Eric. Yeah. Maybe we could work Timberborn into the rotation, dude. Sure. Kind of open for that. I haven't seen any flickering in a little while. Zarek, you're relatively new. Yeah, dude, I played Timberborn. I probably got like 200 to 300 hours in Timberborn. I mean, it's nothing compared to KSP or any other, like, I mean, I think I passed it with workers, but, excuse me. Timber Tuesdays. Nice. What was I saying? Sorry. Zarek, bless you. Thank you. No turbo. Did it stall? No, we got to spool it. That's all. The new engine update is great. Yeah. Cool. Sorry, I completely lost my train of thought because I'm watching to see if it's flickering. Sorry about that. Yeah, I've played Timberboard many times, dude. We could rotate. We could work it into the rotation, dude. Timber Tuesdays, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Gonna launch SLS Block 1B in KSP and hope it works better than the real life thing. What do you mean, Dax? SLS works fine in real life. It's everything else but the rocket at this point, dude. All right. So I like the arrow shell. This is actually, I mean, it's kind of a cool design, but I don't know. I'm fairly confident that building basically this exact thing just with a redesigned fairing will work. I think it'll work just fine. Table, thanks, bud. Bless you. Thanks, James. Yep. Yeah, I think this is actually going to be fine. The arrow shell looks sick, though. It looks really good. I really do like it. Yeah, Rocket Guy, that's what I'm saying. SLS is the only thing that's working. Why did NASA have so many issues with the space shuttle right near the end of its lifespan? Was it due to funding issues or its age? What do you mean near its lifespan? Near the end of its lifespan? They didn't. From basically 2005 to 2011, the shuttle operated perfectly. Like, really, like, they really fixed things up. From STS, what is it, STS 115 to STS 135, shuttle worked perfectly. And the more you look at it, the more you like it. Chief, it's going to be hard to try to find a way to blend these things. You know? But we could do it. You said you were concentrating too much on looks. Yeah, I mean, we could do it. The double fairing design is really what I want. Why can't I tune into Dr. Nee building stuff? I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm not tech support for that. Are you gonna do a shuttle thing where the panels are on the bottom like a heat shield? I don't know, Erudite. I don't think that's what Dart needs, to be honest, to get it to fly right. This whole thing was just get up and running again to try and get Dart to fly correctly. Build both versions to see what flies better? Well, yeah, it'd probably be better to build out the just revamped fairing one. So, let's go to our test nodes and make changes on that. I mean, I guess. Okay, so I'll save this and we'll go to Master Redesign R1, right? And Master Redesign Revision 1. Let's just go in here, set the date so I know. 8/24. We don't need last produced. It's nothing. Oh, it already exists. I gotta see what that craft file is before I overwrite it, because I'm not sure. Oh yeah, we can overwrite that one. That's no big deal. Yep. Save, overwrite. Cool. Alright, so because it's the R1, I'm going to take the arrow shell off and I'm going to do the original changes that I wanted to do to Dart. So, get rid of this stuff. And we will take our nose cone and we will re-add it up here. And I'm basically just going to make this exactly with the revamped fairing and we'll go from there. So, I had this angled down at 10 degrees in that design. And yeah. Just gonna make a little bit of a lip on the front bulkhead like that, but with wings and stuff going over it, it should be okay. So now, what I'm going to do is, with this file, we're going to get rid of that. We don't need that. I just need the original vehicle. And yeah, we're just going to start transferring components. So we already have the nose, right? Now we need the wings. But I need to study the hierarchy of the vehicle as well. What's connected to this fairing? Okay, everything is connected to that fairing. Everything's built off of the root part fairing. Okay. So there is some things that we got to check. I have to... We're going to need a structural bulkhead back here to attach stuff to. And this is where I'm kind of worried. I need a flat 1.8 meter plate that goes right here. But I'm worried if I put a flat 1 meter plate back here that it's going to do the exact same thing that this is doing, you know? It's going to do the exact same thing. So I'm not 100% sure how to go about making a flat back here and putting all the components that we need on there to get that to work correctly. So let me think. You know what? What's worked for me in the past is doing flags. So I take a flag. I have color swatches with the flags, so you can use that as a backing plate. See? Oh, that one is... Damn. Nice. Use an interstage node. I never said I had a problem with attaching it, RJ. I said I had a problem with what part I should use. Attaching it, yeah, that's easy. Just, yeah, an interstage node should work. But we got to make sure it's not in the main line of hierarchy for structural reasons and, well, for a bunch of different other reasons. Mostly structural though. So I'm gonna save this. Let's just detach that for a second. First thing that I got to do is we got to remember, mainline hierarchy, that's something that a term we used to throw around a lot. Well, since we're at that point, let's get our template back up here. This is a template that picks up on the original angles. So this shouldn't be too hard to fix. See, the struts are acting as a ruler, so I know where to place everything. go. Save. You know what? I'm not sold on the cockpit being angled down. I'm not sold on it. The original Dart design did not have that. That's something that I introduced after the fact. But then again, we did do some subsequent wind testing with it, but I'm just basically gonna revert that and the thruster blocks back to their default positions. Because I'm not 100% sure if that's the right way to do this. Worst case scenario, like, because the reason why is because this makes it so when a Kerbal is in it, it defaults the control point 10 degrees down. I don't necessarily want that. That's not ideal. Because that could get, like, if I forget that it's set down 10 degrees, I could crash the vehicle because I didn't remember that it was. So let's just leave it in Dart's original fuselage configuration. This is the one that I used in mission mode. That's the way the fuselage was set up, minus the double fairings. So let's go from there and see what happens here. So that docking port is our root part. I'm going to try to inset our docking port. And now I'll inset the docking port because yeah, I obviously have to redesign whatever payload attachment fitting on whatever rocket we're going to launch with this to work with Dart. So not a big deal. I also noticed that I have really no locator pins on this design. So there was really never any actual way to confirm that Dart was perfectly true. Like when I went to put this thing on the rocket, because what I did was, just in case anybody doesn't understand what I'm talking about, back in the day, Dart came from a save where you could not build vehicles in the VAB. You had to make your own VAB on the pad. It was just a self-imposed rule that I had to build out the infrastructure for the vehicle. So what we could do is make stages inside of the SPH, tow them to the launch pad, and then we had our own integration building and we could stack the stages on top of each other. I did that in basically stock KSP with the 2 DLCs, right? And then the flag pack is the only like custom part I have technically, right? So the idea behind Dart was that it was fully reusable. You could fly it up there, it goes up there, you could bring it back down, right? You could land it on the runway, and that's where we had controllability problems. That getting it back to the runway part was the bad part. And then what you could do is you could tow this thing right back to the pad, attach a rotating bracket to it, turn it upright, and launch it again. That was the whole idea. It's pretty cool. Does anyone understand what I'm talking about? I don't know. Do you? I'm telling you what I'm doing is rocket science, so I don't know. You tell me. So another thing that I want to do is take the monopropellant tank out of the design up here. I don't like that. It's going to throw off our COM way too much. So now, once again, I need some kind of inset dome right here to kind of replicate the back of this. The other thing we have to be cognizant of is if I put a thruster in here, will it allow the thruster to fire? I'm pretty sure it will, but you know, pretty sure, like I said, doesn't fly. We're gonna have to test it. So once again, we need a 1.8 meter backing plate here, essentially. I'm not sure what we should use. Let's look through all the different 1.8 parts that we have. King History, they added a bunch of fuel tank parts here. How much fuel does that thing hold? 72. No, it's not. 72 and 88. It's not going to do what I want. Yeah, it won't give it the same amount of fuel. Ah, that's a shame. That would have been a great part to do that with, because it includes it in its fuel tank. We could always attach other fuel tanks to it. Yeah, well, okay. So that's a possibility for a pathway for upgrade in the future. All right, so what I'm going to do here is go in here like this. And I need to basically figure out the spot in relation to the rest of the vehicle where Dart's fuel tanks are mounted. So I'm going to take my rulers, one of my rulers, I'm going to copy it. And we're going to do some caliper style measuring here. Trying to basically replicate the vehicle exactly. Yeah, trying to replicate the vehicle almost exactly to what it is. So everything is attached on a physicsless cubic octag right there. And it looks like hang on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that template, I'm going to move it downwards like that, get rid of that template, copy this one, put it right there, and then flip this one back up. And now I have the exact center spot where that thing is supposed to be. So what do we want to attach it to? We need to attach it to the back fairing, I think, because it's attached to the back fairing here. But once again, we still got to work on that backing plate. Ooh, can't you use tweak scale? I don't use tweak scale. I try to keep the parts in KSP as stock as possible. Yeah, Newglins was working with the breakover device today, Nova. Pretty crazy, right? But what I'm going to do, we're going to copy the fuel tank design. It's the fuel tank is attached to the crew tanks here. And I'm going to go right in here like this. We're going to put it in mirror sim. And then we're going to use that cubic octag strut to line everything up. That's its exact home for the most part. I need to massage it around a little bit. I actually think it's up one tick. Like that. It would be one tick above the center line because that's that black line is the center line of the fairing. Now, if we moved it up one tick and we recenter it, just a little. Where's the absolute? Hold on. That's absolute snap. So it's got to go forward just a little bit. I don't know why I wouldn't have mounted this on absolute. That's actually pretty. It's actually pretty damn close. Okay. Take our rulers, just put them down there. Nice. All right, so next thing I noticed is this. What is that attached to? It's attached to that. No. Yeah, see, I don't like that. This flips the hierarchy if I dock this thing to a station. That is not what I want at all. I don't know why I would do that. That's just asking for trouble. So, guys, Kerbal... All right, hierarchy lesson real quick. Ships in KSP follow a hierarchy, all right? There's a root part, which is basically the first part you put down, right? Right, let's call that part 1. Right, and then maybe, you know, you attach another part to it, right? That one is part 2. Right? And then say you attach another part. You have part 3. And then say, you know, the 2 and 3 are fuel tanks. That's a capsule. 2 and 3 are fuel tanks. And 4 is your rocket engine, right? And then say, oh, I don't know, like you strut a booster to it, right? You put a booster on it in symmetry. Like this is an SRB over here. This would be part. Let's say part 3A, right? And then down here, you know, obviously you don't want one booster on one side, right? Right, this is part 3B, right? Right, this is how the hierarchy works. Right, so these are boosters. That's your, this is your capsule. Now, say you put a docking port up here on the front of your capsule. That obviously wouldn't be 3A, right? It would be something else. Want to know how Kerbal would read this? If you really want to know. Weird, huh? Actually, I mean, you wouldn't really read it as 2A. You would read it as just part 2, but in the other direction, right? So here's the thing. So there's your docking port, right? Now, if you think about this for a second, right? That's your root part. You launch this rocket up into space. You know, say you get rid of your boosters, right? You fly it up into space, and now you dock it to a space station, right? Here's the reason why I don't like the docking port being up here, and why you would want a docking port to be closer to your root part, okay? And in what's called your main line, right? The reason why is when you dock to the space station, what Kerbal is going to do is reset your hierarchy. The docking port now becomes your root part. Every time you dock a vessel and the docking port isn't your root part, it's going to rewrite it. That's why docking takes a second. Now, this is your hierarchy for your vehicle. You see how it's shifted every number? That's not good. You don't want that. I mean, in this particular scenario, it's not bad, right? But say your docking port was here, right? Say your docking port was right here. Okay, get rid of that. This is now your root part again, right? Right? This is your root part. Your docking port is attached to the side of a fuel tank. Your root part's here, 2 fuel tanks and a rocket engine. Now this part in your original hierarchy would be what? It would be 2A, right? See what I mean? So you go, you launch this thing out, and now you dock to the space station, right? Now you dock to the space station. That becomes your root part now, because that's how Kerbal does it. It's whatever part attaches, it's going to reverse the flow of the hierarchy. So now let's just copy it just so I can give you, I could show you the before and after, right? Now you go to dock this to a space station, okay? What does this part become? Well, that part becomes 1, and it's not an A anymore. Get rid of it. Right? What does this part become? That part becomes 2. This part now becomes 2 as well. Or 3, excuse me. And then this part over here also becomes 3. And that part is 4. That part doesn't change. You see how the 4 didn't change? You can be dang sure that this is not going to have a problem, but now you scrambled your hierarchy out here. Now, why is this a big deal? The hierarchy of parts in Kerbal affects how a vehicle flies. So, for instance, if you've done testing and you flew a vehicle, a space shuttle around, and you flew it around KSC and it works fine, and then you go to dock it to the space station, right? And then you bring it back down, and then it doesn't fly right, it might be because the hierarchy got scrambled. Wherever your root part is, Kerbal kind of judges aerodynamics, not necessarily off of that part, but we know good and well that it definitely changes things, right? It'll definitely change how it flies. I can show you this in the wind tunnel if you want to see it. I can show you some kind of basic aerodynamics of why the hierarchy will scramble things, right? So, in this particular design, whenever I docked Dart, I just noticed this. Whenever I docked Dart to the space station in mission mode, which we did, right? And then I went to re-enter even after seemingly testing it a bunch and it didn't fly right. It could have been because the hierarchy scrambled. Because my root part, what would become my root part, is attached way down in the hierarchy. Because on Dart, the root part is the fairing. So everything is in between here, and then you have your crew tank at the very front and your docking port up on top of that. So think about it. If my root part is over here, when we went, because that's where it is on the craft file, and we went to attach something over here, it reversed the flow of the entire hierarchy. That is part of the reason why the min-miss space popped. That's docking vessel hierarchy PY, but that is part of the reason. It took EJ a few seconds to redo the numbers. Same for the... Yeah, that's right. Control from here won't fix that, right? No, control from here is just a reference point for your nav ball, Joe. You see the reroute function? You can't docking reroute stuff whenever you dock two ships together. So what's the solution for this? So let's just say in this design right here that we have, let's just say that this is Dart, right? So I have part 5, right? Part 5 in my hierarchy, okay? Part 5 is that back docking port, okay? Having my docking port be up here, right? Like that. The docking port is attached to the node, to the crew tank, right? It's gonna make Dart's hierarchy go from... Give me 1 second. Yeah, Blue, that's a very good point. This is the reason why it takes a second when you dock two things together, because it could be revamping your hierarchy. Let's say in this analogy, 6 is a docking port and fixes that docking port up there, and 1 is that docking port up there. When I went to dock this to the space station, it flipped it completely around. It flipped this whole damn thing. That's not a root part anymore. Right? Now 6 becomes 1 because it always sets docking port to root part. And now that becomes 2. And now that becomes 3. And now that becomes 4. And now that becomes 5. And what it was originally my root part is now at the tail end of my hierarchy. Once again, Why is this important? Does it matter? No, it might not matter. But if you have something that you've tested aerodynamically and you've tested it with the root part at the back and it works, when you go to dock it to the space station, you can't be absolutely sure that it's going to fly correctly like this. Kerbal does weird things when you shift around. Fairings do weird things when you shift around their hierarchical number. It does weird stuff. If you've ever had another example is if you've ever had a fused docking port in KSP, ever had a fused docking port? That's because it didn't assign the right numbers to the docking port because you scrambled the hierarchy. That's why that happens. It doesn't assign a dock or dock E flag to the docking port because it doesn't understand where the docking port is, and you end up fusing two docking ports together. That's exactly why that happens, because it scrambles the numbers. So, what's the way to solve this problem? The way to solve this problem is like this. Put your docking port basically a stone's throw away from where the other docking port is. Or this would be 2. A. See? Right? So now this is how Dart's flying. Attaching this docking port to the fairing right here, right? This was my trick for this for the longest time, and I didn't realize that I screwed up. I didn't do it with Dart. I definitely knew about this when we designed it, right? If we go to dock this to the space station, and then I just take this and we gizmo it up here, it's still technically attached to 2, right? We just gizmo it into the exact same spot, right? And then we go to dock to the space station. How does that change our hierarchy? Well, that becomes 1, right? And it doesn't have an A tag, right? The A tag gets moved somewhere else. It gets moved right there. Well, actually, it doesn't get moved at all. It does this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 still stay exactly the same, and then this part becomes a 3 instead. See what I mean? Even then, it still screws up the hierarchy a little bit. Actually, I have not tested this, but I guess the theoretical best way to do this would be attach docking port to docking port and then strut it. I've always done it with the fairing, but if we attach docking port to docking port, that might introduce some no, it wouldn't introduce structural problems because you're not changing the structure of the hierarchy at all. Can we radial attach a docking port to a docking port? Hold on. Oh, yeah, you can. What happens when you make the docking port the root part? The docking port has always been root part in the entire analogy, Havocs. The key is to not change the 2, 3, 4, and 5 when you dock to things. And because we can gizmo stuff around, like so that docking port is attached to that docking port. I could just move it right back into the same spot that it was in before with Dart. Not a big deal. Right? You can just move it right there. Just move the thing right there. And then what I could do is go inside of the vehicle and strut it. And if I did that, the hierarchy wouldn't change. Wouldn't change no matter what I do. So Dart would always fly the same. I knew to do this, but for some reason I didn't do it with Dart, and I can't figure out why. I can't figure out what the reason was. Why would I do? It's entirely possible I just forgot. Entirely possible I just forgot. So if you do scramble everything after docking, could redocking from a different better port fix the problem? Yeah, sure. Yeah, if I took Dart, undocked it from this port, and then redocked it over here, it'll set your hierarchy straight. It'll set it how it was. Yeah, but who knows to do that? And why would you do that? You could just trick Kerbal's logic into understanding what's going on by attaching docking port to docking port. You know how far the fuel line on the far right goes up on SLS? I can't find a picture showing the fuel lines. It goes up halfway to the inner tank, and there's one on each side. Wait, what do you mean you can't find a picture? What? There's one on either side, RJ, and they go up to the top of the downcomer is halfway up the inner stage. The reason why is because there's an elbow in. So the top of the downcomer goes in, and there's another elbow like this that picks up on the very bottom of the dome for the liquid oxygen tank. The other thing is that there's that strut that holds the SRBs together. There's a gigantic aluminum beam here that holds the front of the two SRBs together inside of the core stage, and the pipes elbow around that thing, and they pick up on the very bottom of the LOX tank. There are two more on the back. There's a fuel line that is identical here on the other side. The other two things, are you talking about the other two things? You're talking about those? So that's the raceway. That's the electrical power harness that goes all the way up to the forward skirt. It's called a raceway for short, because it looks, if you're looking at it like this, it looks like a drag strip. That goes all the way up to the top of the core stage, dude. Right before the vehicle staging adapter. So when it curves in, that's where that goes. These two things over here are autogenous pressurization lines. The one on the left is liquid oxygen. The one on the right is liquid hydrogen, or gaseous hydrogen. Gaseous hydrogen and gaseous oxygen. Oxygen on the left, hydrogen on the right. That one, or no, hydrogen on the left, oxygen on the right. Excuse me, I got it backwards. The hydrogen line goes up to the top. It goes in basically right below the downcomer, because that's what SLS uses for tank ullage. So did the external tank. It did the same thing. Basically, there's a tap off on the rocket engines that takes gaseous hydrogen. In the shuttle engine's case, it takes it from the regenerative cooling loop, if I'm remembering correctly. And then it goes all the way up, and that goes into the top of the hydrogen tank. The one on the right is gaseous oxygen. That goes all the way up to the very top of the core stage. It goes in the top of the liquid oxygen tank. The idea is that you need to basically have one atmosphere inside of the tank so the liquid drains. The problem is that there's no atmosphere up there, so it's hard to maintain pressure in the tanks. That's what they mean if you guys have watched rocket launches and you've heard people say, oh, tanks are pressing for flight. That means that they're getting the tank ullage up so they can get the proper head pressure to feed into the rocket engines. You need to have a little bit of push in the tanks to feed the impellers correctly, or you're going to get cavitation. We learned about that the other day. They call it a raceway. Yes. Mm-hmm. You found it. Okay. Yeah, Blue Flare. That was my modus operandi in the past. I think I'm not happy with the structure of attaching docking port to docking port, so I'm going to use my root part fairing, which is the backwards facing fairing. Make sure we're attached to that. And use that. So it just swaps the numbers on the docking ports at best. The other thing is that I kind of want to make sure that this docking port... I never liked that docking port just kind of hanging out up there. I think it looks a little strange. I think I'm going to move that to a more Dream Chaser style thing. My idea from this previously was that there's room for a hatch right here, which is whatever, boss, puke, whatever. So I'm going to more centrally locate it. We'll find another thing to put up there. So in the case of radially attaching two docking ports, would it still flip the hierarchy of the docking ports? Yes, Lava Eagle, but that has worked for me in the past. That's what I know works, if that helps. I've never tested docking port on docking port. Theoretically, that should be better, but I just figured it out. I remembered why I did this. So this docking port is set to grandparent strut. You get a free strut if you do it this way. So the docking port is strutted to that docking port. And then when the hierarchy changes and this reads grandparent strut, that docking port will strut to that docking port. It'll flip that grandparent strut around because the only thing you reverse the flow on is your docking ports. That's the other thing to remember. Flipping around the numbers in the hierarchy changes your auto strutting. If you've ever docked a vehicle to the space station and it took your space station and Kerbal dock two vehicles together, one of them flips the hierarchy. If you have an auto strut, right? If say you have an auto strut that's set to root part, your root part could be on the other vessel now. And if the game tries to run an auto strut too far, you get a float point error and it'll basically start to wobble around and explode. You ever had that happen? Dock two vessels together in KSP, one just blows up. It starts wiggling around like crazy and starts doing this, and then it just blows up. That. In the case of radially, I meant docking port to docking port. Yeah. Did I not answer your question? One model of Dream Chaser had a high winch. Port on port isn't reversing the flow, but it's still iterating on every part of the craft, which I'd say is worse. You used heaviest part. Heaviest part works if you have a vehicle that's kind of working by itself, Christian. But you got to remember, if you dock two vehicles together, the other vehicle that you dock to might have the heaviest part, in which case your auto struts are running from your vehicle to another vehicle. That's something you got to be very careful with. For instance, if you have a shuttle that docks to a space station and that shuttle has landing gear, right? If it has landing gear, now it's running a strut in a different direction. And if you undock, you have a reverse flow and your heaviest part might be somewhere else, right? Most of the time it's fine, but particularly when it comes to docking, because landing gears force heaviest part, it's not a good idea. It doesn't work very well. Yeah, trust me, dude. I'm getting back into it. I'm getting back into it. I'm remembering how the whole hierarchy works by doing this. And also, yeah, I haven't been happy with how I've been acting on stream lately, so I'm trying to get back to where I was. Leave that like that. I'm fairly confident that moving this docking port to here, as long as they're both attached to the root fairing of this entire thing, is not going to change anything. You're doing great. Thanks, man. Yeah, JuiceBot. We had unfinished business, dude. We had to fix it. All right, now let's start moving all the interior parts here. So I had a fuel cell right there. What's the fuel cell attached to? Same thing. It's attached to the fairing. And if you guys have noticed, I always put parts in a position where I can still select them, like a fuel dump right there, or a fuel tank, or a crude tank. You know, I have them clipping out a little bit, but I always put parts that I might need to be able, or I might need to have to select during a mission. And I always have it clip out a little bit so I don't have to go looking around in here trying to find the right part. Like if you look at the original Dart design, it's kind of a Kerbal UX thing. Fuel cell is easy to click on. The drain valve is easy to click on. The motors are easy to click on. The control point, the command pod, easy to click. It's easy to get at. The antenna, anything that I would absolutely need to be able to click on, is something that's easy to get at. Even the RCS tank. See, I did that on purpose. It's just slightly sticking out. That's all done on purpose. Yeah, that was a good way to do that. So you don't have to go like, oh, my fuel cell's inside because the fuel cell would be inside. Now I have to go look around. That's a really big pain in the butt to do when it's flying around. And most of the time, if you need to select these components, it's probably something that needs to be done in urgency. So, yeah, keep that in mind. Interesting thing to do. Building a communication network in KSP. Which solution is better in your experience? 3 satellites in a polar orbit or 3 satellites equatorial, both together, 6 sats total? What are you trying to communicate with, Hooded? You good, brother? I think the stream is getting back to its old groove with some new additions. KSC, MSC workers were so back. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I needed to take some time away from doing this for a little bit, you know? But I'm good. I'm good now. Like, I'll be 100% real. The fallout from the whole KSP thing really screwed with my head a lot. To the point where I was like, I'm getting annoyed at how much this is messing with me. It took some time to kind of get out of that funk. You know what I mean? Ironically, we played Fallout. Yeah. Okay. No, nothing, Doom. Why is it better to use a fuel cell? Never use them. Well, Christian, a fuel cell is really dependent on what you're trying to do. For me, DART does not spend a lot of time free flying. It's either docked to a station or down on the ground. If it's down on the ground, you don't need the fuel cell because it's probably attached to another vehicle, and that other vehicle is providing power, right? The fuel cell is there for generating electricity when the thing is free floating, okay? Around low Earth orbit. Now, once again, I designed DART with the provisions here to be able to attach a service module. The payload attachment fitting that I was used to attach to the rocket could be used to attach an SM to it, like Shooting Star with Dream Chaser. Here, check this out. Sierra Space posted this picture the other day, and I retweeted it because it was awesome, right? There's their Dream Chaser. Dream Chaser is kind of synonymous in function with DART, only it moves cargo. I could move cargo too. There is Kerbal cargo and Kerbal inventory and stuff. I'm just not sure why we would move stuff to a space station, but doesn't matter. Anyway, so you have Dream Chaser. And it's awesome because this is at KSC. They're getting ready to launch this thing. This thing's going on top of a Vulcan sooner rather than later, which is great. And then you have that thing back there, that cone thing. That is the Shooting Star. Shooting Star is one of the smartest things I've ever seen for a spacecraft. It's a service module, but it's not. It's an added cargo hold, but it's not. It's a docking port adapter, but it's not. It's all those things combined into one. So what does that mean? Shooting Star is carrying the power generation systems for Dream Chaser. Same as the shuttle, you can't put solar panels on something that re-enters. Because one, I mean, a lot of people don't realize this, but making a solar panel open and close in space is actually really difficult. That's a really difficult thing to do. Most solar panels on spacecraft are one-time deploy, and that's it. Getting it to unfurl and furl and unfurl is a pain in the butt. Now, with that being said, the ones on the ISS can do that. They can fold. They can fold and unfold. It actually uses a screw jack system. Kind of like a car jack, like the little scissor jacks that are on cars that you turn the thread and it deploys. They do something like that, actually. You would move snacks to the station. That's right, I would, Christoph. So it's confused. Or is it an attack helicopter? No, it's everything. So, right, you can't put solar panels on that. I mean, you could. The shuttle could. The shuttle had a mission where it deployed a solar panel out of its payload bay. It was a test mission for the ISS, but the solar panel's taking up space in the payload bay, so you can't do that on every mission, right? So, Shooting Star carries the solar panels. That's what those mounts are right there. See 1, 2, 3, 4, or no, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and see that little nubbin right there? That's the mount for the solar panels, and that's the hold position for when they're folded up. So Shooting Star is going to deploy solar panels, and it's going to be the thing that gives Dream Chaser power. Does that mean Dream Chaser doesn't have a fuel cell on board? No, it absolutely does, because there's this thing. Shooting Star is not reusable. You only use it once. It's jettisoned before re-entry. It pops off the back like Dragon's trunk almost. The crazy thing about Shooting Star is that it's pressurized. That's pressurized. That is a cargo module. You can go inside of it. Even crazier thing, on the back of Dream Chaser, they use an NDS-derived docking port, so NASA docking system derived. Same port that's used on Starliner and Dragon. Same thing. So Dream Chaser could conceivably fly up to the space station, right? They could berth it to the space station because that's what it does. Dream Chaser is designed to be received with the arm because it's uncrewed, right? They could berth it to the space station. They could undo this. Dream Chaser could drop off its supplies. They could take Shooting Star and Dream Chaser, right, with the arm, and then detach Dream Chaser, let it fly away, take the Shooting Star, and attach it back to the space station. And then you can use it as a space flight. You could use it as an adapter, so something else could dock to it. I'm telling you, man, that thing is trick. It's really freaking cool. Crazy. Here's the craziest thing about it. Shooting Star can also be a space station. Yeah, Dream Chaser can leave the ISS, separate. Dream Chaser can re-enter, and Shooting Star has guidance, navigation, and control on it. It can just be a little mini space station if you really want it to be. They could do that. I asked the guy that works at Sierra Space about that actually when at Spaceport America Cup a couple years ago. He's like, "Oh yeah, you could free fly those things, sure." And then Sierra Space posted about it, which is pretty cool. Yeah, Shaw. It can be its little mini space station. It could be a space station adapter. It's a cargo module. It's a service module. Dude, it's everything. I'm telling you. Dream Chaser is rad. Don't get me wrong. It's sweet seeing shuttles, but that thing is actually really, really cool. Like, dude, I know, like, anybody that understands all those words that I said about what that thing can do is, I guarantee you, neurons are firing off in your brain for all the stuff that you could do with one of those in the future, like out near the moon, where you might need a little free-floating space station, or a payload adapter, or a cargo module. Smart. And it's payload attachment fitting. Yeah, that's the PAF. Dude, that thing is like everything. It's really cool. And then it's attached to a shuttle. That's fantastic. I designed DART in mind to be able to have something like that, because my docking system back here is designed to be reused and attached to upper stages, right? So when I developed Freedom, and don't get me wrong, we never did this because the DART program, because we changed to the SSTO, we ended up never doing this, but I did develop a service module for DART. You could launch the service module up, service module could free float, then you launch a DART, DART could attach to it, and now you have a DART that can go not out to the moon, but it could stay up there for a really long time, because you don't generally find solar panels on craft that are re-entry vehicles. Dragon is a re-entry vehicle. It jettisons its solar panels. So does Starliner. Shuttle didn't have any. Shuttle had 3 fuel cells, right? But all these spacecraft, I know what people are going to say. Well, all these spacecraft, if they have all these fuel cells on it and stuff, like, what, why don't they just plug in, when they dock to the ISS, why don't they just tap into the ISS power? Yeah, that's what they do. Sure. The shuttle, when it launched, if it docked to the ISS, it could extend its mission duration by a pretty long time. The shuttle only has enough life support to stay up there for maybe a week, maybe, by itself. You'll run out of electricity. You run out of fuel cells. There's no solar panels, right? But when the shuttle was docked to the ISS, it can plug into the solar panels and charge, and you can just shut all the fuel cells off, so the shuttle can basically just be powered down when it's attached to the ISS. Every vehicle does that. Dragon does that, Starliner does that, Soyuz does that, Progress does that, Cygnus does that, Dream Chaser will do that, Shuttle did it, they all do that. So, once again, you ask why I have a fuel cell. My fuel cell is there because the flight regime where DART is flying around doesn't warrant having a solar panel. A fuel cell is much, much lighter than a solar panel in this particular case. It's 50 kilos? That's nothing. Look at all the solar panels. And remember, I would need a retractable one. So look at the mass difference here. See what I'm talking about? We would need something that can retract. So that's these panels down here. See what I'm talking about? I mean, I suppose we could get away with those 3x2s. That might work. But I like to do plausible realism. That could actually work. I mean, that's 25 kilos as opposed to 50. Those ones could be okay. But where am I going to put it? Where do you put it? I don't really have much room left. I can't put it right here because whatever it docks to, the solar panel can't be in the way. So put it over here? Nah, you could, I suppose. But generally, solar panels aren't near fuel drain valves. Generally. Like, you wouldn't want to spray fuel on a solar panel. That's not a good idea. So I didn't really that didn't really jive too well with spacecraft design in my mind. So my solution was to make a shooting star module for DART. I always intended on doing it. In fact, I bet if we go look at the old mission mode save, I probably have a craft file in there that has it. Yeah, RJ. Yeah, your question is weird question, but could the shuttle astronauts take their liquid or urine or whatever from the shuttle and recycle it on the ISS? Yes. The shuttle's water tanks are on the 3rd deck. They're inside of the pressure vessel, so you could access them. Yep. You could have it fold out on an arm like an X-37. No payload bay to put it back in, Oculus. You're not wrong. This vehicle would be designed, a vehicle like this would be designed with a fuel cell. Like, I'm 100% sure. Every vehicle that's like this has a fuel cell, except for the X-37 because it has a payload bay, right? Even the X-33, fuel cell. X-38, fuel cell. X-34, fuel cell. DCX, fuel cell. They're all designed like that. So, once again, it's the plausible realism thing. I think the fuel cell would be better. But you got to keep in mind that think about this from DART's mission. What does DART do? It goes up into space. Either we attach a service module to it or it attaches to a space station, right? There's no free flying up there for long periods of time. It's not really designed. It's not really supposed to do that. That's not its mission. Its mission is to get Kerbal somewhere, space station, or to bring Kerbals back down. In which case, your reentry regime is not very long, right? Heck, dude, I could make a case that it doesn't even need the fuel cell. But have it not need it not have it, it's not a lot of extra mass. It's 50 kilos to generate electrical power, 100% reusable. You just got to have fuel in the tanks. Hey, Remnant, what's going on? Now, the other thing to take into account is, well, when DART re-enters, I dump all the fuel to get my center of lift and center of mass to jive correctly, right? I made sure that I gave the original DART enough battery power to be able to stay powered on, right? Given the consumption that you need during reentry and moving the vehicle around and then coming down and landing it, I gave it enough battery power to be able to stay powered on. Basically, let's just say like maybe an hour after you land, or in this case, an hour after you hit the ground. Like, it's way overpowered for that thing, just to be absolutely sure. You do not want to lose electricity during re-entry. That's bad in Kerbal. Imagine how bad that actually is on a real spacecraft. That's like, no, that's not good. So I designed it with margins back in the day to be able to land and sit on the runway for a little bit and stay powered on. Yep. Do you think you can do a power tower space station? I could, sure. Considering the newer chemistries, just a battery might do it. On a modern spacecraft, yeah, it's a possibility. I mean, Dragon, after it jettisons the trunk, is only operating on battery power. So is Starliner, the CSM did the same thing. The shuttle could just have its fuel cells running during re-entry. I mean, it has to, because those fuel cells power your life support systems. Yeah, the shuttle didn't have any batteries. Not a lot of people know that either. There are localized batteries on the shuttle. And Aqualex, I'm pretty sure you were there when we figured this out a number of years ago. The shuttle doesn't have any batteries on it. The fuel cell is its battery. Yep. Not all people know that. Those Mission Mode 2.0 on-orbit hangars were awesome, albeit a bit unrealistic. Mission Mode 2 hangars? On-orbit hangars? remember designing that. The ones for Grissom, RJ? I don't think that was MM2. MM2 is a rule set. It's not the second mission mode that I have ever done. I've played like 4 or 5 mission mode saves. But they were mission mode 1 rules, which is basically just no reverts. Mission mode 2 is no reverts and then some. I wish you could separate fuel uses, like if you have specific tanks for the fuel cell, if you have specific tanks for the fuel cell, engines, etc., etc. You can do that, Jared. Look. I mean, this kind of works, okay? So, engines adhere to crossfeed rules. Fuel cells, I actually forget if the fuel cells do or not, but I know this will work this way. So, check this out. Do what they do in real life. So the shuttle had fuel cell pallets. So, yeah, still following? Right? It'll work. But the reason why I said this only kind of works one way is because the fuel cell, I'm pretty sure in this scenario, could still pull fuel from the engine tank, but the engine can't pull from the fuel cell tank. Which, I mean, honestly, as long as you pay attention to what you're doing, that's good enough logic. That fuel logic is good enough. What is this playlist? It's very good. Linking it in chat. I did that for my shuttle, Jared. My space shuttle. The fuel tank pallets are on panels. For that exact reason. You do not want to run out of electricity. That's bad. In Kerbal, it's just as a pain in the butt because now you have a craft that's just drifting around. You can't do anything with it. In real life, you die. Yeah, you run out of electricity, you die. Yep. I mean, that's the case with most things. You run out of electricity, you die. You run out of oxygen, you die. Run out of pressure, you die. You run out of radiator, you die. Like, that's generally the result of running out of something. That's why we have margins. You run out of helium, you die. That's why they have more helium on spacecraft than what they think they need for that exact reason. That's one of those things you don't really want to run out of. Like, that's not a good idea. Maybe compare the relative masses of fuel of tanks plus fuel cell with the equivalent of EC battery. Aqualux, I think we should do that, but I think we should do that after we get a baseline with this new fairing. You know what I mean? With the double fairing design. Let's get a baseline with it, dude, before we go further. But yeah, that's a good idea.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Plus, helium helps them float when they're in space. Oh yeah. Yeah. Hey, Barak, 64-month resub. Thank you. You run out of toothpaste. You guessed right. You die. Or your dentist dies inside. I don't want to be up on the space station for 6 months with no toothpaste. That would be awful. Awful. I just realized I have no idea what would actually be lighter. Running out of toilet paper? Yeah, I don't want that either. Run out of beer, you die. Remnant, you're not wrong, but also at the same time, I don't think alcohol in space is a good idea. Don't get me wrong, I have nothing against alcohol. I was drinking a beer on stream last night, right? Having a beer while playing Summer Car. But also at the same time, can you imagine being drunk in microgravity? That would... No. I don't want that. I don't want that, and I don't think you want it either. Really don't think you want that. That would... Yeah, Doug can't drink Bush in space. I think I just came up with the idea for a backing plate here. The only thing I'm kind of meh about is that it's a lot of parts. Looks good though. It's 12 extra parts. We could do it with one. That's a good idea. Not bad. But yeah, can't help but think we could do that with one part, with a 1 point, if we find the right 1.8 meter part. That's the only part that I can't really transfer over. You know what I mean? From the original design. I don't want to put a fairing plate back here to cover it up because it's just going to do the same thing that that one does, and that's the problem that I'm trying to avoid. Now, what really pops into my mind is an engine plate. But engine plates have very wonky aerodynamics, and I'm not sure I'm about that life either. Their aero is very strange. I resumed my save from MSC for After Hours last night, Christian. Yeah, I did it after I was wrenching on the Camaro. Oh, Hooded. Sorry. You asked a question about your communications network, and I asked you back. Did you? You probably replied, and I probably missed it because I'm an idiot. Looks like Aqualex picked up the slack, though. Thanks, man. Yeah, we'd have to test it. Maybe, should we, I don't know. I'm debating whether we should attach that now or... Let me just see if there's another piece that we could use that's 1.8. There's the fairing plate, but I don't want to do that. There's the service module. Definitely don't want to do that. There's a heat shield. I think that would be too much mass. Well, I didn't want to reconfigure my fuel tanks. That, RJ, that's something that we should do down the road. Coyote Bong Water, what's up, man? Long time no see. Glad to see the channel still going strong. We're going, man. We're going. Yeah. Just doing our thing. Keep doing your thing, man. Yeah, the fuel tank would have been my suggestion. They're 300 kilograms with no ablator. I just checked. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it. We'll just leave it open and just, yeah, we'll see. So speaking of that, let's grab these things. My thrusters, or my main thrusters. You could use a fairing base. Well, Forge, that's what I was doing in my original design. And the fairing base back there is what's screwing up my aerodynamics. So that's a good idea, but that was my first idea. And that the whole reason I redesigned Dart is because I don't want a fairing base back there. But yeah, good thinking though. The open, you know, after we put everything in there, the open look might not be the worst, but there's no 1.8 pizza plate. I don't think so. No. There's 1.25 and then 2.5. Flags would work, Hellfish. Yeah. They would work. You'd just need 12 of them, from what I can tell. Like I would have to. Well, I don't know. Maybe we could try 8. Space Butte probably isn't fun. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Ren, that whole drunken space is not a good idea. Just a little bit of open space around the docking port, and you know what? I don't really mind that. It just looks like, yeah, there's space for the docking port. Yeah, that doesn't bother me, dudes. Hey, Sea Kraken, what's up? Once again, I'm trying to get this as close to the original thing as possible, right? As close as I can to this, but without the fairing plate sticking off the back. So that doesn't mean we can't do upgrades in the future. I just want to try to get it as close as possible. So I'm actually seeing a ton of stuff that we probably can and should upgrade here with Dart. Yeah, I'm noticing a good amount of things actually. But I'm trying to get a baseline with my double fairing fuselage that looks like this. And then, you know, we'll bring it into the wind tunnel in our baseline config, which is just a redesigned pressure vessel, which is basically redesigning the entire spacecraft. And we'll start reconfiguring stuff from there. Found this meme. Today is the 2-month anniversary of our 10-day mission. Yep. I want to see the evidence between engine plate and something else. Yeah, Ren, I'll keep the flags for now, but once again, even paying the part count for 8 right there that's a lot in my mind. I really think we should do an engine plate, but I'm worried about the engine plate's wonky aerodynamics. So that's why I'm kind of willing to take the hit on the flags, because these flags are physicsless anyway. So it's not that much of a burden as like having 8 like panels there or something. But we'll see. Won't it be included in the fairing? Yeah, RJ. Yeah, but well, I don't know that for sure. That's what I mean. We got to prove it. And I don't want to have to sit there and redesign this around the engine plate when when I'm just trying to get a new baseline. You know what I mean? I don't mind the panels. I think they look good. Or the flags. We managed to do it with 8. I don't like how there's a little gap there, but we could cover it up. But yeah, let me see how this thing kind of works. What I really wanted to do, what I thought would be a great idea, is to put a 1.8 fuel tank in there. Actually, what I was thinking about putting in there for the future is just that. Like that. Accomplishes the same thing, gives Dart way more fuel. Actually 45. So we would have 90, and there we have 99. That's 10 extra liters of fuel. I think it's liters. We'll just say units. The 1.8, yeah, I mean, there's that. That gives me less fuel. And then, and then that, which, that's too much. There's also this one. That gives you less fuel as well. Don't really want to do that. I forget what my exact reasoning was for going with 2 FLT 100 tanks. I'm sure I had a good reason for it though, but the whole reason was weight balance. If you say so. Okay, so we got our fuel cell. Now this was changed by me. We originally had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surrounded by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the 2 spurring bearings were in direct line with the panometric fan. I think that's what I did originally. I got Thomas the Tank Engine stuck in your head. Sorry. Yeah, that's my bad. I need to go look at the emission mode saves. We gotta find a picture of Dart. Yeah, that was a cool project. Yeah, there's the helicopter. That thing was pretty sweet. We used the panels to make an arrow shell. But, you know, people are gonna say, oh, that thing is so heavy. Yeah, the panels, these small panels don't weigh very much. Believe it or not. And people say, well, it's going to make so much drag. It's a helicopter. It doesn't go fast. This was the very early parts of mission mode. Yep, there's the VAB. First time I built it. Dart should be here momentarily. Dart, there it is. There's our first picture. Okay. I did this wing like that with this wing off the back. You can use the fairing body lift to shift your center of pressure forward and get a higher pitch up balance point at higher speeds with less aero trim. Why do you think I went with the double fairing design, dude? That was the exact reason. Yeah, shift the center of pressure. So Kerbal understands this as a fuselage and doesn't understand it as a bullet. That was the whole idea. Hey guys, I'll be right back 1 second. This not gonna be a long break. I smell something burning, and I just want to make sure that like my neighbor's burning firewood or something, and my shop isn't burning down. I think that's fair. Like, let's take a look. Any smoke in there? I don't see any smoke, but you know, I'm gonna go make sure. I'll be right back 1 second. We can confirm that nothing is burning down. My neighbor has a wood fire going. Cool. Excellent. Good to know. All right, back to work. All right, so I went with the original tail here, but yeah. Did I really not have any control surfaces on the damn tail? Nah, guy's just, he's got a wood fire, dude. People do that all the time down here, dude. People get a fire going in the backyard, they burn off brush. Because I live in the woods, and it's awesome. I really put this thing out there with no... We got this back to the runway with no speed brake and that crazy nose down pitch authority. Dude, that was luck. That was so luck that happened. I can't believe, dude, I would not fly dart again if that was the case. I'd be like, no, we're not doing that. Entertain us and play the Stationeers clip. Headphone users.
Point here.
Headphone users.
Run! Run! It's on fire! Everything's on fire! Why did you do this? What? Oh, jeez! Just close the door! No! No! My baby is burning! Ah!
Oh god.
No! Not a good time for this! Run! Run!
So bad. All right, one more time.
Run! Run! It's on fire! Everything's on fire! Why did...
Man, I'm really happy my mic was far away from my mouth. That would have... Yeah, okay. That needs to be an alert? What? What, that?
Ah!
What the hell am I gonna make that an alert for? Sub bombs? Somebody get me a sound clip of it and then we'll talk.
Ah! Ah!
It's so bad, dude. It's so bad.
Ah! Ah! Run! Run! It's on fire! Everything's on fire!
Okay. All right. That's enough. That's enough of that. I never pass this. In fact, never show this part again. What a dork. Right? When will we get another Stationeers stream? I'll think about it. I think about it. Can we watch the VOD of Dart's last mission? I'm sure it's out there, Homing Pigeon, on the YouTube VODs channel, but I don't know where. Your streams are keeping me entertained during the tropical storm. Gentlemen, from this day forward, you will all refer to me by the name Debbie. No. Yeah, well, hey, SN15 over in the YouTube chat. Stay safe, man. Stay safe, dude. Tropical storms suck. I need to focus. Do we have to watch that? I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this at all. Knowing what I know about fault tree, flight analysis, and systems engineering, I never would have flown that thing, ever. That sucks. Well, dude, the landing gear problem screwed me there. Dude, I put that thing right down at a perfect glide slope, and the landing gear was like, nah. All right, I need to focus. Yeah, Havix, but I actually found a fix for it when we restarted kind of this whole Dart Endeavor thing. I found a fix for it. The fix is to tilt the landing gear down so the landing gear is parallel to the ground when you touch down. So if your landing gear is like this, right? And you're trying, so say my thumb is the landing gear wheel, right? And you're trying to touch down, right? The landing gear likes to touch down like this. If you try to touch down like this, it freaks out. That's what I've noticed. So what I did was I tilted my landing gear down. So when my vehicle pitches up, the wheel touches down right, and it works. Works great, actually. Yeah, never had a problem. We did plenty of drop tests and plenty of suborbital flights with Dart. With this version, works fine. Yeah, works just fine. The reason why I remembered, and I don't know why I didn't remember this during the actual Dart program, the landing gear collider, the one that's used to detect collision with the tire, is not circular. It's a square. It looks like this. So if you have that square and you land sideways and it lands on a point of the square, the landing gear is trying to level out. That's why. Yeah, the collider for the landing gear is a square for the wheel. Yeah, square. Did that they did it that way to save to keep the collider box low resolution. So think about it. If your landing gear has a square collider like this, right? And you don't try to touch that down perfectly on the bottom, and it touches down like that, right? See, touching down on the point. That's why the landing gear freaks out. Yeah, we tested it with Dart. That is what happens. I was about to say I'm like 90% sure. No, that's what's going on. Anyway, let's keep going. Let me find another good picture of Dart. Okay. Let's grab our wings. And I won't like fully place the wings just because I need to see where the center of lift and center of mass is. The front RCS block can be cut down on parts using the new 5-directional options for RCS. I think about it. I'm just putting these back to where they were in kind of the baseline here. We'll need to adjust the wings a little bit more when we bring this craft file out to find their final place. I'm trying to get it as close to the original as possible. Wide isn't? Yeah, all right. Alright, that's not the finalized position. That's more where the wings were in the original design, but we'll just leave it. Will this also have a Shooting Star-esque service module? My original design was supposed to have something like that, yes.
Our first group, our first stop, will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back some
Let's hit the road.
4,000 years.
Yeah,
Discovery,
4 and 5.
go
That's
and
why
drop
I
out.
had this picture up, because I was explaining it a little bit earlier. I designed Dart with the provisions for a Shooting Star. Hey Josh, 8813 sub. Just finished rewatching last week's Flame Trench. All I could say is we need more spicy EJ. I'll think about it. I think about it. Well, Flame Trench, yeah. That's... Thanks, Rocket Guy. How you doing? How does it fly? Well, I'm just transferring everything over so we can get a baseline, dude. We're gonna see how the double fuselage, or the double fairing fuselage is gonna stack up. Get it? That was bad. Sorry. That could be an issue because once again, these are set there. These are like shifted back a little bit. 2 reasons. One, the aft OMS or the aft these are the launch escape system engines. I designed Dart with an integrated launch escape system like Dragon. Those are the Super Dracos. That's to get it away from something if something goes wrong. They're really not used for anything else. Just like the Super Dracos. But I shifted this one back so I could get kind of more realistic RCS, like kind of like a Stinger. I'm not. You don't really have to do that way, but and actually, I'm pretty sure my RCS was out of balance anyway. Couldn't you just have modified the original design instead of a completely new build? Yeah, what Element said, dude. I'm kind of doing both of those things. Yeah, Forge, for this version of the tail, yeah, we're gonna have control surfaces. So Biff, I changed one thing, but the thing that I figured that we needed to change from wind tunnel testing was the fuselage. So it's the same vehicle with a slightly modified fuselage. Like, what's modified? I know that's the next question. The fairing plate at the back. This one doesn't have the fairing plate at the back, but you see a fairing there. It's 2 fairings that are facing forward. One's facing forward and one's facing backwards. That's the design. Why would you do that over this? Kerbал's aerodynamics basically has all the aerodynamics of the fuselage get imparted on the vehicle at the fairing plate. So it's not aerodynamically reading Dart's fuselage. It never did. It's not reading Dart's fuselage as the center. It's not getting the right center of pressure. All the aerodynamics from everything that's highlighted on here, save for the wings, is getting applied at that point. That's the reason why Dart wanted to nose down so bad all the time back in the day. So what I did was I put 2 fairings that are crisscrossed on each other. You can see one right there is facing that way, and then my root part is a fairing that's backwards facing right there. That'll make it so Kerbal will understand that this is a fuselage and not a bullet. So aerodynamics will be applied at the center of pressure of the vehicle. Or center of mass of the vehicle. The center of pressure will be applied at the center of mass of the vehicle. Does that make sense? This basically fools Kerbal aerodynamics into reading Dart's fuselage like it should. Yeah, so Biff, yes and no. Yeah, yes and no. That's as far forward as that it can go with port clips in the motor. You know what? I am gonna make a change here. It, once again, shouldn't affect aero or anything too much. Because I did run this wing on a certain version of Dart. This wing. And I will put control surfaces on this. What control surfaces? I don't know. Yeah. Rock, okay, what I decided to do was re-baseline Dart with my mission mode versions. okay? This, I want to make it look pretty much almost exactly in the configuration that it was during mission mode. And then we'll make modifications based off of that. Now this, the modifications that I did do to this are only, all these modifications that we made were in an effort to try and overcome the center of pressure being at the very back of the vehicle. So I don't think it would be wise to incorporate those design changes into my rebaseline, especially since all of those changes were based off of that fuselage. So I'm trying to rebaseline Dart in a configuration that's going to, that would be basically the last version of it that I used during mission mode when it killed Jeb. Have you checked wind tunnel recently-ish? No. I am going to get us a baseline here after I transfer all the parts over to it. We're actually really close to doing that. I just got to put the gear and some extra accoutrement. Accoutrement? What the heck is that? And then we should be good. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I'm trying really hard not to change anything because any changes that I do right now are based off of no analysis, right? So, you know, that was the idea behind going back to the big stab. But the thing is that going back to the big stabilizer now interferes with the back end of the vehicle. Because the wing clips in a little bit. I'm just worried about having stuff sticking off the back because Kerbal Aerodynamics could do the same thing with a part that's sticking out the back of the fairing. Understand? So I'm kind of like, you know, I want to figure out if the aero is screwing this up, but I have to build it to figure out if the aero is screwing this up. But I'd like to find out if the aero is screwing it up before I build it. So I'm kind of like, you know, pick one. In this scenario, right, you just pick one. Accoutrement, what the heck is that? Aerospace engineering is the king of the chicken or the egg problem. Dude, for real. I'm wondering if we could use the propellers to do some X-37 style stabs. Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe the propellers. Do we have a smaller one? Too small. Too big. Or not big. This thing would look good with some X-37B stabilizers. So, here, check it out, guys. The X-37B has 2 vertical stabilizers coming off the back, see? Like that. They're made out of reinforced carbon-carbon as far as I can tell, and I honestly have no idea whether those actually deflect or not. My guess is that they do, because this thing needs a speed brake. Have you tried using the tail fin part for the tail? The tail fin part. It's too big. Too big. But would they work? Yeah, see. Those actually, I like the dihedral tail. That looks really cool. And the interesting thing is that at low angles of attack, those are in the flow, so they don't get occluded like the shuttle's tail. Part of another thing that made the shuttle so difficult to fly is that the vertical stabilizer's back here. How does the vehicle re-enter? It re-enters like this. If your tail is right here and you're re-entering that way, your tail isn't doing anything. It's not in laminar flow. It's in turbulent flow, so it's useless. It only really comes into play when you get down further into the atmosphere. That's why part of the reason, you know, people ask me like, does the shuttle use RCS or aero surfaces to come down? There's an overlap. There's a big overlap. There's a part there's part of the shuttle's regime, from what I understand. I actually went and read a little bit about it, more based off of what we were talking about the other day. There's parts of the shuttle's regime where it is using the RCS for yaw and aero control surfaces for yaw at the same time. Yeah, it's just a little bit of an overlap because the tail is doing nothing because there's a fuselage in the way. Isn't the speed brake on the back? Yeah, Rocket Guy, it is. I'm trying to wonder if those are static. I mean, yeah, I guess the speed brake is up there. Do you think these things do that? Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I'm pretty sure if I knew that, I wouldn't be telling you, right? Like, who knows? Yeah, it looks like there's a seam for sure. Yeah, there is the speed brake right there. It kind of looks like they do. Yeah. But in this picture, it looks like they really don't. Is there a video one approaching and landing? There's like very short video, Jim. I don't think it's enough to get us what we're looking for, but we'll check. You want to know what's crazy to me? How do you crap this out? Arguably more complicated. How do you make this and then have the problems that you're having? It doesn't make any sense. What a dope freaking vehicle. That's so cool. Yeah, see, it's not really enough to tell. Not even arguably. Right. It's really hard to see if they're moving or not. That's a legit approach, uncapping, yeah. That's the real deal. Look at Dad watching in the background. I'm proud of you, son. Good landing. Good landing. You should be proud of that landing, son. You look at me when I'm talking to you, son. Goatman, what's the name of the video? Are you landing, son? Yeah, Dad. Yeah, Dad. How was your day? Great, Dad. Bye-bye. Can I link it? Yeah, sure. Yeah, really, it's really hard to say. Anyway, yeah. Dude, I'm wondering, those stabs might do it. I remember seeing it a while ago, okay? Outstanding! All right, go, man. Link it up in Twitch chat. Go ahead. At least if you get zapped, I can see the link. Those would be actually kind of cool. You know what? I think for now, I'll just put this in there. We got to do a lot of analysis there. Man, not having that big old fairing plate on the back definitely changes the profile of the vehicle. This thing looks a lot more sleek, which is interesting because it's the exact same parts in the exact same spots. The spacecraft better be squared away so much that the Virgin Mary herself would be pleased to ride it into space. Those toilets better be so clean the Virgin Mary herself would be proud to go in there and take a dump. What is this, Hellfish? Liberty Media, in an earnings call today, acknowledged the Department of Justice is investigating the company over antitrust violations for refusing Andretti Global's entry into F1. Liberty says it is not against expansion and will fully cooperate. You don't... yeah, exactly, Buck. No, sir. What? What? I'll just leave that like that for now. Now we gotta transfer over the antenna. This is the short wave antenna. You, John Wayne? Is this me? Who said that? Who the frick said that? A donut fuel tank? How did it get here? I don't know why I attached that last RCS thruster like that, but I can use that to get a location on where this thruster quadrant needs to be. Okay, avionics is next. I'm pretty sure I attached that on an interstage node. That thing was basically underneath the front window, right there. Cool. Goatman the second. Hey AJ, sorry it took so long. Okay, cool. I got it, man. Thank you. Like, I can see it even if it axes it from the chat. I don't see him moving, dude. I don't see it moving at all. No, it's not. It's just chilling. All right, cool. Well, thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, now batteries. Oh, that's right. We have to put the struts through here. This holds the crew tanks in place. This is a forward locator strut for the crew tank. All right, so there was also, I put an antenna in here, a long-range antenna inside of the fairing. Okay. And then a couple of batteries and a couple of RCS tanks, and I think we're A-okay. How did I mount the batteries? They're mounted face down. How far was that battery away? I put these down here and I made them like this for a very specific reason. Because of mass balance. Okay. It's fuel cells, Filch. EJ, has your team ever heard of... No, I don't know who that is. Okay. Now we have twin RCS tanks. Why did I do twin? Why not? Why not that? That's 50. Okay, making an executive decision. I'm gonna do that instead. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of, Animal. It must have been for moving around COM, so... I was gonna say, you know, screw it, but no. I gotta baseline it. See, that's what I mean. I'm sitting here like, oh, I can upgrade this, I can upgrade this. This is such a good idea, we should upgrade this. No! Stop it. Stop it, EJ. Alright. It is sticking out the bottom just a smidge, but... that's okay. Okay. The last couple of things were some grip pads that I had to block off the back of the wing. That was the last thing. You know, I think those rudder vaders may actually articulate some. Definitely nothing definitive, but some public research released research presentations from Dryden show the control surface assembly, including a crank arm and a torque motor. I think they're called rudder vaders. Dude, we could achieve the same effect with fan blades. You know, just remove from symmetry, mirror it, and then flip it around. We could make rudder vaders. And those would actually be super good because of how the blades are coated. The blades have insane moment. They're really, really high because that's the way the developers made them. Like, Rocky, I was thinking, you know... just pretend those are symmetrical right now. In a future design, we're gonna have to unsymmetry them, Samcar. What is this? Spacecom statement on the breakup of the Chinese Long March 6A rocket. To confirm the breakup of the 6A rocket. Yeah, China launched their Starlink ripoff into space the other day, and it, yeah. The Long March 6A launched on August 6, 2024, resulting in over 300 pieces of trackable debris in low Earth orbit. Spacecom has observed no immediate threats and continues to conduct routine conjunction assessments to support the safety and sustainability of the space domain. Let's just say it didn't work. It long march in. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it didn't end well. All right. Nah. Yeah, that's the right place to put those. All right. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we got to put the landing gear on now. Last, if you want to see what I was referencing, slide 8 for what you're referring to. Oh, those definitely move. Not much. I mean, dude, look at the throw on that crank arm. They don't move very much. It's like maybe a degree in either direction but actually, let me look at this. Yeah, the throw on that crank arm is nothing, Rocket Guy. It's nothing. That's actually a super interesting way to make that work, dude. That's some pretty gnarly engineering. But yeah, that doesn't move very much. The throw on the arm is the dead giveaway. Slide 5. Yeah. 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 The reason why this looks strange is because it's made out of Inco. The whole thing is Inco. Yeah. You know why? Remember what I was saying a little bit earlier about how those are in the hypersonic laminar flow? Basically, they get in the way of the fire, so they need to be able to... it looks like they made the outside out of Inco or RCC or something. Something that can take a lot of temperature because those things are in the plasma knife for a second. Yeah, not crazy. Could you use the advanced canards instead of blades? We could, sure. Inconel internal carbon silicate carbon dioxide. Silicon carbon. Yeah. It's not RCC, it's CSC. CSIC. Yeah, see, dude. You know what sucks about this? This is all stuff that the actual space shuttle could have really benefited. Guys, not a lot of people know that the X-37 is the result of all the R&D for the shuttle program that could have upgraded a bunch of things on the shuttle program, but didn't. It's all derived from the shuttle. Yeah, that's really, really annoying. Yeah. It's really annoying. If you, like, applied some of this tech to, like, the space shuttle. Yeah, Greg, that's what this chat does, dude. Leave it to EJ's chat to find blueprints of it. That's what we do, man. Yeah, man. This is all stuff that, oh man, if we made another orbiter with all these material science advancements, it'd be pretty good, dude. Percentage of max re-entry temperature. Thermal profile elapsed time in seconds. Wow, that's really good analytical modeling. They are very close. It's pretty damn good engineering right there. X-37C, Rocket Guy. Boeing was thinking about entering that into the commercial crew program, but they entered Starliner instead. Yeah. X-37C never really got off the drawing board, but it's not a bad idea, for real. I think that would have been awesome. Half day passed. Oh, that has... How the heck did they end up with Starliner instead of X-37C? There's clearly a superior product here. Why do you reckon they went with Starliner? Simplicity. Simplicity, guys. Starliner's design is not that complicated. It's not. Capsule service module, easier to make. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you, that was their rationale at the time. That was their rationale at the time. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like, like we don't have the benefit of hindsight or something. Simplicity or less risk? Well, in this case, a simpler design is less risk, Chief, but... Showing Dream Chaser and where it came in as well, any shuttle lifting body is more complicated. And if you have two designs that meet NASA requirements, the simpler design is the clear choice. That's it, man. I mean, it's kind of funny in retrospect, though, Rocket Guy, because, like, I mean, once again, this is one of those things that you would never have been able to predict unless we could see the future, right? The X-37B works just fine. Actually, we don't know that for sure. It could have problems, and if it did, we'd probably never hear about it. But, I mean, I don't know. The thing has been up there for a good amount of time. Haven't heard anything weird, and sometimes they just bring it back whenever, you know? Like, it's funny because the X-37B works really, really well. And if I'm looking at those thruster nozzles right, Starliner and the X-37B have very similar thruster nozzles. Not OMAC thrusters, the vernier thrusters. You'll improve that a simpler design is not always the best option. Chief, yeah, it's interesting, dude. See last, what's up, Crash? Flight control analysis. Ooh. Yeah, rudder vaders. Mm-hmm. Speed brake and flaps are modulated for drag control, which is required for headwind and tailwind compensation. Ideally, the rudder vader's deflection as it holds Oh! The rudder vaders are your trim surface. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Havix, I know. In retrospect, it seems like the X-37C may have been a better idea, but who knows what problems you would have ran into trying to scale that. This is not the same size as the X-37, from what I understand. I actually super like this version right here. I think that's really neat. So they deflect for a trim condition that is only typical. So that is only typically a couple of degrees, especially with that forward wing. Yeah, I was gonna say, you can't use that like a speed brake, man. That's gonna work like a... No, I guess it would work like a flap, yeah. It worked like a flap, but it's not a body flap. You know what I mean? A flapperon. Yeah, there you go. The X-37C is bigger. Yeah, see? It would have been about the size of... Well, actually... X-37C probably would have ended up being the size of a school bus. If I'm looking at this right, about the size of a school bus. Like a kind of garden variety school bus. That thing is, the X-37B, the way it is right now, is about as big as like a quad cab long box pickup truck. It's pretty big, but it's not very big. Have you ever tried making the Magic School Bus in Kerbal? You could with the Kraken drive, yeah. JP8 and hydrogen peroxide. Maybe those thrusters aren't derived from the shuttle. But wait, no, they have to be. There's guys in scape suits, so they're definitely hypergolic. Interesting. Oh, that's the other thing, guys. Another question would be, say you make the X-37C. What does that launch on? Because you're not launching it on Atlas inside of a fairing like the X-37B. You're not doing that. That was probably the other choice. That was probably the other reason why they didn't do this. Because yeah, what are you gonna launch that on? You ain't launching it like that. Has to go on top of a launch vehicle. Falcon Heavy, Boeing. I'm going back to work. Yeah, people don't ride in fairings in real life, guys. That's not how that works. You need a launch escape system. Exactly. I mean, Falcon Heavy's launched the X-37B, so yeah. F. I'm just gonna put that on there. No, I'm not gonna put that on there. I was gonna say, we'll just... Buran! Buran. I'll just put the dash for now. last. Isn't the fairing with Soyuz the LES? Yeah, Sea Kraken, of course it is. What's your point? That thing. All right, let's just skip this conversation. I'm gonna say, what's your point? You're gonna say, well, that's a fairing. What do you mean they don't ride in the fairing? The launch escape system's in the fairing. Yeah, does that fairing look like the fairing they launch satellites in? See what I mean? Most launch escape systems, so like Orion, Soyuz, in fact, Dragon and Starliner are the only ones that have an integrated system. You know, they're flying inside of an aeroshell, but the aeroshell is specifically designed for the spacecraft. See what I mean? Apollo had a fairing shell like that as well. It's very similar to this, believe it or not. Not in design, in kind of the idea. See what I'm saying? The H2O2 configure yourself as the X-37A. Yeah, probably, Rocket Guy. They're using scape suits, so it's definitely hypergol thrusters. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that those hypergol thrusters are probably similar to the shuttle. Functionally similar. There you go. Yeah, that would be the right way to say it. They don't take the time to put the flag decals on properly like you. Stars into the wind, baby. Always. I actually really like the clean look. Now, have you heard from Enraged Ares in a while? No, I haven't. Alright guys, I think we are set to jet with this new dart design. Yeah, Enraged. Yeah, he streamed for a little while. Yeah, he used to watch the stream all the time. No, I have not. I haven't heard from him in a little while. Yeah, guys. I mean, the interesting thing, you know, talking like RE aeroshells and launch escape systems, is that Dragon was like cutting edge, integrating the integrating the launch escape system into the capsule for reuse. That was a big deal. I remember when Commercial Crew came out. I mean, Starliner and Dragon did that, but Starliner was launch escape is in the service module, you know. Is she longer? No, Loopy, it just looks like that because I took because of the way I did the new fairing fuselage design. So all right, so here's what we're gonna do. Let me reroute that and we get rid of our jig. Okay, so save. Now we bring up the wind tunnel. Interesting. Not having the fairing plate back there threw off the COM on the entire design. But it is way more centrally located, interestingly enough. Now this is the part where we'd have to start messing around. We have to start messing around with the wings. So let's move them forward, which is what we basically were gonna do. I mean, that does leave that weirdness up there, but I'm not using the wind tunnel. I'm just getting to the point where I think the wings need to be, dude. Or we could just move them back and get a baseline, which, yeah, it's probably a good idea. That's where they were. Actually, I think it was one forward of that. Yeah, okay. I got you, Rocket Guy. All right, so let's dial in what we had before. So we were going 25,000 at 1,500 meters a second, right? Dry mass. We're using pitching torque as our metric. Plot it. We need 0. Actually, I mean, we'll go minus 20 to 45. It's not a big deal. Yeah. Yeah. Does this model depend on root part, or is it just assuming the front of the SPH is forward? I don't know, Loopy. From what I'm seeing here, it looks like front of the SPH forward. This thing will want to nose into the ground. Badly nose into the ground. Yeah, it'll want to fly like this. Yeah, if you rotate the crap, it messes with it. Yeah, that's right. That's right, it does. All right. All right, let's update the vessel. Fly. The fuel tank's full or empty? Empty. How? Why? Why? So, this is saying this thing is stable at the pitching torque will make it want to have a minus 30 degree AOA. Let me check. It reversed the curve, right? That's what I just saw. An orbital hop when I'm done with my analysis. That's really weird. That shouldn't be doing that. So this is telling me that it's never going to be stable. Interestingly enough, we always have nose down torque no matter what angle of attack we're at. But see, that can't be right. There's no way that that's correct. Where are all the pitching forces created? Do we need the landing gear for these tests? Yeah. I was explaining something and I forgot to put them on there. Okay, this is our testing file, so, give me 1 second. Clearing stage. We could be getting weird data because the engines, sometimes putting the engines in the first stage is what fixes that. So let's go here like this, update vessel, apply. Minus 27 degrees negative. Very weird. I mean, Rocket Guy, this saying pitching torque is stable at minus 27 degrees. You know what? We might be getting an improper reading here. Let's just verify that our data is correct. I'll set root part to the cockpit and we'll see what happens. Did we, Aqualex? I don't really remember. So here, I changed the root part, vessel orientation is exactly the same. Yep, that's definitely not it. A lot of drag up front pushes the nose down. How much drag does the capsule make? I don't know. Let me check something. Of course, Jared. I put the mission mode rules up on the website for a reason. I'm looking to see what parts does the game understand are inside and outside of the fairing. No pitching wheel torque. Dang it. None of that. We'll change that later. Shuttle this small wouldn't have gyros on it anyway. It's an exclamation point at the end of the sentence, Tim. That's occluded. That's occluded. So we don't have any yaw with this thing. Might as well not be there. Why would putting the launch escape system inside of the fairing help? I don't ever saying in the last 5 minutes that it would, Lava Eagle. I don't know where you got that one from, man. I didn't change anything. Oh, the altitude. I was like, oh no. What did I just do? It looks the same. Is it mostly because of the integration constraints? I changed one thing between this design and the last one, and that's just taking the fairing plate off the back, because I was fairly confident that would fix all of its problems, but the wind tunnel is telling me otherwise. Interestingly enough. Its neutral point in pitch authority is at minus 30 degrees? That can't be right. It makes no sense. That makes no sense. Here, let's just get a big... Something is messing with the arrow, guys. I'm pretty damn sure. This is an improper reading. Both sets. It's backwards. Those numbers are backwards. There's no way. There's no way that would cause pitching the control surfaces up causes negative pitch moment. There's no way. They're wrong. This information is not right. I think it's flipped.
And finally, for March of 1989, near normal precipitation, I should say, I'm sorry, near normal temperature.
Can you explain the problem for those who aren't well versed in aerodynamics? Zarek, this is telling me that this thing will want to fly right like this. There's no way it's going to fly correctly like that. It says it has neutral pitching torque at minus 35 degrees angle of attack. So that means it'll fly stably like that. Which, no, it will not. It's not the dual wing, Hellfish. We got the information from Dart before was right. It's not the only stable point. All right. Hey, Baramus, what's up? Good. an eye on that. Or how far this is moving up and down. If the wind tunnel information was correct, this thing's gonna want to, like, nose down into the ground during re-entry. Hands off. No, the wind tunnel information is correct. I'm just not sure why. Wait a minute. I saw something. Oops. Oh, I didn't empty the fuel. What the hell is that body lift? I don't... What? Oh, what's that? Backwards facing fairing. Also, yeah, this is not good. Yeah. Not great. Yeah, the fairing plate it didn't like that. They're too far forward. They're way too far forward. The plus side is that we made a craft that can do a really awesome flat spin. And once again, it kills Jeb and nothing else. Yeah, of course, as is tradition. Our center of pressure is way too far forward. Yeah, this design's no good. I need to move the fairings. So the fairings crisscross right here. And it's picking up center of pressure way over here. That's way ahead of the center of mass. What we could do... Well... No, the right move is, so in the previous design, that other design, I had the fairings way too far back. Now I have them way too far forward. The crisscross fairings, ideally, I need it on the center of mass. Since this fairing right here, the one that I have highlighted, the one that's in the exploded view, has its root part right there. That's the root part of the whole thing. Meaning the entire fuselage, it's reading the center of pressure for my fuselage right here. It's reading center of pressure from there, and it's reading center of lift from there, which is already on my center of gravity. So if you combine those two together, what do you get? Center of pressure is in front of the center of mass. Center of lift from all your wings is on the center of mass. You average them together, and that gives you overall what would it be? Coefficient of pressure? That's right here. It's way out in front. Yeah, it's I wanted the opposite of the other design. That's what I got. Yeah, that's what we got. We got to shift the fairing plates around. You also had a lot of drag below the center of mass. Yeah, but it's you're right, Aqualex, for sure, from these pieces and stuff, but there's no way that was the overall compounding force here. It's the center of pressure from the fairing plate. So that did confirm our results. and we confirmed a couple of things. One, that design sucks, first and foremost. Two, the wind tunnel tests are, the wind tunnel is accurate. It's accurate. Yeah. Yeah, it's accurate. I mean, Loopy, we could screw around with it and move the wings back, sure. Like we could move them far enough back to where we could get our center of lift to compensate. We could try that. Where they originally were on Dart was somewhere back here anyway. Put fuel in the front? Nah, I don't want to do that. It's moving the wings back isn't good enough. It's not going to counter the overall. It's not going to counter the moment induced by the forward center of pressure. Yeah. It did mitigate it. You're not wrong. It mitigated it, dude. Not bad, but it's not enough. I mean, we went from neutral torque at minus 27 degrees to minus here, let me click. To minus 5. So it definitely did help. But shifting the fairings, if I shift the fairings so our center of pressure is applied at center of gravity, and then line up the center of lift with the wings with all of that, oh man, this thing will fly excellent. So that's good. We learned something. We learned a lot, actually. Keep the wings where they were and add more drag at the front, or remove some from the back. Wouldn't doing that just shift our center of pressure even more forward, Lava?
Listen, Tranquility Base here.
God, not Canard.
We all know what will help. Quack, quack.
Womack, why am I not surprised, you piece of schnot? What we learned it. Bearings are too far forward, causing the COP to be out in front of the COM. The wing, the center of lift does not have enough moment to overcome COP and causes negative pitching moment during re-entry. Possible fix. Rework the bearings so the COP is coplanar with dog. There we go. Canards would fix that front lift issue. No, they wouldn't. Adding canards is moving the center of pressure forward. So is adding drag to the front of it. Am I wrong? I don't think so. That would make it fly worse. That would make it fly worse. Remember, the confines of what we're working with here, guys, is static, is pitching torque. So no control surfaces. How does it fly with no control surfaces? Right? Get that canard crap out of here. Hey, that freaking canard stuff out of here, you freaking bums. A V-tail would add a bit more rear drag. Yes, Eric, absolutely. But it's nothing compared to switching the fairings around. If the overall center of pressure was at the front, the craft would want to pitch up, but it doesn't, so that's not the issue. I mean, Lava, our center of pressure is up here, and we're making drag from the wings underneath our center of gravity. So the drag coupled with the center of pressure that is basically right around here at the fairing plate, right? That with the drag underneath and the center of lift being like this, that would make nose down pitching moment, would it not? Ship 26 flies better with Dart. Ship 26 flies better than Dart? Oh, I don't ever recall Ship 26 ever flying. That's weird. Hey, Monoprop. How's Dart development coming? We're learning a lot with the wind tunnel and validating flight models and stuff. Oh, thanks, Crab. Well, Luby, ideally we'd want it lined up with our center of gravity. So if I take all the exact same components, right, and then just shift the fairings back a little bit, dude, should work. Shouldn't be an issue. If I get the center of pressure even remotely near, and then we shift the wings to line up the wing center of lift, and we get the center of pressure, center of lift, and center of mass all to be pretty coplanar, this thing should be excellent. I mean, lining up center of pressure like that, we should take a hint from what Aqualex linked the other day when he was saying, like, get some stability. So what we could do if we wanted to be really trick is get our center of pressure right in front of the center, or like coplanar with it. Center of pressure right on center of mass with the center of lift just a smidge behind it, and that'll give us the stability. That will make it so it doesn't want to tumble end over end. You just need a little teeny weeny bit of stability. Just a little teeny. Yeah, guys, now that I know what I need to fix, I mean, but when we designed this a second ago, I was just guessing. Now that I know, it's, yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to fix it. Is there a mod to visualize center of pressure? The wind tunnel does it. pretty well. What's the name of this song? Samba of the South is what it's named. I'd love to see you mess with Condor 9 after this build, to be honest. Condor 9 is retired. MLV is an infinitely better vehicle. Can you explain center of pressure? What is the mean point in non-dimensional aerodynamics? The mean point where you basically make... Let me get the definition, hold on. Yeah, there you go. I was about to say drag, but pressure variation is what we're looking for. Center of pressure is the average location of the pressure variation on an object's surface. It's the point on a body where a single force can represent the total effect of the pressure field acting on it. It's the point where the pressure, the body lift, Sawyer. Body lift and drag are the average effective point. Does that make sense? It works kind of like the center of mass and center of lift, but it's an average point of body lift and drag. That's what it is. Not just lift, right? No problem, Conan. It's a great song, dude. Good thinking music. See what I mean? Center of pressure is dynamic. It kind of depends. The center of pressure point shouldn't change. How much pressure you generate, Q, dynamic pressure, is what changes. COP doesn't change unless the vehicle changes. That's what Q is, maximum dynamic pressure. See? Bringing it all back together. Random music question. Have you ever heard of a band called T-Square? No. Flame Trench tomorrow? Yep. As far as I can tell. Nice hint. So the center of pressure doesn't change even when in a supersonic regime where things get funky. It shouldn't. I mean, there might be some small variations, but we're not talking like moving all over the place, right? 1980s jazz fusion city pop band from Japan. T-Square is a construction tool. I use it mostly for drywall work. It does rather radically, actually. Okay, what are we talking about here? I suppose, yeah, I mean, with angle of attack here, Flame Trench is going to be so hot, dude. Center of pressure will change with the vehicle's dynamics, aka with change in Reynolds number, with speed, with angle of attack. It's why you can get control reversal. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense, Rocket Guy. It does, Roscoff. Let me just put it to you like this. Kid Hack is not Felipe's KSP2, but it's, yeah, the aerodynamics in Kid Hack are a much better aerodynamic, but they're based off of KSP because the same guy made it. Dude, you... Yeah. Never mind. Can't say anything. I was gonna say something, but I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna say nothing. I ain't saying nothing. I don't know. Nobody tells me nothing. Stuff's cooking. Well, yeah, that's what I mean, Toothless. If Felipe had made KSP2, he'd never make KSP2. KSP2 doesn't exist. See what I'm saying? There we go. Alright, so where do we proceed? Well, what we're gonna have to do Hey, Rocket Guy, can you explain to Lava Eagle what's going on, dude? I'm not. I guess I wasn't clear enough. Can you do me a solid, man? But the squad still exists. Like, can you still purchase? You could still purchase KSP1. So who's getting the money if KSP1 is not actively being developed or maintained now? Take-Two gets it. They own the IP. Okay, we're running out of time here because space news, but... How far away from are we from a test flight? Brand, you just missed it. I just flew the dang thing, and it flew really bad. Like, really bad. Like, Jeb slammed into the ocean going like 300 meters a second. It was pretty bad. Yeah, it doesn't fly very good. It flew poorly. Yeah, Conan, I'm not going to disagree with you there. Pitching moment from the elevons is too close to the center of mass. No. We're talking about pitching torque. No control surfaces involved here, guys. Hey AJ, what would you say Dart real life counterpart is in real life? Dart has no counterpart in real life, T-Man, in real life. This is my own design. I designed it. It's purely functional based design based off of my Freedom architecture. There's nothing else that looks like this. There's stuff that kind of looks like it. If I had to say what it's closest, what it's like the closest thing to, DC 200, maybe, if you really want, like, here. The DC 200, their Sierra Space's second generation space plane, looks suspiciously like Dart. It's a little sus, man. But yeah, that's just a coincidence. It suspiciously looks a lot like Dart. Yeah, I suppose Hermes would be another close analog. Close, but not exactly analogous. Yeah. There's nothing that looks exactly like it. Like, this isn't a copy. Yeah, Clipper would be another one. Which is basically what happens if you take Soyuz and try to make it into a space shuttle. Yeah, also Dinosaur. It takes a lot of influence from a lot of different things, dude. This song, again and again. Hey, EJ. Oh, hey, Sebo. How you doing? Hey, could you change the music for me, man? I'm kind of getting sick of this song. Oh, yeah, sure, dude. Yeah, all you had to do was ask. There we go. I was enjoying that. Sebo wasn't. No, you get to enjoy the emo music from Summer Car. No, this is what you get. This is what you get now. No, I'm not satiating you with the Windows song, okay? Don't you dare do Windows. Oh, now I kind of want to. See, guys, when I started doing the arrow shell for Dart the other day, that's what I was trying to make it look like. I was like, okay, you know, if we're gonna do this, we'll make it look like DC 201. What? What? I never want to hear the Windows song. What? What? Hey, the song's a bit of a downer if you don't mind going back to the samba. It looks a bit like a fancy clog with wings. All re-entry vehicles look like shoes just because of just because of plasma. I actually really like that. That's actually kind of nice. Windows song made me change streams. Sorry, but that song is bad. Apatrix, that is completely fair. I wonder what tile mechanism they're going to use for this thing. Probably something similar to current Dream Chaser. My, summer. The Mach-E is a re-entry vehicle confirmed. No.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
My summer car.
Yeah. No, not a Mach-E. The Ford Aerostar. Now that's a minivan. If I was gonna drive a minivan around, it'd be that. But I don't drive minivans, so it's all good. I love the Aerostar's all-wheel drive. Wait, what? No. Did? No, Chief, I'm good, thanks. Oh. Oh, look at those stripes. Oh, yeah. Huh. Lima. Hey, they put a 4-liter in it. 4-liter Cologne was optional in rear-wheel drive versions and standard in all-wheel drive examples. And, dude, it came with a TK5. And an M5OD. Oh. Okay, hang on. I need to see something here. Dude. It has a transfer. Zarek, it has a. Your dad had a 4-wheel all-wheel drive in northern Canada. Winter was a joke to that thing. Dude, it's got a transfer case. It's not a transaxle. Dude. So it's like proper all-wheel drive. Like longitudinal engine, transmission, transfer case from... I want one. Damn it! Like, look, it has a transfer. Look, there's a transfer case. It's like proper longitudinal all-wheel drive, like a Skyline. A Skyline has not a similar drivetrain in concept. It's not the same. But look, it's got a transfer case. Dude. All right. Okay. Here, okay, new plan. We find an Aerostar. We find a clapped out one with the Cologne V6, right? Right? Following me? With the M5OD transfer case, right? Okay. M5OD actually shouldn't be that hard to find. Those are everywhere. Ford put those in everything, right? Okay. Find that. And then we take it, because it's low profile, because it belongs in a minivan. We take it, we put it in a car. And we make some all-wheel drive ridiculousness. Okay, I got it. That Cologne V6, the 4-liter, they said it was in the Ranger and the Explorer, right? Said it was in the Ranger and the Explorer. Okay. So what we do, we go find a Ford Ranger. We get the 4x4 mechanism out of there. We put an Aerostar drivetrain in it, right? Put an Aerostar drivetrain in it. Lower the sucker. Put the Aerostar's all-wheel drive in. It'll fit because it's a 4x4, right? Right? And then we twin turbo the Cologne V6 and we make a Ford Cyclone. And there are some versions of the Explorer. There are some versions of the Explorer that came with a V8 in it. It came with a 5-liter in the in the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s. It came with a 5-liter in it. If that's the case, that means it might share that specific 5-liter might share a similar bolt pattern. So we could have like a twin turbo V8 Ford Ranger, all-wheel drive. You found the Aerostar. How much? How much? $1,800. It's not a manual though. Not a manual. It's automatic. We don't want that. All-wheel drive Aerostar is the undiscovered GTR Skyline. So, Zarek, here's another thing. What's stopping us from, like, taking that out and putting it in another Ford? Like, what if we took, like, a Ford LTD, we put that in there, and we made an all-wheel drive LTD? It's possible. You could do it. A lot of modifications, but you could. You could. I would want to make a Ford Cyclone. All right. So GMC had this truck, right? Called the Cyclone. It's a Chevy S10. It has a turbo V6 all-wheel drive. And that was the fastest production car in the early 90s. Yes. Faster than a Ferrari, faster than anything. Yeah, I know. It's a little strange. I don't think the all-wheel drive version came in manual. It's got an M50D. It had to have. If it's M50D or a TK5, it had to have that. Yeah, it has to be a manual. But, I mean... I'm going to get the funk out. Yep. Ford introduced an all-wheel drive system called the E4WD, electronic four-wheel drive developed specifically for the model line. E4WD was offered from 1990 to 1987 on XLT and Eddie Bauer trims, contrast to the four-wheel drive system in other light Ford trucks. E4WD was not configured nor intended for off-road driving. While no low-range gear was provided, the system provided increased traction in adverse weather conditions without driver input. E4WD used a Dana TC28 transfer case with a center differential, regulated electronically by a controlled electromagnetic clutch. All four wheels received traction at all times. To accommodate the added weight and friction losses, the system was paired with a high-end torque 4-liter V6 and an automatic... Ah, crap, you're right. Give me 1 second. It's almost time for space news, guys, so that's gonna... That's going to do it for Kerbal for now. We'll switch over to space news here in a moment. I just need to research this. Faster than an F40. 0 to 60. Yeah. Yes. At least I'm pretty sure. I said fastest. Fastest 0 to 60 production car. Excuse me. Interesting. I got to research this. Okay, it's a Dana TC28 transfer case. Can that bolt to an M50D? I have a 95 Ranger. I'm having a 5-liter with a 5-speed installed. The engine and transfer already been fitted. I'm trying to figure out what manual transfer case I can use with the M50D. I'm having trouble finding a straight answer online. I've just been typing in questions to Google and reading. NP208, NP205, NP205. Werfris, Alric Baldwin. Zarek, it's fine. It's fine. I have the Space News links being compiled. Just here. Let's ask a different question. What transmissions will bolt to a TC28 transfer case? It's going good, Humble. Good, good. Aerostar research music. Space doesn't permit us to get into electronic troubleshooting. Ford factory repair manual is 12 pages of electronic testing and diagnostics. While we're on the subject, it pays to establish good working relationship with your local dealers. Danny 28 is a simple transfer case. See the accompanying illustrations for a parts blow-up. The only special tools needed are a front output shaft nut, wrench, and a front output shaft holding tool. Front output shaft retaining nut is the giant economy size most units have seen. Trying to see what that bolt pattern is. Oh. What are we looking at? It's a transfer case, Reagan, from a minivan. I'm trying to see if you could bolt another transmission up to it, like a manual transmission. That's definitely not, that's not the same transfer case at all. See, we need to figure out what that bolt pattern is, and then the splines on the input shaft there. See if you can bolt another transmission to it. If you could put a 5-speed in front of that transfer case, that'd be pretty cool. Like an M50D in front of that thing, and then, like, for instance, put it in a Mustang or something, all-wheel drive Mustang. I mean, that would require a significant redesign to the front suspension. I'm totally aware of that for the people that are now. I couldn't do that. Tessa, what is the project for? Well, we were talking about Ford Aerostars, right? Because I showed chat that picture, and apparently, Tessa, those came with a 4-liter V6 with a crappy 4-speed all-wheel 4-speed transmission. But there's a transfer case, a low-profile transfer case that Ford put in this thing that makes there are certain versions that were all-wheel drive. Project Binky. You see where I'm going with this? Now, Tessa, what's stopping me? Now, not necessarily Project Binky, right? We're not going to do that, I don't think. Not smart enough to do that yet. What if we took something like that, like the Aerostar all-wheel drive drivetrain, and we put it in a Ford Ranger, right? An old Ford Ranger, like from the 80s or something, like that. Put it in something like that, lowered it, right? I mean, that one has a little bit of a lift. Something like that, right? Lowered it, right? And put a turbo on the V6. Turbo V6 all-wheel drive. Just saying. Just saying. It would be like GMC's Typhoon or the Cyclone, but with Ford parts. Because if you recall, I was trying to say this a little bit earlier. The Cyclone is just a Chevy all-wheel drive Astrovan drivetrain that's been shoehorned into a truck. That's it. That's all it is. Same idea. Yeah, Nader. Well, that's, like I said, that's what a Cyclone is. A Cyclone is the drivetrain from an Astrovan that they put in that smaller vehicle and turboed. So we could make a Ford Cyclone. Call it the Hurricane. Because it's not... Most transfer cases look very similar, Bloody. Yeah. That's what we could do, man. So you want to make an inferior Ford product? No, you know what I really want to do is time you out, and I'm going to follow through and time you out. Do it on the 50 line. It's lighter and it has a V8. It is not lighter. And Tessa, when you popped in, what I was trying to research is if that all-wheel drive Ford transfer case, the Dana TC28, what's the bolt pattern? Can it bolt to a 5-speed? Because if we can get the right 5-speed on there, then it could bolt to a V8. And then you could have a V8 all-wheel drive turbocharged truck. The Aerostar already has a truck chassis. Yeah, Flip Up. I understand that, but it's a minivan. Yeah. Actually, knowing Ford, it's probably the same chassis as this. Let me hold on. We'll get into space news in a moment. I need to read. Ford Motor Company, the development of the minivan began life in the early 1970s as a companion model to the Econoline. Ford explored the concept of a garageable van designed with a roof line that easily fit through a typical garage door opening. Okay. Dubbed the Ford Carousel. Using the 124-inch wheelbase of the Club Wagon. Okay. To achieve its garageable status, the roof line of the Carousel was lowered approximately 12 inches in comparison to a standard wheelbase Ford Club Wagon, placing its height close to that of the Ford Windstar or Freestar. Yeah, okay. Carousel also received more steeply raked windshield. The Carousel. While the prototype received positive response from Ford executives for a potential 1976 introduction, the Carousel did not reach production under any model name. At the time of the development, financial constraints forced the company to divert funds towards critical projects, Fox platform, Panther platform, and the 1980 Ford F-Series. All fantastic chassis. Along with it not replacing an existing Ford model line, Carousel did not compete. In 78, Lee Iacocca and Hal Sperlich both departed Ford and were hired by Chrysler. At the time, the company had worked on its own garageable van project for a year. Yeah, Caravan. I'm trying to see what chassis. Oh, here we go. The new van project adopted rear-wheel drive layout for two primary reasons. While the new van was given a car-like ride, its 119-inch wheelbase largely placed the wheels at all four corners. Another key objective was the design to tow 5,000 pounds, matching the Ford Ranger then in design. To lower production engineering costs, the rear-wheel drive configuration also shared mechanical components with light Ford trucks. Okay. Interesting. The Aerostar progressed further into introduction of two Ghia Design 7 passenger concept vehicles, 82 Ford Aerovan and the 84 APV, both derived from the Ford Escort. The Aerovan was a two-door wagon, the APV was a three-door MPV van. Interesting. In a break from Ford light truck precedent, the Aerostar did not use the twin I-beam front suspension from cars, instead using an unequal length A-arms and coil springs for the front suspension, okay? Rear suspension was a coil spring live rear axle fitted with the 3-link configuration. Dude, it's got a 3-link in it? It's similar to the Panther platform. Are those transfer cases expensive? I don't know, Tessa. You kind of came in right at the beginning of this. I'm just going to search by chassis here. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Most people seem to swap the transfer case to an MP205 from what I've found. Well, that's not as fun. An MP205 is a truck transfer case. That's a 4x4 transfer case. That's not a four-wheel drive transfer case. So, guys, if you're wondering, 4x4 means you can select it. You can go 2 wheels or 4 wheels, right? You have a selectable transfer case. All-wheel drive is just all 4 wheels all the time. That's what I'm looking for. Unless an MP205, I'm pretty sure the MP205 is a Jeep transfer case. Bro, they made it in Eddie Bauer trim. Look at that freaking thing. Oh my goodness. I'm just wondering if this is based off of the Ranger chassis in any way, shape, or form. Kind of looks like it is, but yeah. Anyway. Little bit of a dive there. I will be right back. I'm going to take a quick break. And yeah, we will start space news. A Ford Aerostar. Shaw. My grandparents had a two-tone brown Aerostar. Nice. All right. Give me 10 to 15 minutes. 10 to 15 minutes, and we will start space newsing it up. I'll be back momentarily. I'm just changing up the titles. Lunar rovers should have limited slip transfer cases. I mean, okay. All titles are changed. I'll be back in a second. Tomorrow, we're going to get DART working. I'm going to redo that fairing fuselage and we'll get it right. And then it'll fly tomorrow. You'll see a flight test tomorrow, guaranteed. I'll be back momentarily.
confused. I love you. Some may wonder why, but it's gone. Everything you've done, but I mean, serve your queen. Some may wonder
Okay. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Eric Johnson Space and Rocket Review. You two girls, tell your friends. The Eric Johnson Space and Rocket Review. One night only. Every night. If it's only one night, it's every night. 60% of the time, you get space news every time. That doesn't even make sense. All right, I am compiling our links here, and we will get going. Let me bring up both of the chats. All right. Let me just browse through. Okay. Lots of space today. I got a good amount of links, I think. Put that over there. That over there. Mm, mm, mm. Okay. I'm compiling. We have some Newglands news. Yeah. Actually, a lot of Newglands news. Give me one sec. Yeah, there's a lot of Newglands news. Give me one moment. That's what I wanted. Okay, I'm just organizing that. Okay, that belongs there. That goes over there. We got Rocket Lab stuff. We got Harry. Dude, there's a lot of Blue Origin news. But there's a lot of good SpaceX stuff, too. I mean, there always is. Five out of 7 days, you get space news every day. If you don't stream on the weekends. Yeah. Hey, Fancy Up, what's going on? EJ said that Starliner reeked of inexperience, and that's exactly what one report said as well. Yeah. Weird. Oh, God. Not you.
The Eagle has landed.
It's time for SPAC. Strap on your safety buckles. Put on your construction safety hats. Don't forget, Apollo 8.
And you could take that to the bank. Oh, I'm canceling Viper, by the way. Piss off. Okay. Well, did. All right. So, yeah, that Booger Bomb, that was from the OIG report. There was an NASA's Office of Inspector General, which is an oversight thing, an oversight entity within NASA. And what the OIG is designed to do is go in and kind of not audit everything, but kind of just go in and be like, hey, what are you guys doing? So you're working on this thing. How's that going? They're like the equivalent of a consultant. So you take the specs from the customer and you bring them to the software people. Why can't the customers just take the specs to the engineers themselves? That's what the OIG does. You know, most likely the guy's name is Bob Slidell or Bob Horton. You know, kind of guy you don't want to go out to dinner with. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You get it? Anyway, I have people skills. I'm good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people? Anyway. Okay, jokes aside here real quick. Guys, the space news yesterday, the space news that I've in general been doing over the past week regarding Starliner and Eric Berger and Ars Technica and all this other stuff. You know what, dudes? After that whole Twitter call out thing and that whole thread and all that, I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to be a part of that vitriol that kind of gets thrown around. I don't want to be a part of that at all. I've decided, big decision. So you probably won't see me getting up like Eric Berger's butt as much about things. I've decided that I want to keep the stream very straight on the technical. It's on technical stuff. You know what I mean? We'll stick to technical analysis, and that's it. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be part of the exhibits on Twitter. You know what I mean? I really don't. So yeah, we are just sticking to the technical analysis on stuff. And I think I've, on a side note, been kind of delving too much into policy, the politics behind space. And I'm not, took a good look in the mirror. Didn't like what I see. Didn't like what I saw. Hey, you want somebody that's good at English? Find a languager, okay? Correct, Aqualux. Yeah, absolutely. If there's technical stuff that I'm confident in saying that no, that's incorrect, I'm gonna say it. Yeah. Other than that, yeah. I don't really like where Space News has gone since I got back to doing it. So this is kind of gonna be like more of the older Space News stuff where we really focus on technical stuff and the good stuff that's going on in the space program. There's also been a ton of bad news. With that being said, even this OIG report, I will basically say the context of what's going on and kind of go from there. I won't just sit there and use it as an excuse to bark up NASA's tree either. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that guy at all, and I felt like I was kind of getting to that point. So I don't, like I said, I always said that Twitter or X or whatever the frick you want to call it is a zoo. Don't, you can go, you can enjoy the exhibits, but don't jump into the lion's pit. You know what I mean? And I caught myself. I almost did. So I'm going to be way better about choosing my words very carefully with how I explain things, how I say things, slow it down a little bit. Get back to being more patient, get back to, good technical analysis. You know what I mean? Yep. No, Element, it's not your guys' job to reel me in. It's my job to reel me in when I do something like that. And the best solution is to not. So with that being said, yeah, the OIG is like a consultant. So we have one on SLS Block 1B development. That's SLS's uprated upper stage. And we'll go from there. So let's take a look first at the upcoming missions. Let's see what's out on the range. So we have and next Friday is Starlink Group 8-3. So just go ahead and wear a SpaceX shirt. Yeah. No, we have a Starlink launch tomorrow at 8:13 in the morning. I doubt that I'll be here for that, but if I do, it'll just be to pop in real quick and then I'll go back to doing my thing. And yeah, that's a long stream considering Friday Night Racing is back on the menu again. So yeah, I want to do long streams again, but not that long. That would be like a 16 or 17 hour stream. We're not doing that. So if I do pop in here for it, it's just going to be for quick stream, cover the launch, and then leave. And then Saturday at 7 in the morning, we have Starlink 10.7 going out of 39A. That Starlink 8.3 is going out of 40, so 2 back-to-back launches from the Cape. And then we have on Sunday, because everybody just decides to launch on the weekend at a time that's, you know, that conflicts with my sleep schedule, because obviously, right, 3 launches right in a row, just at a time where I'm like basically asleep. Yeah, it's good. So we have a sky full of SARs, which is another Synspective mission, if I'm understanding that right. Nope, this is Capella Space. Another synthetic aperture radar satellite. Cool. That's going out of Mahia, out of LC-1B. Imagine this upper stage. Yeah, that'd be pretty good, man. Let's see, what else do we got? Flame Trench tomorrow? Yeah, of course, Will. Yeah. Technically, Electron is on a Monday, is it not? Are they a day ahead? These times are in Eastern, Booger. It would be late Sunday night, early into Monday morning. Late Sunday night for New Zealand launch time. Do you really need 2 J2s? It depends on what you're trying to do. Okay, so that's your outgoing missions. We have a lot of Blue Origin news. We just need to clone EJ. I mean, I do stream a lot, guys. I do stream a lot. You guys don't know. Maybe I have an identical twin. All right, so these were, we kind of touched base on these things, but I thought it would be cool to show it again. I did it really, really quick because we had a weird space news schedule because of that press conference yesterday. So, Blue Origin's new CEO is a guy by the name of Dave Limp. And Dave Limp has been posting some pretty awesome stuff lately. Here, check this out. This is a New Glenn forward section, first stage forward section, and they were doing grid fin actuator tests. They're using a proprietary thermal protection system here called Comet. And that's what they're going to use to make sure these fins, not grid fins, just fins, actually don't get messed up. I've seen Bloom post more stuff in like the past 3 months than I've seen them post in the past like 3 years prior. It's a stove knob. Oh, now I can't unsee it. You freaking jackhole. Whatever. But that's them doing tests. We saw them roll this out the other day, guys. And I was telling you, this is flight hardware. It's flight hardware. It actually works. It's not a mock-up or anything. The reason, you know, when we saw this thing roll out the other day, you could tell any space hardware that's like flight hardware or something that's a very high fidelity test article. So basically like a model of the real thing, like that's designed to do what the real thing is designed to do. You usually see stuff taped off. So with this, we saw stuff taped off when they moved it out, but see these tubes right here? Tubes! Tube. You see those tubes right there? Those tubes are HVAC systems that are pumping purified air, clean air inside of this thing. The idea is that it's creating positive pressure, so no like dust or contaminants get inside. That's a pretty damn good indicator that this is flight hardware. Also this part right here, like, see, watch, it'll just see that's a pretty good indicator that it's working. Either that or there's a guy inside of the interstage going, ah, heave ho, heave ho. But you know, there's that. But Dave actually also posted this. You guys might like this one. Are they planning to land this thing vertically like SpaceX? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What's our scale reference? Look at the generator cart right there. That's a trailer That's a trailer generator with a fold-up light. Dude, this thing is huge. Don't worry. I got more pictures that you guys will like. In the background, though. Huh?
Discovery,
Oh, yeah.
Go
I
and
mean,
throttle up.
yeah, there's not really any good way to really get that. Gridless fins are 16 feet long. All right, so 95L. Thanks for the 54 months. You can see a PTZ camera on the left. Oh, yeah. Look at the tripod down there, dude. That thing looks like a micro machine compared to this thing. I mean, 7 meters wide. That's 24, 25 feet. Actually, it's closer to 24. That's big. That's a big first stage. Now, here, you want some better things for scale? Check this out. Blue has a Pathfinder, a New Glenn Pathfinder, which is a 1-to-1 sized, non-functional, but a 1-to-1 size version of their first stage. Aqualex, you want scale. And they posted this today. They brought it down to Port Canaveral. They got to test out their recovery equipment, namely the crane and the breakover fixture, which is what this thing looks like with the claws. That's the claws. Demonstrated the process of transitioning New Glenn's first stage from vertical to horizontal using our 200-foot tall simulator. The operation validated our tooling and procedures for recovering our first stage from the landing vessel, bringing us another step closer to our first launch. You want scale, look at this thing. Look at the SPMTs. Look at the railings on the breakover fixture. That is a unit of a freaking launch vehicle. What is the first launch estimate? Escapade gets to the Cape at the end of this month. Oh, Sam, I have that picture here. Trust me, I got the goods. Don't worry. So that, once again, that is absurdly big. I mean, look at the trucks over there. You can see the trucks right there. Some of the trucks in the back. It is a monster. It is a monster of a stage. It's hard to say. Hard to see it from this picture, right? But I mean, if you've been down to Port Canaveral and you've seen those cranes, you know that those cranes aren't tiny. Those cranes aren't small. This thing is dwarfing that whole thing. What, that picture came in? Or that picture? So this is coming from Max Evans over at NASA Spaceflight. You want another little bit of reference? There's a Falcon 9 right there. There's a Falcon 9 on the processing stool. One that has flown into space. Look at New Glenn's over there. All right. All right. That's a big rocket, man. That is a big rocket. Are they hydraulic actuated or electric? I would guess hydraulic, William, but I'm not sure. So why did Blue go with such a massive rocket for their first orbital one? Because they can. What are they going to do? Run out of money? Are they built for RTLS? You got this one lined up? No, I don't have Vulcan's picture there. But we could incorporate that. We could incorporate that into our accoutrement. Accoutrement? What the heck is that? When you put it that way. Yeah, I mean, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Run out of cash? I don't think they run out of cash anytime soon, man. So, they were testing their breakover device. That's what this triangular thing, the blue thing down at the bottom. You want to see what that looks like? That's what that looks like. The breakover fixture is a way to take the spent booster, or the reused boost, or the landed booster, and take it horizontal so it could be transported back for future use. People for scale. Down there, see those little specks? This is on Space Coast Live from our buddies over at NSF. Interesting thing, it looks like there's a grid fin that got taken out. The bottom grid fin for the mock-up isn't there. I'm wondering if that's going to be a thing. Apparently, the first New Glenn will fly with the interstation engine section unpainted, so cardboard colored. Yeah. What was that building in the background at on the horizon in the first picture? That's the solid rocket motor payload integrate, or the Titan 3 ITL payload integration facility and the solid rocket motor assembly facility. The SMARF and the Spock. I think it's called the Spock now, but yeah. You're talking about those buildings over there. That's part of the Titan, the former Titan ITL causeway. So that's the payload integration facility. That's the Spock. That's where Vulcan, ULA is actually redoing that building and making it taller so they can fit stacked rockets in there, or so they could build stacked rockets in there. Also in this picture, the VAB is out of frame. It's like right there, and you could see 39B, 39B and 39A right next to each other. 39B is on the right in this picture. But yeah, there's 39A. There's the fixed service structure. That's the ML. That's SLS's mobile launcher out there. This is looking north. Yeah, you'd be able to see more stuff if the camera went over there. You'd be able to see... You can't really see pad 41 in this picture because it's behind those buildings. Why is there water in between? Because God put it there? I don't... Can I ask a space infrastructure question? Sure. So this is part of the Banana River. The Banana River is... It's a pretty big river. Tom Brady put it there? Who made God? I don't know. Let's go. Maybe if we go out into space, we can get all the answers. Yeah, yeah. And New Glenn's will allow us to do that. So yeah, this is a great picture by Max here of a Falcon next to New Glenn. It is no joke. That is a big first stage. That thing is almost as big as a Saturn V first stage, and it's as tall as a Saturn V first and second stage stacked on top of each other. It is a monster of a launch vehicle. Dave also posted some more info on port tests. What's Davey McDaverton up to? Quite a sight in the port today. Here's a closer view and a great effort by our team there. The mobile harbor crane remotely operated lift tool, or ROLT, and the breakover fixture work in tandem to lift and reorient the booster from vertical to horizontal so we could transport it back for refurbishment and reflight. Coming soon, a full recovery rehearsal with our landing vessel. Oh yeah, speaking of that, boop. This is coming from Gab Cornwell, who kind of is the NSF unofficial boat guy. He's the boat guy. Oh look. LPV-1 underway from its port in France, heading to Port Canaveral, being towed by the tug Harvey Stone. There's Blue Origin's landing ship for New Glenn's. Is the building from Men in Black 3 authentic? The rocket? Yeah, dude. That's the vehicle assembly building, dude. Yeah, that's a real thing. I've stood right where this picture is taken. I can confirm it is very real. It is very real. Actually, Men in Black 3 did some pretty good homage to the Apollo program in terms of the hardware and continuity and everything. Everything is in the right spot as far as I can tell. I wouldn't stand that close to a Saturn V going off though. That would kill you. Yeah, that would kill you. Don't want to do that. But yeah, Ragger, that's actually an interesting reference, dude. But yeah. So yeah, we got, I always say, look for the hardware. Landing, breakover procedures. We have hardware being tested in individual components. They just got to put it all together. Now, once again, New Glenns is looking to launch sometime in the next couple of months. Like, it's faster than you might think. Getting closer than you might think. The reason why is because the first payload that New Glenn is launching, NASA's Escapade mission, which is a TwinSat mission that's going, I think, to Mars. What about the zip line? The slide wire basket. Yeah, those are real. I'm not sure if they were there during the Apollo program, but they're real. Yep. What was I saying? Yeah, the Escapade satellites are being shipped to the Cape right now. They should get there at the end of the month. So if the payload's coming down, they wouldn't move the payloads down there unless you wouldn't move it to the launch site unless you had something to launch on. You know what I mean? Just some logic deduction right there. Yeah, they've really been doing a good job. Blue's, I appreciate it, man. They've been posting all their stuff. Like, we would have never seen a test like this. 3 to 4 years ago, no, we would have never seen something like this. I'm not sure, Supercraft. You'd have to go check. I don't think so. Last week's Flame Trench was fire. I'm glad you liked it, Milan. Yeah. Last for space infrastructure question. Drone ship only landings? Yeah, I think so for right now, Oswald. Yeah. All right. What is better for transporting material from the lunar surface to lunar orbit? A lunar elevator or a space rail launcher? The launcher, if you have to choose. A lunar elevator would be really hard to do because in order to do that, you need your anchor point. The top anchor point for the elevator would need to be in whatever lunar geosynchronous is, or lunar synchronous. And that point goes past the Lagrangian point, goes past EML1. It's closer to Earth. So the Earth would be pulling that elevator in all different directions. You don't want to do that. Rail launcher if we have to choose. Lunar mass driver. Yes. Backfired. Yeah, absolutely. Why is there a cat in the search bar? I have no idea. This version of Windows is trying to be cheeky and fun, so they put that in there. It's International Cat Day or whatever. Why is every day got to be a damn holiday? Ugh, if they're all holidays, none of them are. Stop it. Stop this. You stop this madness, people. Anyway, so a lot of moves by New Glenn here. This one is coming from Derek Newsom, that's Vulcan in chat. He's a regular around here. He posted a picture of a New Glenn second stage outside the Blue Origin factory this morning with a convoy assembled around it. That's also taped off. Ha. Ah, that guy, yeah. Yeah, that's New Glenn's second stage. That, Oh, hey, Vulcan, what's up? Oh, hey, look, it's me. That's not small. Yeah. Does it have engines on it? If it doesn't have engines on it, RJ, this is like a near complete testing article. It might. It's possible. I don't know, Vulcan, what say you? Yes, it do. There you go. They wouldn't tape this stuff off unless there was flight hardware on it. You know what I mean? So, like I said, you want to minimize FOD. Thing is, it's really hard to do that when you move something outside. That's why if you look at, like I said, if you look at these tests, there's HVAC all over the place because they can't test this inside. They're not going to test outgassing the RCS indoors. That's probably not smart. So, see, all this is pumping positive pressure in there. It's pumping air in there, and the air is trying to escape, and that makes it so nothing goes in. I very much guarantee you that that's the same case is going on here with its transport vehicle. It probably has some kind of HVAC. Hold on, let me get the link for you. Right? It's like Andy Warhol made supersized cans in his second life. Oh God, it does look. Here's the. Oh, okay. Here's a post from Dave Limp. Dave Limp. Dave Limp. Dave Limp. No, get out. Get out. I'm not cool. I'm not that cool. Get out. Get out. Get out. Oh yeah, no, that has engines on it. You can tell because of the way it is. Also, I want to point out that this picture is looking at 3 stories of gantry, and the stage is taller than that. Okay. Okay, that's not small. No, that's not small. Thank you, Vulcan, for that picture. Appreciate it. So yeah, we have the landing platform vessel. We have the second stage. They're testing the breakover fixtures, and they're testing pieces of the first stage. So guys, I'll be honest with you. You know, if I didn't see all this and Blue said we're going to launch in October, I'd be like, all right, cool. Yeah, have fun. Yeah, you and me both. Right? Thanks, Vulcan. Very cool. If they weren't showing all these tests and stuff, I would be very skeptical that that's going to happen. But honestly, it's what I always say. Hardware speaks volumes, right? I could say I'm going to launch my moon rocket in a week. Where's the moon rocket? Oh, God.
Here. The Eagle has landed.
Damn boy, she thick.
Okay. Yeah. The breakover fixture is there. We've seen the engine section is there. We've seen the forward skirt interstage section. That's there. Second stage is there. We know the tanks for the first stage exist. They're definitely there. All the pieces are there. We know they have the fairing there too. I mean, they make everything there. That's why it's all there. But it's all, dude, everything's there. This is all the pieces that you need, and the payload's going to be there in a month. It's going to happen sooner rather than later. And when it does, man, that's going to be nice. It's going to be really cool. Speaking of that, Harry Stranger had this tweet. Harry's the guy that likes to look at stuff on Earth. Earlier this year, Blue Origin applied for a patent describing a method of securing New Glenn's first stage to a landing platform using energetic welding. The system built into one or more landing legs would allow for quick and safe securing of the vehicle at sea. Itself to the deck. Okay. Systems and methods for bonding objects using energetic welding are disclosed. A representative system includes a launch vehicle portion, one or more landing support elements positioned to support the launch vehicle portion when the launch vehicle portion lands on the landing surface, and a bonding device carried by at least one of the landing support elements and configured to form a bond between the bonding device and the landing surface when the launch vehicle portion is on the landing surface. The bond may include a weld. A further representative system includes a bonding device with an energetic material and an anchor element, wherein activating the energetic material deforms the anchor element into a landing surface to form a weld between the bonding device and the landing surface. A representative method includes automatically bonding a portion of the launch vehicle to the landing surface in response for a landing. Okay. I guess it just thermite welds itself. Yeah, the landing legs have little bits of thermite in them. or some type of energetic welding material. It's the hold downs for the barge so it doesn't fall off. Yep. I'm, you know what, dude? I'm not one to say that I know better or I know worse. Something about that doesn't jive right in my head. But whatever. Hey, they know more about this than I do, you know? Like, okay. Yeah. Hey, I mean, to be honest with you guys, I don't think they would be patenting this right, like, 2 to 3 months before they go to launch. This is probably something that would have been patented a long time ago. So maybe this is something for a future version, and perhaps they have a different stowing mechanism now. The engine is going to light it when it's about to hit the deck. That's a thing. Filed December of last year was on the page. Where? Patent pending for October. Uh-oh. Published date April 18th, 2024.
Discovery,
Hey, Ren,
go and throttle up.
112-month resub. I really like what you're showing me right now. Filed on the left, December 28th, 2023. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. Maybe they will do it. We'll see. You'll definitely know, because sparks, it'll look like the landing legs spot welded themselves to the deck of the drone ship. Which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's pretty neat. Yeah, here. Check this out, guys. Look at this other picture from the breakover test this afternoon. This is from Port Canaveral. Look at Falcon 9 on the right. Falcon 9 is right here. That actually, this is why I showed you. I saw this, that this picture actually is, yeah, this one actually purveys scale pretty well. Like it shows you the scale pretty dang well. Falcon 9 is not small. Stood next to one. It's not small. That also is not small. Those look like toy cars. It looks like tilt shift. It really does. That is ridiculous. I'm telling you, man, New Glenns is big. Very big. It's fun to say it is small. It's fun to say it is big. Look at the girth. Yeah, the girth. Yeah, Blue bought that crane and everything. That big lattice roller. Look at the freaking girth. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. That's pretty nuts. Also, high reusable Saturn 1B. It's kind of what it is, yeah. Pretty crazy, right? So a lot of New Glenns news. A lot of Blue Origin news. We're going to see that happen sooner rather than later. And I just want to say on a quick side note that Dave Limp, the new CEO of Blue, is pretty cool. Posts a lot of good stuff. See, there's your engine section. There's your top section. Just got to put it all together. I mean, this is from back in June, but can you believe that? Rocket engine just shipped in a shipping container. It's just in a shipping container. Like, You'd think the rocket engine would have like some super awesome payload. Nope. Shipping Connex. Whatever. Lorgen Nuglins. Does it say it welds metal? It says energetic welding, Yannick. That's what it said. Hanging out. He's just hanging out. That was in 2008. So Dave Limp didn't post anything from 2008 to 2024. All right. All right, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not gonna lie, Jeff made a great decision to bring Dave Limp on board. Yeah. Seems like the dude knows what he's doing. I don't know anything about this guy, to be honest with you. Maybe we should. What's the dude's resume? Oh, he's a Amazon hardware boss. Okay. He led Alexa and Echo. Okay. That guy made Alexa. Okay. Yeah, that Phil, okay. Yeah, he replaced Bob Smith, who... Yep. He has extensive experience in high-tech industry and growing highly complex organizations, including leading Amazon's Project Kuiper, Kindle, Alexa, Zoox, Fire TV, and others. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's probably the guy you want. You know what, guys? I'll be honest with you. Spaceflight is difficult. We all know that. Running a spaceflight company is very difficult. Ask anyone. Gwen, Dave Limp, ask whomever. I'm fairly confident that running Amazon's Alexa program is probably more complicated. Like can you imagine the logistics that you have to deal with? Spaceflight logistics are actually easier than that. Your Fire Stick broke after a year? Yeah, well, frick that guy then. Jeez. Yeah, that's pretty neat. That's pretty good. So yeah, Blue's making a lot of moves, and yeah, the new CEO seems to be doing quite well. So here, check this out. Let's shift gears a little bit. Shift gears. We have Archimedes. The Archimedes Hot Fire at 102% power. This is coming from Rocket Lab. Archimedes is their next generation engine that they're going to use on their Neutron rocket. We didn't get any video, but 102% rated. That's, yeah. I'd have to see a video of it firing, but it looks pretty good from here. Burp. That looks pretty good. If I do say yes myself, yes. Yeah, nice. Cool. Rocket Lab doing work, man. Now, Starship stuff. SpaceX posted this a couple hours ago. Actually, about an hour ago. Flight 5, Starship Super Heavy are ready to fly pending regulatory approval. Additional booster catch testing and Flight 6 vehicle testing is planned while we wait for clearance. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I already have that open right here. Additional booster catching testing. I'm very curious what that is. And Flight 6 vehicle testing is planned while waiting for clearance to fly. Flight 6 vehicle testing is planned while waiting for... Okay. Okay. Camera's in a different position this time. See that little nubbin right there? That's the cameras. The camera before was back here looking this way. Now it's up there looking that way. Oh, interesting. That's awesome, dude. I still can't believe it. Saying they're already ready to fly. Never mind already ready to fly. Backfired. They're almost ready to fly twice. Okay. Here, this is a little bit of a recap from my buddy the Burgonator. Reading between the lines. Ship 30 Spin Prime completed the testing requirements post-engine swap out. Booster 12 is ready to go and waiting for rollout. 14.1 is the additional booster catch testing with upcoming slap and clap tests. Slap, clap. Ship 31 is undergoing thermal protection system replacement, like Ship 30. Could additional Flight 6 testing point to Booster 13 static fire before Booster 12 goes to the pad for integrated stack testing? Wet dress rehearsal, maybe? I don't know. Flight 5 is likely in the September weeks now. Yeah, I pretty much agree with everything he's saying there. Those tank slapping sessions. Yeah, slap and clap. Slap and clap. Slap. OMG. Slap. So this is a shot of a Starship at Massey's. The build site is over there. Sanchez is in front of that, and the launch site with the two towers out in the distance. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. It's pretty good. Here, let's go up here, and I'll see if there's an NSF vid that we can watch regarding Starship updates. All right. This is coming from Boca Chica girl. So that's Mary and Jack in Starbase Live doing this stuff. There they are putting another tower segment on. Did they change the tiles on the flaperons to prevent plasma incursion? They redid the entire thermal protection system on these things, dude. Rocket Lab Quarter 2 report contains neutron updates. That link doesn't work. Do you think AI is going to solve problems? It'll solve problems. It'll make problems. Most new innovations do that. Bam, 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 ba 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 bum, ba 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 bum, ba 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 bum, ba 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 bum, ba 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 bum. Get the frick up, ba 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 bum. Also, look at the vehicles down at the bottom there to get you want your scale for this picture? Look at the truck right there. See the truck under the 30? Yeah. So, New Glenn's first stage is very big. That's the same size, but wider. That's the same height. Actually, New Glenn might be a smidgen taller than this. Just a smidgen. That's the second stage. Maybe it's a tiny truck. Duff! You come in here, you confuse me by talking in the YouTube chat, then you suggest tiny trucks. It's America, man. We don't have tiny trucks. How dare you? What is this? A truck for ants? Actually, so I think New Glen's first stage is probably like 60 meter if I had to guess. That thing right there is what, guys, like 55 meters, so it's not as tall as the first stage, but it almost is. It's wider, which is crazy. What was that song from? I'm blanking. Pharaoh Monch. Simon Says, dude. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Get the frick up. Bum 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 bum. Simon Says, get the frick up. Throw your hands to the sky. Whoop, 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 whoop. No? All right. Cruises in the backs. Yak, y'all, what's up? Bum, 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 bum. Starship, flap your wings. Yeah. Yeah, I said it. Flap your wings. Sorry, I need to send a message out. Dude, that is an absolute unit. That is a unit. Look at that damn thing. Bum, bum, bum. I wish we had tiny trucks. I like all trucks. Okay, I am a connoisseur of all trucks. With that being said, I love my big trucks, but I love K trucks too. K trucks are awesome. I love it. I love it. It's a little tiny truck. It's a little tiny truck. It's a little tiny truck with a motorcycle engine in it. Look at this. This is tiny. It's tiny. And look at it. It's so small. I love it. It's great. I want one. I will find one. I will have one of these. I will have a K truck. And you know what we do? We take the K truck and we put it in the bed of Bluefus because it'll fit. Put it in Bluefus's bed, and then we drive around with a bumper sticker on the back of Bluefus that says, "Don't talk to me or my son ever again." This is my idea of fun. What? What? Stop looking at me like that. Back to bases. Do truck stuff. Yep. Good idea, okay? Not a bad idea. Durham, North Carolina has a dealer with a ton of them. How much? How much? Don't you ever talk to me or my son ever again. The one I was looking at, 6K. Hey, you guys remember that Aerostar all-wheel drive thing that I was talking about? Hayabusa K truck? It's not a bad idea. Do not buy the one I want! Alright, fine. Can you get a K truck with left-hand drive? No, they don't sell them here, Paul. It's not safe. Japan, a vehicle from Japan is not safe. Okay. Sure. Yeah, sure, Jan. But motorcycles are a thing. Yep. Dude, I'm not even kidding. I love my big trucks. You know, if I could have like a 7.3 IDI quad cab long box dually like Ernox truck, big diesel blowing smoke, I would do it. But I would only use it when I need it. That is the ultimate daily driver. That is perfect. That's perfect for me. You got a pickup bed, you put stuff in the pickup bed, and you just drive around. It's great. I love it. I love what's not to like. EJ, here's the dealer's site. Why would you link me to the... I love it. It's so good, dude. Okay, quick detour. It's a you know old school Space News streams are back when we start taking a quick detour and looking at trucks. Hewitt, Scrum, Hewitt, or Hijet, excuse me. Daihatsu Hijet. Yes. Look at this one. Look, it's got a little box on the back. It's got a little box on the back. It's a dump truck. No freaking way. It's a little dump truck. Look at it, it's so tiny. Will you fit inside of it? Ironically, yes. It's so small. Look at it. It's so tiny. Oh. Oh. Oh, look at it. Oh, it's so good, dude. I love it. I want it. That's nice, dude. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. And most of these are manual, dudes. See? Most of them, if not all of them, are all manuals because it's supposed to be simple. Dude, that thing is a 5-speed in it. It's awesome. I love it. I want it. I can't keep looking at that because I will buy one. Did we both just catch the K-Bug? I've always liked K-Trucks, Everest. I have a soft spot for them. I have no idea. Manual to American, prove it, bro. 2 of my cars have manual transmissions. If I had a choice, they all would. I hate that geek. Get it out of my face. That's not the same thing in the least. 6.0 Ford Ranger. Nice. The only 2. Hey, it's an anti-theft device, dude. No one knows how to drive it. It's great. So, dude, I drive the 97. I have a 97. I have a pickup truck with a 5-speed in it. I don't lock the doors. No one's going to take it because no one knows how to drive this stupid thing. It's great. Now that I said that, I should probably lock it. But whatever. Nobody here knows how to drive it anyway. And if you do, I probably know who you are. Duff, do I think the booster catch will work? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I think there is, what would it take to do an EJ Nerdox Excellent Adventure with a K truck? Money is what is preventing that from happening. I think there is, so, Duff, okay, little bit of a thing here. This is my personal opinion, okay? So this is a model that a viewer, Yum Food Please, gave me. It's a model of Super Heavy. It's an older version of Super Heavy. It doesn't have the right edging configuration, but it's good enough to get the point across. So right here on Super Heavy, between the grid fins, right there, and on the other side, right there, there are catch pins, all right? We know that those catch pins are designed to fit into a slot on the chopsticks. They use that same thing to pick it up and put it on the pad, right? I think SpaceX is, I mean, especially after Flight 4.
Discovery,
Hey, Everest,
go
are we
and
there
drop
yet? No! All right, anyway. I have a running joke with my mom that when I finish my BA in school, she'll go halvesies on a K with you. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. So, they use those pins and say my fingers. Look at my fingers. Look at my fingers. 2 chopsticks, all right? They use that to pick the booster up and, you know, move it over, put it down on the pad, or put it down on the transporter stand, etc., right? So here's the thing. We know from Flight 4 that SpaceX is, they were like basically sub-meter precision. That thing, Super Heavy on Flight 4 landed exactly where they wanted it to. It was enough that a buoy cam that was just floating in the water caught it landing. It was that accurate that a camera pointed, caught it like right in front of it coming down and landing, right? That footage is amazing, by the way. So, I think that SpaceX has the hardware and the software, the guidance system is good enough to get this thing between the chopsticks. It's good enough to get it there. Dude, they're like the foremost expert on doing this. They do it almost every day with Falcon 9. Right? And no doubt Super Heavy has a guidance system that's lifted from a Falcon 9 first stage. Like, why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't you do that? Right? So I think they can get it between the chopsticks now, and I think they will. Provided an engine doesn't pop or anything and it doesn't auto abort, right? I think if they get that thing between the chopsticks, and I really think they can, it'd be really. I'm not going to say it's going to be really easy to do, but it would probably be the easiest for SpaceX considering their long landing history. I think it will, if it misses a pin, I think the chopsticks will grab the grid fins. I think they'll snag the grid fins. Now, are the grid fins good enough to hold the booster up or to be caught on? No, probably not. But in this particular scenario, I think SpaceX is going to use that as kind of it's a safety, an inadvertent kind of safety here. If it misses a pin and it catches one pin and gets snagged on the grid fin, right? These grid fins, the aerodynamic load that's induced on these grid fins when the booster's coming down and going into the lower parts of the atmosphere, that exceeds the static, the force that gets put on that exceeds the force of gravity pushing on the mass of the booster. So the weight, right? So the aerodynamic drag that's induced on this, it puts a force on it. It's an upward pushing force. It's the same force. Use the force. So SpaceX is going to use the force of the grid fins. Anyway, basically, if the grid fins are strong enough to be able to steer this thing back and forth, right, and not just bend off completely, right, they are absolutely strong enough to hold this thing up. Now, here's the thing. Do I think they're going to do that? Like, do I think that's going to be like their thing to do? No. I think the grid fins are there in an oh frick scenario, which is most likely going to happen. If they catch both the pins and snag this thing perfectly on the first try, I'll be amazed. It's that last bit where rockets are very aerodynamically unstable. Like they can get that thing precise, right? But seriously, I'm talking like the last 2 to 3 seconds of burn when the aero surfaces on this thing aren't strong enough to steer it because you're not going fast enough to get them to work, right? A plane needs to go down a runway and take off for the wings to get airspeed over them. There's no airspeed over the grid fins. You can't use that. And then you have your ullage vent / thruster RCS on Super Heavy. That's only going to get you so far, right? And I think that could be dialed in over time, right? It is RCS and it'll help, but that's only going to, I mean, dude, the booster's like 300 tons dry or something. It's ridiculous. It's only going to get you so far, right? So I think, if they miss a pin, they'll snag the grid fins with the chopsticks. Now, is that booster going to be reused? No, probably not. Heck, they could snag both pins, and I don't think they'd reuse it because the Super Heavy design has changed so much. Even from booster to booster, there's so many changes per Elon, right? So I think they'll snag a grid fin, but it'll most likely destroy this whole top section. This whole top section will be completely screwed. Now, the whole top section will be completely screwed, but you don't have your 300-ton booster landing on your multi-billion-dollar launch pad, and the only operational launch pad that you have right now, right? That's why I think SpaceX is so gung-ho about doing this. Because, people are like, oh, what if it misses, and what if it hits the pad? I'd only really be worried about that over the last couple of seconds, because if Super Heavy is following a profile that's similar to Falcon 9, it can basically abort and crash into the ground near the pad or crash into the water. And God forbid, that would suck. That'd be a hell of a cleanup, right? It'll only do that. It has an abort contingency, basically, where you don't have to worry about it hitting the pad. Basically, all the way up to like the final couple of seconds in that period of aerodynamic instability, right? So that little tiny bit at the very end of the landing burn, right when they're trying to snag those pins, that's the most dangerous part, right? That's the part that everybody says, no, they're not going to do it on the first try. And to be quite honest with you, I agree with those people. That's one of those things that you just really can't test for. I mean, they're testing as much as they can. They're slapping the tank because you don't want this thing coming down and boing, 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 boing. Why do you think Booster 14 has a fake top section on it? It has one of these. It has a forward skirt on it. Booster 14 has that because they're testing the pin, slapping it right here because that's most likely what's going to happen. Like I said, they're probably not going to snag both pins, but I honestly think that the grid fins will be able to hold up the booster, but it'll most likely destroy this whole thing up here. But it'll be strong enough to hold it. Once. What if they have inflatable balloons when they land in water? I'm just thinking out of the box. Rocket engines have a lot of rare earth metals in them, Ragger. You generally don't want these getting exposed to salt water. That's not good for it. That's why we don't have like a little inflatable thingamajigger. Why does it need to be caught? Super Heavy has no landing legs, Lambo. There's no landing legs on this thing. That's because landing legs are what's called dry mass. Okay? Dry mass is, the plain English way of saying it is, dry mass is all the parts on your rocket that are rocket. If you break down what a rocket booster is, right? If you break down what it is, break it into two parts. So we have commodities, fuel and oxidizer, and rocket. That's it. Just those two. Break it down. You have fuel. So you go three if you really want to be technical. Fuel, oxidizer, and rocket. There's a formula that a mathematical formula that governs how all rockets fly in space. It's called Tsiolkovsky's rocket equation, or the ideal rocket equation. You want to know what that is? It's delta V equals specific impulse times gravitational constant, natural log initial mass over final mass. It's probably the simplest rocket formula around. What that basically states in plain English is the more fuel and oxidizer that you have on your rocket, or what's called wet mass. So what's the mass of the vehicle with a full tank of gas and oxidizer? Full tank of fuel and oxidizer. Versus the dry mass. The mass of the rocket with nothing in it. Right? The more fuel and oxidizer you have on your rocket and the less rocket that you have on your rocket, the further your rocket can go. Or in this particular case, on a first stage, the more payload capacity you have. You can afford to make a bigger starship if you don't have landing legs on here. So SpaceX, a long time ago, came up with well, not a long time ago. A little while ago, they came up with the idea of having the launch pad build the rocket and also receive the rocket when it comes back down, so you don't have to worry about that. And when it catches it, it can just take it and set it right back on the pad, ready to fly again. Theoretically, if they can do it, and they got to prove that catch, and that's why Flight 5 is going to be nuts. If they can prove it out and actually do that and get a booster back, even one with a slightly destroyed cap like this, like what I'm saying, it'll damage itself if it lands on the grid fins, but it'll still hold it up. Having an intact booster, close, like almost be able to be fully reused, is better than having this booster miss the thing completely and crash into the ground and blow up. It's really good data getting your hardware back, right? It's really easy to see what happened to it when you get it back. You needn't look no further than Starliner, what happens when you're in a scenario where you can't get your hardware back and you have to try to understand how your hardware is working when you can't touch it and you're not getting it back. Makes it a little difficult, right? But yeah, I think the grid fins will snag it, Duff. I think they will. It'll probably break it. But a partially damaged booster that's still there back on the pad after flying to space and back is better than having the booster in 1,000 pieces on the ground. Better data. And you'd learn a ton from that. New Raptor 3 picture, hot off the press. Whoa! Oh! Oh! Whoa! Oh, it's like that. Oh, damn. Yo. Dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. I think I heard a shot. Ba-dun-dun-dun, ba-dun-dun. I think I heard a shot. Ba-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. I think I heard a shot. Dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. I think I heard a shot. That's bad. Okay. Oh my gosh. All right. So that's Gwen Shotwell. Gwen Shotwell is the lady that runs SpaceX. Elon's the chief engineer. She's the president and chief operating officer of SpaceX. Elon is not the president of SpaceX. He's whatever the
Discovery, go and throttle up.
CEO, I guess. He's the chief designer. He handles like the design. Gwen runs the company. She's been doing that since the company started. Yeah, like 22 years ago. She posted a picture of Raptor 3 on the test stand. She posted a picture of Raptor 3 on the test stand saying it's not bad for a partially assembled engine. She's showing it firing. It's obviously not partially assembled. The idea here is that the CEO of another company, a guy that I actually like a lot, I think he's a good dude, his name's Tory Bruno, he said Raptor looks great, but they don't need to downplay it. We understand it's a simple engine. Because SpaceX posted pictures of Raptor 3 without it being hooked up to a test stand. This is a picture of Raptor 3 being hooked up to a test stand. It honestly looks like a render that's been done by AI. Because rocket engines generally have more bits up here. But Raptor 3 is designed for mass production. It's designed to be made a lot. It's designed to make a lot of it. So Elon has been hell-bent on making this thing as simple as possible. I mean, honestly, it looks fake. That looks wrong, but that's a real picture. It's firing on the test stand. I'm telling you, that rocket motor ain't right, boy. Like, compare that to like a shuttle engine, for instance. Right? If you look at a shuttle motor, it looks like a rat's nest of plumbing. Give me a second, load up the picture. That's a shuttle engine. Or SLS's engine. See what I'm talking about? That's why Tory Bruno was like, oh, they don't need to downplay it. It's a great motor, and they've simplified the design a lot. But he called it a partially assembled engine. So Gwen posted this saying, works pretty good for a partially assembled engine. Oh, no. I think I heard a shot. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like there isn't like 50 years of design philosophy changes and manufacturing differences between that and that, but there is. Who is allowed to post links? Subscribers can post links, and if you get whitelisted by me. Yeah. You did hear a shot. Gwen shot well. Did she shoot well? The real question is, did she shoot as well as that guy? She did. She probably did. She probably did.
Discovery, go and throttle
Think so. Bacon Warrior, 32 months. Okawu had a 60-month resub. Nice on so many levels. 69 months total. Bro, that's Agent 47. That guy is the freaking man. Sorry, it's so cool. This comes up, he's just, hey, silver medal. All right. It still makes me laugh. All these other people and all this crap. The guy just watched them. Did they set a date for Flight 5? Nothing concrete, Far Night, but it's probably first, second week in September at this point. But also, well, You know Raptor 3 works. That was very quick. They showed pictures of that motor coming out of a storage facility like 2 or 3 days ago, and now it's on the test stand firing. Like, yeah. Yeah. It's so nuts, dude. He needs to come and do some videos with Kentucky Ballistics and Brandon Herrera. That'd be awesome, dude. The engine design is so simple that it's unreal. So, Booger Bomb, the reality of the situation is, dudes, is that this engine looks simple, but it is as complicated as all that, the rat's nest around that shuttle engine. The thing is that SpaceX has combined a lot of parts together, so it looks like it's not as complicated. That engine, believe it or not, its fueling system, this fuel cycle is way more complicated than the shuttle motor. Crazy, right? Like I said, man, I like speaking good about everybody that does space stuff, but dude, that is on another level of ridiculous. Like, that's just, all right. How they combined all those components, all that stuff into this package is unbelievable. And this thing is, it's lighter from what I understand. And it's smaller. Well, it's smaller because there's not a lot of crap up top. But yeah, that motor is more complicated, believe it or not. Yeah, would you believe that? You believe that crap? Unbelievable. It's not crap, but yeah. That is less complicated than that. Less complicated, more complicated. Old and busted, new hotness. Old busted hotness. If you showed that the 2019 EJ, I would call that a render. See Kraken. Yeah, I would have said that's fake. Like, there's See Kraken, I keep saying we're in uncharted territory right now. Like, dude, I know that, like, we consider the golden age of spaceflight like the 1960s. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Like, you know, Godspeed, John Glenn. Like that, and that, don't get me wrong, that's awesome and it's great in its own regard. Now, we haven't gone back to the moon, right? So, you know, I find myself often falling into kind of a logic trap that, you know, oh, we haven't gone to the moon. That generation went to the moon. So that space flight hardware is better. That one's better. No, dude, Von Braun wishes he had that. Von Braun wishes he had a motor like this. You freaking wish you had one, which is funny because that uses swirl port injectors. If you get it, you get it. I don't think we've gotten to the golden age of spaceflight yet. That's what I mean, Panta. I find myself falling into that trap. Dude, the Apollo engineers wish they had Falcon 9. You freaking wish you had that rocket. You wish. Bro, Falcon 9's better than, like, Saturn 1B in arguably every metric. Like, and if you kind of rope Falcon Heavy into that family of rockets, like, it's better across the board. The only thing I would want more from Falcon architecture is a wider fairing, but you can't really do that. You know? Plus, it's SpaceX Black. Oh, yeah, baby. Give me 1 second. There we go. If you explain 3D printed them, they'd be rearing to go. Yeah. I mean, stereolithography was around, Aqualex. It was it's a very primitive form of 3D printing, but STLs were used for casting purposes. They were used to make castings. Somebody came up with a really good idea of taking that stereolithography and using it to just make stuff. And then, you know, we get like laser sintering from that. But it's kind of like a tech tree of additive manufacturing. But that's why if you 3D print things, that's why 3D printing files have a .stl. It stands for stereolithography. Yeah, they'd use a 3D printer to make a mold for a casting. Yep. Yeah, that's what STL stands for, stereolithography. The more you know. All right. What if you put 2 Raptor 3s on a jet engine? You'd go fast, real quick, Duff, but you wouldn't go very far. Raptor 3s are very thirsty. Very thirsty. I mean, dude, so Raptor has fuel pumps on it. It has 2. It has a oxidizer and a methane fuel pump, right? So liquid oxygen, liquid methane fuel pumps. If you swapped out those pumps and you made them move water around, right, which probably wouldn't be good for it, but say you did, and you started the pump up, right? It would drain an Olympic swimming pool in less than 30 minutes. Like, I mean, you have to figure the flow rate. Like, yeah, it could drain an Olympic. Actually, probably less than that. Now that I'm really thinking about it, like, if you hooked up the pumps from a Raptor to a hose and put that in an Olympic swimming pool, you could physically see the water level go down. Like, it's not like, oh, yeah, it's draining, and then you come back 30 minutes later and it's down here. You just see it go. Dude, rocket engines are thirsty. They're very thirsty. So, provided your plane had liquid fuel and liquid oxygen, or so provided your plane had liquid methane and liquid oxygen on it, like, just say you have like a 737 style plane, you'd go somewhere real fast, but you wouldn't go very far. That's why rocket engines need those big grain silos attached to the front of them. So, because that has Olympic swimming pools worth of propellant. Yeah, it's crazy. So what if you put 2 of these on a jet? You'd go somewhere really fast, but it wouldn't be very far. But you'd get there real quick. What would happen first, flame out or the frame tearing in half from the thrust of a Raptor? All right, if you want to nerd out here for a second, if you were somehow able to avoid the shock load, because when the rocket engine turns on, it's violent. You know, you don't want to have like 20-to-1 thrust to weight, right? So, like, I don't know, fill the plane's cabin up with concrete or something. If you could somehow manage to be able to withstand the shock load of overpressure events that happen during ignition, I don't see why it wouldn't hold up. I think you'd get flame out, and most likely you'd never fly this plane again because A, you crashed into the ground, or if you were somehow able to glide back to the runway, I'm pretty sure that whole frame tearing thing that you said would probably be something that's going to happen soon. And then the door falls off or something. I don't know. I thought it was funny. Right? Build it out of balsa wood. Oh, yeah. Let's make the fuselage something that catches on fire easy and put a rocket engine on the back. Nothing bad will happen. Nothing bad will happen. It'll be fine. Anyway, Caterpillar. Let's keep going with the video. Oh, I think this is the video we saw the other day. Yeah, we watched that video yesterday. I remember teaching people about rebar with this. Is there a newer one? Let me see. Ryan has a 30-minute video about the EIR impact, and I don't think we're going to watch the whole thing here. I'd like to show shorter NSF vids, but if you want to see the whole catalog of NSF stuff, there's some awesome videos on here, guys. You can even see videos with me. Where is it? Where is it? The Flame Trench. I host with Jack and Sawyer or Trevor or Alex or whomever. Yeah, where we basically do what we do here, only it gets a little bit more spicy because we argue about things. It's great. And that Flame Trench too. Yeah, so you could see, go over there and hit that subscribe button, guys. The Flame Trench is a paid gig, so keep that in mind. Also, NSF's content is pretty awesome. You'd be hard pressed to find daily updates about space anywhere else with this like bandwidth of content. Also, there's the live streams. Like, we could see what's going on at Starbase right now. Or we could design Wix, all right. Or, oh, Harbor Freight, all right. So here's a live shot from our buddies over at NSF. The big crane is down, and it's down on the little dolly thing right there. I say little, it's as big as that car. The boom of the crane is down because they're reconfiguring it. So Flame Trench tomorrow? Yep. Did you see Gwen's tweet? Oh, I did. Oh, I saw it. Yep. I wish we'd gotten Ares 1. Yeah, Sign Nerd, you and me both. Starship is going to delete airplanes? Maybe, Duff. Maybe. I think airplanes will find their rightful place. I don't know if Starship is going to replace them completely. So, Duff, the way I like to think about that is just... think about like what an airplane looks like 70 years ago. It's a propeller plane, right? And then jets came along, right? Jets are the new hotness. Does that mean we don't have propeller planes anymore? No, they're around. They just don't do what they were doing before. They do other things instead. I think that's where we're going if Starship Point to Point takes off. Or supersonic air travel. Yeah. 2FA, yeah, for sure. I honestly don't think Starship Point to Point will happen, Goat Man. You don't think so? I think there's a very specific application, dude. Like, it's gonna end up like Concorde, where it's only really relegated to like transatlantic crossings. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, but like Los Angeles to... Like, you could do LA to Tokyo, or LA to Sydney, or LA to Shenzhen, or something like that, you know? ODST, yeah, right. I think that's where it'll wind up. So you'd ride on a Starship to Japan? I don't know. I don't know what a Starship Point to Point looks like, dude. Keep the puns for the Flame Trench tomorrow. Yeah, all right. Yeah, the irony is like, if you think about that, dudes, right? Say I wanted to fly to Sydney, right? I'd get on a plane in Boston. That's where I am. You'd fly 6 hours to LA and then get on a Starship in Los Angeles, or like, you know, float out to like the Channel Islands. Maybe there's a launch pad there, right? And you have a 6-hour flight, you know, an hour layover. You go out to the Starship launch pad that's floating off the coast, and you'll be in Australia in 15 minutes, despite it being like 3 times the distance. Oh, jeez. Yeah, big screen, I'm with you. We'll never replace planes. Starship isn't going to replace planes completely. It never will. Not going to happen. But I think it will find its place in the hierarchy of transport systems, right? Like, another example would be like a helicopter, right? Helicopters, you know, you don't need a lot of space to get them to go. You can go point to point anywhere. That's our flying car, right? Did they replace the automobile? They're arguably better than the automobile in every way, shape, and form. Did it replace it? No. No way. You find the natural hierarchy of things. Right? Cars didn't completely replace the horse and buggy. The horse and buggy's still used. People still use those things. I mean, it's more for recreation and stuff, but they're not totally gone, you know? Gives new meaning to shuttle flights. You'd have to develop a whole train system to get people to a city because you'd have to be so far out with regulations. Yeah. You should actually work out how long it would take you to get from LA to Australia. LA to Australia is a 12-hour flight, if I'm remembering correctly, Geek. That's a 12 to 14-hour flight. I flew Boston to Tokyo once, and it was 14 hours. And I know what you're thinking. Boston to Tokyo is a lot further than LA to Sydney. Why would that take the same amount of time? Well, there's that whole oblate spheroid thing. I mean, a starship from launch to landing? A starship from launch to landing, LA to Australia, 20 minutes? 30, maybe? Depending on the ballistic arc that you take. Anywho. Yeah, it's a live shot of Starbase right now. They're reconfiguring the crane for the tower. 14.1 is a backup on the test stand. There's a starship out at Massey's, and this is just another shot of the second pad that they're building. All I know is if that happens, I want a damn window seat. I'm with you, dude. I'm with you on that one. You'll get no argument from me. They advertised New York to Tokyo in like 28 minutes. Yeah, you'd have to fly on... You don't want to fly on for a point-to-point like that, you don't want to fly on a super high ballistic arc, because then you're going to come back down and you'll blow up your thermal protection system. You'll flux too much heat into it too fast, and it'll delaminate like what we saw on Starship Flight 4. That was a very steep re-entry trajectory for anything. That was a steep re-entry trajectory for a pod. But I think I have a theory that SpaceX is flying a steep re-entry trajectory with Starship because Starship's designed to come back from Mars. If it can't handle a slightly steeper re-entry trajectory on Earth, you ain't coming back from Mars, right? So I think they're purposely testing the snot out of that heat shield. I think they're doing that on purpose, but that's just a personal theory. I have no way of proving that. You'd want to fly on a steeper ascent, shallower apogee for a point-to-point. So it would, because of that steep, that lofted trajectory, right, with low apogee, you'd have to go up and kind of, like, you know how Falcon 9, like when it's launching Starlink, it burns radial out? You'd have to launch up and burn radial in. Right? You'd launch super steep, radial in, kind of like an ICBM, but kind of not. An ICBM just keeps going up, and it goes up there, and it waits. The Earth rotates underneath it, and then it comes right back down. Yeah, the idea is that it's going as fast as possible, so you can't shoot it down. That's why they do that. Nukes go way up there. It's a very steep ascent, and yeah, they basically launch almost straight up. Weird, right? Will I see you on Mars? I hope so, man. That'd be cool. But, yeah, you'd need a steep trajectory. Steep ascent, shallow apogee, if I'm understanding that right. The DoD wants it. The improvement on rapid response deliveries is so high that they're not going to let it go. U.S. Transcom, yep. They're looking at being able to plop a whole C-5's worth of cargo down anywhere within the hour. Yes, they want landings out in the field, including disaster areas. It's awesome. So good. What's that tweet? Originator. Okay. Nice. Not sure what that's in regards to, and not sure I care. All right, Duff. See you, buddy. We're in the shadow in Europe. All right, have a good night, man. Get some sleep. Look up ICBM deflected trajectory. Yeah. Hey, I haven't been around much. A little over a year, hypersonic. Okay, yeah, no problem, dude. If you had to recap the year as far as new developments and big events in the space industry really quickly. Vulcan flew for its first flight. It was awesome. Falcon 9 had a RUD, and they had to figure out what was going on with that. They fixed it in 2 weeks. And Falcon 9 launches like every 2 to 3 days. Is there anything else? Delta IV Heavy had its last launch. Atlas V flew the SF-51 mission, which was its last mission for the U.S. Department of Defense. The only Atlas V lefts are customer payloads. Greeting from Big Springs, Nebraska. Except in Nebraska. I'm thinking anything else, dude. I am utterly displeased with NASA leadership for canceling the Viper program, but hopefully that might come back. Also, NASA wants to get rid of the Chandra X-ray Observatory, which I also don't agree with, and they delayed the Artemis 2 mission to 2025? Late 2025, early 2026. Yeah, NASA's been taking a lot of L's lately, and I'm not really happy with how it's being run. But I said I'd stick to more technical things. How long will Starliner fly on Atlas? Starliner's 6 operational missions are contracted on Atlas V. So the remaining 6 Starliner missions that are on contract are on Atlas V's. That's some of the remaining Atlas, all customer payloads, no DoD stuff. It freaking better, Grab Shark. What happened with Viper is unacceptable. Like, that's not a good look. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. Don't worry about it. Yeah. I'm sure I'm forgetting a couple of things. It's been a pretty chaotic year, but we still get good news. I mean, Hypersonic, check this out. Look at this thing. SpaceX rolled out, this was actually super recent. SpaceX rolled out with the 3rd generation Raptor, so Raptor Block 3, I guess, or just Raptor 3. That's not Photoshop, that's it firing. They have drastically simplified the plumbing for ease of manufacture so they can make a lot of them. I don't even want to know what's inside of that casting right there. I mean, it's the methane turbo pump, but also how? How the heck is it running? I don't know. It looks like it's missing pieces, man. I appreciate the clarification about the installed and running Raptor 3 appearance. Ooh. Ooh. I don't have plumbing on my rocket engine. Here's the mass. Psych! I do have mass on it. Oh! Spitting super hot fire. We spitting super hot fire. Oh! The other parts are Bluetooth connected. Yeah. It's got a Bluetooth turbo pump. Yep. I'm not a rapper. Okay. I got laid off from an aerospace company. Here's the name. Psych! That's the wrong name! Oh! Yeah, Jared, yeah, there's really not much else to say. The glory days of the internet. The glory days of the internet and all of its cringe are still alive here at the EJSA. Yeah, dude, I rock. Yeah, no? All right. Can I get Bluetooth nitrous for your Civic? You already have it. You already have it. Just see, it's in the back. You gotta make sure the VTEC kicks in, yo. Say Riz in a sentence. I just did. Yeah, I think Raptor needs some racing stripes. It'll give it more thrust. Yep. All right, so we have an OIG here on the tail end of Space News. An Office of Investigator General regarding NASA's management of the Block 1B, which is the next SLS with an upgraded SLS with a bigger upper stage and bigger payload capacity. The Office of Inspector General, guys, is just, I said it at the beginning of Space News. I'll say it again, just in case anybody's wondering. What is OIG? OIG is the Inspector General, okay? The Inspector General to NASA is what a consultant is to a software company. This is Bob and Bob. Yeah, I'm Bob Slidell. This is my associate, Bob Horton. Bob and Bob are consultants. You need to ask yourself, is this good for the company? Oh, and next Friday is Hawaiian T-shirt day. So just, go ahead and wear a Hawaiian T-shirt. Yeah, hi. So the Investigator General is basically go to a NASA facility trying to figure stuff out about, how's the management structure for SLS, right? And they go in and they talk to a bunch of people and they write it down and then they come up with a report. Here's a report regarding the SLS Block 1B development, which is basically the same core stage, same boosters, but with a upgraded upper stage called the Exploration Upper Stage and a conic payload adapter here called the Payload Attachment Fitting. OIG is always probing, RJ. Who launched this investigation? OIG is always looking around. The Office of Investigator General just kind of goes around the horn if they think something is amiss. So, yeah. Once again, two things. We're going to read this report now, first and foremost. Second of all, I am just going to tell you the technical facts. I am not going to let this bother me. We're not doing that. We'll stick to technicals, okay? Or just facts, no opinions. I mean, maybe a little bit, but you get the idea. All right, so why we performed this audit. Scheduled to launch in September of 2028, Artemis 4 will be the first flight of NASA's more powerful heavy lift rocket, the Space Launch System Block 1B. The rocket is designed to increase the amount of cargo SLS can deliver to the moon. A critical component of this upgrade is the Boeing company's development of the SLS's new upper stage, the Exploration Upper Stage. Once completed, the U.S. will give SLS a 40% upgrade in capability to send Orion, the capsule, and large cargo to the moon. From 27 metric tons under Block 1, which is the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS for short, the SLS's first iteration to 38 metric tons with Block 1B. That's 38 metric tons TLI, or translunar injection. Basically, the amount of payload you can hurl at like 23,000 miles an hour heading towards the moon. You need a lot of power to move 38 tons to a trajectory that intersects the moon's gravitational well. You need a big rocket to do that, regardless of what that 38 tons are. Just on a side note. The SLS Block 1B has been under development since 2014 and has faced changing technical requirements and competing funding priorities. These factors, along with congressional directives to accelerate the rocket's development, have led to increased costs and schedule delays. Originally intended for Artemis 2, Block 1B's first flight was moved to Artemis 4, extending the development timeline and increasing costs. Boeing's Exploration Upper Stage contract has grown from $962 million to over $2 billion through 2025, contributing to the overall SLS Block 1B cost increase. In this audit, we examined NASA's management of SLS Block 1B development, focusing on the EUS. To complete this work, we interviewed officials from NASA headquarters, Marshall Space Flight Center, Michoud Assembly Facility, Boeing, the Defense Contract Management Agency, and the Defense Contract Management Agency. We also reviewed NASA and contractor costs and budget documentation, contracts for each SLS element, contractual obligations and disbursements, excuse me. I swear I can read good. Boeing Financial Management Reports and Earned Value Management System, EVMS cost estimates. Additionally, we assessed past and current schedules and quality control documents for SLS core and upper stage production. All right, what we found. This is probably not going to be good information, but I did read it a little bit earlier, so here, check it out. While NASA requires its aerospace contractors to have quality assurance programs that comply with SAE, Society of American Engineers, International AS9100D standards on quality management systems, we found Boeing's quality management system at Michoud does not adhere to these standards or to NASA requirements. NASA engages DCMA to conduct surveillance of Boeing's core and upper stage manufacturing efforts at Michoud and where deficiencies in quality are found. Defense Contract Management Agency issues corrective action requests, CARs, to the contractor. CARs are labeled level 1 through level 4, and with level 1 being the least serious deficiency. From September of 2021 to September of 2023, the Defense Contracts Management Agency issued Boeing 71 level 1 and 2 CARs, as well as a draft level 3 CAR. According to DCMA officials, this is a high number of CARs for a spaceflight system at this stage in development and reflects a recurring and degraded state of product quality control. Boeing's processes to address deficiencies to date has been ineffective. The company has generally been non-responsive in taking corrective actions when the same quality control issues reoccur. Quality control issues at Michoud are likely due to lack of sufficient number of trained and experienced aerospace workers at Boeing. All right. Okay. To mitigate these challenges, Boeing provides training and work orders to its employees. Considering the significant quality control deficiencies at Michoud, we've found these efforts to be inadequate. For example, during our visit to Michoud in April of 2023, we observed a liquid oxygen fuel tank dome, a critical component of SLS Core Stage 3, segregated in pending disposition on whether and how it can be safely used going forward due to the welds that did not meet NASA specifications. According to NASA officials, the welding issues arose due to Boeing's inexperienced technicians and inadequate work order planning and supervision. The lack of a trained and qualified workforce increases the risk that Boeing will continue to manufacture parts and components that do not adhere to NASA requirements and industry standards. We project SLS Block 1B costs will reach approximately $5.7 billion before the system is scheduled to launch in 2028. This is $700 million more than NASA's 2023 agency baseline commitment, which establishes a cost and schedule baseline at nearly $5 billion. U.S. development accounts for more than half of the cost, which we estimate will increase from an initial $962 million in 2017 to $2.8 billion through 2028. Boeing's delivery of the EUS to NASA has also been delayed from February 2021 to April of 2027. And when combined with other factors, suggests the September 2028 Artemis 4 launch date could be delayed as well. Factors contributing to these cost increases and schedule delays include redirection of EUS funds to the core stage during Artemis 1 production, changing Artemis mission assignments, and maintaining an extended workforce 7 years more than planned. Manufacturing issues and supply chain challenges. You guys remember? I said this before at the beginning of Space News, or at the beginning of the stream, excuse me, and I'll say it again. You remember when I said Europa Clipper's costs are going to balloon even though you saved money by launching it on Falcon Heavy? Your costs are going to balloon because you're keeping in a workforce for way longer than what you originally projected. It's gonna overrun. But the context to that is important to understand. Europa Clipper is supposed to fly on SLS, but they just really didn't bother telling the SLS people. Not that they could have done it either, but the mission was switched to Falcon Heavy so it actually would launch, because I understand now that a mission that's going to take 20 years is better than a mission that basically will never get off the ground. My thing is that, people touting it as saving money by flying on commercial are completely wrong. It's still going to be way more expensive than anticipated because you're increasing your workforce. This is what I've been talking about, guys. Workforce, extending workforce requirements, keeping them on the payroll for longer periods of time. Those costs add up, and they add up big time. It's very important to understand that. Also, dude, I've been saying most Boeing commercial spaceflight entities, I've been saying particularly Starliner, this reeks of inexperience. It reeks of inexperience. And it's just very interesting that an OIG report comes out and says exactly that. I don't think that's a coincidence. NASA delayed establishing the Block 1B agency baseline commitment until December 2023, after 10 years of development and much later in the project lifecycle than NASA standard practice. Without a formal cost and schedule baseline at critical milestones, the agency was limited in its ability to assess adherence to budgets and timelines, and Congress and other stakeholders lacked visibility into Block 1B's increasing costs and schedule delays. Okay. Additionally, Boeing Defense, Space and Security, EVMS, used by NASA for its stages contract to measure cost and schedule progress, has been approved by the U.S. Department of Defense since 2020. The Defense Contract Management Agency has issued several Level 2 and 3 corrective action reports for the EVMS. For this EVMS, including a Level 3 CAR related to visibility into cost, schedule, and resource needs for several Boeing contracts, including stages. Disapproved, excuse me. Sorry. Let me read that sentence again. Additionally, Boeing Defense, Space and Security's EVMS used by NASA for its stages contract to measure costs and schedule project has been disapproved by the DoD since 2020. DCMA has issued several Level 2 and Level 3 CARs for the EVMS, including a Level 3 related to visibility into cost, schedule, and resource needs for several Boeing contracts, including stages. What could NASA do as a disciplinary action? I don't know. Let's see what the OIG thinks. To improve the safety and sustainability of the SLS program, we recommend the Associate Administrator for Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate, that's Jim Free if I'm remembering right, in conjunction with the Assistant Administrator for Procurement and the Chief Safety and Mission Assurance, 1. Coordinate with Boeing, the SLS stage's prime contractor, to develop a quality management system training program that is compliant with AS 9100D and reviewed by appropriate NASA officials, and 2. Institute financial penalties for Boeing's non-compliance with quality control standards. To minimize the impact on Artemis's campaign timeline and achieve sustainability, we recommend the Associate Administrator for ESDMD 3 perform a detailed cost overrun analysis on Boeing stage's contract for EUS development. To provide greater visibility into cost and schedule estimates for SLS upgrades, we recommend the Associate Administrator 4 coordinate with DMCA to ensure contractual compliance with EVMS clauses. We provided a draft of this report to NASA management, who concurred with 3 of 4 recommendations and described planned actions to address them. We consider the proposed actions responsive to recommendations 1, 3, and 4. The agency non-concurred with recommendation 2, and we find its proposed actions unresponsive. Consequently, this recommendation will remain unresolved pending further discussions with the agency. 2. Institute financial penalties for Boeing's non-compliance. NASA said we don't want to do that. Yeah, man, that's basically how that went down. Well, guys, yeah, this basically, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of expected something like this. The reason why is, and here's the technical analysis part, okay? You guys already know how I feel about this. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. It's ridiculous. You're delaying a single stage by 6 years. A single stage. A single stage on a rocket that it's going to go in a rocket that's already built. Look, I always give the benefit of the doubt with this stuff, okay? Aerospace engineering takes time. But I know enough about aerospace engineering to know that building a single upper stage for a rocket that's already ready to go will not take 8 extra years and what was it, like an extra $2 billion or something? Now, here's the thing. I know that it wouldn't take that long assuming the right financial conditions. That's the biggest problem with SLS. Contract structuring is purposefully obfuscated. It's obfuscated because Congress made SLS, right? They made SLS. It was designed by committee. They built a rocket because they weren't sure if NASA was going to be a thing because Constellation being canceled. So it was a visceral reaction to that, right? So they regulated a designed by a committee rocket, and they purposely spread all this stuff around to basically make the thing unkillable. Now they got what they wanted. I just really wish they'd given it a mission as well, but it's okay. Whatever. So the interesting thing about this, and this is the technical part. The most interesting thing about this is that they put this rocket on paper and then didn't fund it. Guys, you want to know the most glaring issue with SLS? The most glaring issue with SLS is that it never got the money that it needed. That's why you're seeing all these problems. That, and it seems like my theory about firing a bunch of people and then trying to hire back new personnel to save cash, not the smartest thing to do. But once again, they talk about employee payroll. Look at how much the payroll spirals out of control if you just have people sit there and do nothing, and you have to retain them for an extra decade, right? Costs can spiral out of control with this. But I say SLS doesn't have the proper funding. It never had the proper funding. That's the biggest problem. Now, because it never had the proper funding, and because they made the architecture flexible, like you have one stage, you launch it with block 1, and then you have 1B, and then you have block 2, right? Because of this, now you're changing the design more and more. There have been several key decisions, and the OIG talked about it. There have been several key decisions with this that are changing the design of the vehicle, or changing your mission timeline, right? The biggest one being that the Artemis 1 was supposed to fly with the ICPS. Artemis 2 was supposed to fly with the Block 1B. And then we decided no. We started tooling up for the EUS, and then no, let's not do that. Let's launch the first 3 with the ICPS, and we ordered 2 more ICPSs from ULA. It's fine, okay. But now you started ramping up on the EUS, and then they said, no, hold off. Just put all that stuff over there, and we'll do that on Artemis 4. And then they said, all right, we gotta get Artemis 1 going. We gotta get Artemis 1 going, and they ran into really, really bad problems with getting the main propulsion system for SLS working. The reason why is because the MPS is basically the back of a space shuttle with 4 engines shoehorned onto the back of the rocket, right? That's the part with the 4 motors, right? It's basically the back of a space shuttle. Space shuttle, not a simple vehicle, not a simple thing. That's what the MPS is. It's, like I said, it's basically a shuttle aft segment that's cylindric with 4 engines, right? Hey, Traven, 4-month resub. Thank you. And then Drunken Gamer had an 84 before that. So, because, the MPS took a lot of time, because of that, they shelved it, and now they just came back to it at the start of the 2020s, and they're wondering why the quality control sucks, because the people that were working on it, they're long gone. Quality control sucks. There's several problems. Now, here's the thing. Boeing refusing to take corrective action is very interesting to me. I'm not sure why they would do that, unless the people running the program are also inexperienced and have no idea what to do with said corrective actions. I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts that that's probably what's going on. Right? Yeah, I'm willing to bet that that's probably what's happening. Yeah. Yeah. But you got to understand that the reason why there's a lot of inexperience going around is because of the changing stakeholder expectations for SLS. SLS's stakeholder expectations have been in flux since it came on the books. We weren't really sure what it was going to do. It was supposed to do an asteroid redirect mission. And then we said, no, never mind. You know, we said, let's do an asteroid redirect mission. That's great. And then we didn't give them any money to do that. And they said, all right, never mind. We'll just go back to the moon. But here's the thing. Like I said, Congress is the one that willed this thing into existence. They wrote the rules for it. Now, you can hate them. I'd say they did it because we almost did, you know, we almost had nothing. And that would have sucked even more. I don't care what anybody says. That is billions of dollars less being spent on the spaceflight economy. Not great. However, you know, they funded this project and then they shorted it. SLS has never hit its funding goals, ever. And the critical thing to understand is that it never hit its funding goals through development. One, because the goals always changed. And two, because if we did have something on the books, never even got the money for that. Shortchanging aerospace programs, for shortchanging a budget request for a development program, you're going to run into more problems down the road, and it's going to be more expensive. Here, let me show you. We're cranking open the SE handbook, boys and girls. I don't think there's a watching. If you are that, thank you. No, don't leave. Don't leave. Oh. Yeah, they're gone. All right. Anyway, so here, let me show you. This is NASA Systems Engineering Handbook. SE Handbook. The SE Handbook is one of my favorite things because if you're a Kerbal player, it'll teach you how to run a space program. Pretty useful. There is a particular diagram that I love showing on the stream. It's this one. Okay. So if you look over here, you have cumulative percentage life cycle cost against time. Okay. And then you have different timelines for different parts of your operations, right? So you have mission concept review, system requirements review, system definition, PDR, preliminary design review, CDR, critical design review, SIR, operational readiness, and then decommissioning and disposal readiness. The ISS is basically between here and here right now because they started decommissioning disposal readiness. Or they started decommissioning. They haven't gotten to a DRR just yet. This shows your ideal, right? This is the ideal path of funding. Programs don't start out with a lot of money. As the design gets finalized and development starts, costs start going up kind of exponentially. And then they peak basically right when you get to operational readiness. When I say peak, I mean funding, the percentage of jump. You know what I mean? Like this is a 20% increase. That's a 40% increase. That's a 20% increase again. And then it goes off at a linear rate basically through operations, right? This part right here is the most important part. Now, I know this is just a line, but how this would look, total percent of budget through the program, it would look like a bell curve, all right? So costs go up, and then as costs go up and costs peak at operations, basically at your ORR. That's when your program needs the most amount of money because you're turning that hump, you got over that hump from being in development to starting to do operational missions, right? That's where funding should peak. That should happen basically right before the program gets operational or right around it, right? And then from there, you're going down the back half, you're going on the downhill ride of the bell curve because operations don't cost as much as development. They really don't. operations were concept design, development, and production testing. Operations account for 50%. The rest is everything else, right? It really depends on the operational life cycle of the mission, right? But this is how I know. I know that Europa Clipper is going to end up with cost overruns because they tripled their operations. Now, why is this graph here? Why am I showing you this? Well, okay, so one, SLS did not follow this graph at all. SLS's line goes like this. It's kind of like, looks like somebody writing in cursive, almost. And the cursive line doesn't even follow this line, it goes that way. Second part of this, an important thing to understand is the cost to change design direction. So the further you get away, the further you get from your mission concept review, your system requirements review, your system definition review, and primarily your PDR, okay? Your preliminary design review, okay? The further you get away from PDR means costs balloon exponentially, cost to change design direction. During mission concept review, system requirements, system definition, preliminary design review, costs could get 3 to 6 times more expensive, but you're not spending much money, okay? You're not spending a lot of cash, right? Not spending a lot of money. This is where you're at the beginning of this bell curve, right? If you change anything, like any, and I'm talking like a radical system change, like, putting a different upper stage on your super heavy launch vehicle. The costs to change direction balloon exponentially. The closer you get to operational readiness, you're looking at a nightmare scenario of cost overruns. Now, think about that. This is NASA's own systems engineering men. Think about that in the context of that OIG report that you just heard. We are still changing mission design requirements past the ORR. Operational readiness review, right? SLS is operational. That's what Artemis 1 was. We are past ORR, changing design parts of the rocket, changing lander, changing missions. And we wonder, don't get me wrong, Boeing failing to respond to CARs is unacceptable. That cannot be allowed. You will get someone killed. Let brass tacks of that. That you cannot have that allowed. You have to find a way to hold their feet to the fire. You have to. If you just sit there and let them do it, someone's going to get hurt. I can think of a current example. If you really want to, if you want to play that card, I can think of a pretty damn concurrent example of why you really need to hold their feet to the fire. But also at the same time, this program was set up to fail from the start. Really was. Like, think about this. You're supposed to have the entire design of the rocket, the entire thing of what you're trying to do, figured out and done and basically solid and inalienable by the time the CDR rolls around. Yet here we are over here, past the ORR and into operations, and we're going back. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Because they need it to make the rocket. We're going back here. That's bad. That's real bad. You wonder why the costs are ballooning the way they are. It's because you never funded it right in the first place. Now, once again, guys, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm trying to be just straight technical. I'm trying to tell you what's going on. That's unacceptable. You can't do that. No wonder this program is failing. It has broken every single rule in that systems engineering handbook. Like every single one. It's ridiculous, right? Every single one of them. Now, that's not to say SLS isn't a bad design. It's a good rocket. Like the core stage and the boosters, that's a great foundation, but it's just that. It's a foundation. You don't sell a foundation as a finished house. Right? Ideally, in a normal world, you build the whole house and then you sell it. It's funny that it pertains to rockets too. You build the whole rocket. You don't build the house and then not include a roof and say, oh yeah, you might need to build the roof later. I'm going to give you a discount. No, that's not how this works at all. That's not how this works at all. That's really bad, right? But that's what essentially what's going on here. I've always said in the past, Congress is the one that kind of saved NASA's in-house space program. And I think that's credit where credit is due. But then Congress pretty much, after saving the space program, set it up to fail completely by not giving them the development money that they needed. If you go back and you look, when SLS came on the books, 2014, 2015, when SLS was actually in the concept and design and development phase, when they were actually like right here, when they were in this phase, Congress flatlined them and they were overfunded. If you look at the MCR, SSR, or SRR, SDR, and PDR for SLS, for the core stage and the boosters, they were actually done way ahead of schedule because they were overfunded. Well, guess what, guys? Overfunding is just as bad as underfunding, right? And then when the time came around, to actually start making stuff and really start development and start figuring out the mission profile, they started climbing up the bell curve, and that flat funding, they went way past it. And the program's been underperforming since. We were supposed to get an SLS core flying in 2017. You remember that? Now, once again, I'm not going to sit here and say Boeing isn't partially at fault here. Really, I don't think that's... No. When the Department of Defense says you're not doing this right, when the government is the one that says you're not doing it correctly, like this is not up to quality standards, you should probably take a good long look in the mirror about how you go and do things. But once again, I don't think the people involved know anything about this. I think there's tremendous inexperience because they've shuffled stuff around. The funding, it always goes back to the funding. The funding wasn't right in the first place. So, retaining technical expertise when you don't have the money to develop a rocket that you just don't have the money nor time to, on top of, yeah, of course it's going to create a fragmented mess. Don't get me wrong. That is a lot of that is on Boeing, but not everything is on Boeing. It's on NASA and Congress to not address this issue. And frankly, and that's what the OIG said, right? And frankly, the further we get away from that, the further we get into this cycle, the more expensive it's going to be to fix this mess. It's bad. It's not good. That's an objective fact, not your opinion. You're good. All right, cool. It's not good. This is not good. Bad. Very bad. SLS contract structuring is a mess. There are programs the contracts are spread out so ridiculous that they're obfuscated, so it's impossible to discern costs about anything. And on top of that, it's underfunded. You got a perfect storm of not bureaucracy, but you got a perfect storm of complacency, I'll say. I think that's the right way to say it. It's the perfect storm. The technicians and the engineers there's no deadline to get any of this done. So there's nothing for the technicians, engineers, even management to scale to. So management is just going to say, whatever, we'll just ride the gravy train, right? Because it's more money. The technicians and engineers say, I'm not doing anything, I'm leaving. Or they just sit there and collect the paycheck, in which case, 8 years down the road, hey, what was I doing 8 years ago? I don't remember. I'll give you a hint what I was doing 8 years ago. I was sitting in this stupid chair saying the same freaking thing. True. Not wrong. Am I wrong? I'm not wrong. Am I wrong, bro? I ain't wrong. So, yeah, if you want to read about this to kind of put some context to these OIG reports, perfect storm of mismanagement. That's a good way to say that, PP. That's what's going on. You look, man, I know that the thing to do right now is to bark up Boeing's tree and say, ha, you guys suck. That's the hip and trendy thing to do. I'm trying to be a little bit more careful with my words. I'm not running cover for Boeing. They need to pull their head out of their tail. This is unacceptable when it comes to SLS and the mismanagement that's going on. I'm not even sure the management at Boeing knows how to fix these problems because they're not responding to corrective actions. They're just like, all right, yeah, this is a corrective action. Yeah, this is great. What do you want me to do with this? Do what it says. Nah. I don't know what any of this means. Whatever. That's not acceptable. It is not acceptable, but it is not entirely on them. All right, it's not all their fault. NASA has the SLS program has been going for 10 years now, and we've had one launch in 10 years. That is worse than the shuttle program. Like way worse. At least with the shuttle program, you had missions, and you would have had missions coming. You know, STS-1 launched in 1981, April 1981. Then STS-2 was in 1982. STS-3 and 4 were in 1983. Like, you saw the mission start to ramp, right? It's worse. It's worse. No good. Wait, I was here 8 years ago as well, and I was saying the same thing. Except then it was Constellation. No, Constellation went out from the NASA Authorization Act of 2010, Toothless, and SLS, and then NASA did like, fired all their technical expertise. I don't know what happened to all those guys. And then promptly said, we're going to build a shuttle-derived launch vehicle because it'll be less expensive. We want to build a shuttle-derived launch vehicle because we're going to retain our technical expertise. What? Oh, we fired all of them? Oh yeah, we're going to build a shuttle-derived launch vehicle because we're going to reuse hardware. See? We're saving money. We're saving you money. So like I said, I don't think Boeing is completely to blame here. They are not above being blamed either. But NASA has been doing this for 10 years. They've been doing it for 10 years and just sitting here being like, yep, that's good. Yep. You need another $2 billion? All right, here you go. Unacceptable. Not cool. But anyway, yeah. That's the OIG report. We knew it wasn't great, but hey, we made it through, and I'm actually not mad. I mean, I'm gonna get mad about it. I could have told you this yesterday before the report came out, you know? So SLS is literally a jobs program. Yeah, of course, if you want to call it that, sure. LSRs, yeah, we looked at that already from Dave Limp. Dave Limp. That guy's cool. Yeah, RJ, every NASA program is. Every NASA program is a jobs program. My argument has always been, well, what's the difference between SLS and the Apollo program? Deadlines. If you give the whole system a datum, a hard deadline to get it done, and challenge people to do it, we choose to go to the moon to serve and organize and measure the best of our skills. Right? That arguably has been the only time, or beat the Russians. I mean, pick your stakeholder expectation, right? That giving a deadline, giving something for the whole program to anchor to usually fixes this problem. But we've not done that since the Apollo program. But, you know, you can't say that the Apollo program wasn't a 400,000 strong jobs program. Of course it is. What's the difference? Results. Results are the difference from the deadline, right? That's the difference. So, not mad, just disappointing. Yeah, Billy, you know, I'm explaining to you guys what's going on. After this whole fiasco went down with Starliner and everything, I refuse to let this bother me anymore. I don't like where I went, you know, saying like, oh, this guy's an idiot, Eric Berger's an idiot. I'm not doing that anymore. Let him do his thing. It's not healthy. It's not healthy, man. It's not healthy. I'm passionate about this stuff. You guys know that. I don't need to prove anything to you. Do I? Maybe we'll do it on the flame trench. I don't know. You know, like, I want to get back to explaining technical things. And I want to get back to putting context on these situations. Because, you know, somebody that doesn't know a lot about the space program, if they are a spaceflight fan and they read that OIG report, they're going to look at it and be like, I don't know what any of this means, but these numbers are ridiculous. Putting context to those numbers is important to understand. It's important to understand how we got into this position in order to fix it. Louis, you guys can if you want. I'm not doing that. I don't want it, dude. Just I don't want it. I don't want to, you know, like seeing like that whole thing with, like Eric Berger calling out all those people on that Discord or whatever and saying he's an idiot, etc., etc. Like, dude, like, I'm not the biggest fan of the guy. Like, I don't think that's any secret, but, like, I'm not going to the point where, like, I'm, death threats or something. That's ridiculous. That's ludicrous. I'm not doing stuff like that. That's not me. That's not who I am. I'm not doing that. I'm, the way I see it is that it would only be a matter of time, right? It'd only be a matter of time until it got to that point, and then I'm arguing with another spaceflight journalist on Twitter. I'm not, I saw that road. I'm not going down that road. I'm not doing that. No, absolutely not. Coherent, sorry, I meant for it to be a joke. Nice. Frick you, Debbie! But yeah, anyway. So, I hope you guys appreciated this kind of more grounded and technical explanation for what's going on with that OIG report and maybe some context. It's not good, man. And it's a shame because SLS is a good rocket. It's a good rocket. It's a great design. You just got to make it do something. That's the problem that we're in. Boeing continues to disappoint. Like I said, Synerd, it's inexperience, dude. It's inexperience because management got rid of all the people that were experienced. This reeks of inexperience. I'm telling you. That's what it does. It reeks of it. Feels a lot more calm and collected with this. Yeah, Beefy, I need to get back to form. I didn't really like where I was going with my analysis with space news since I started doing it again. I don't like it. I didn't feel good. Just sitting here yelling, saying this report is an idiot, that report is an idiot, and I'm not. I don't feel good after I do that. I'm not doing that no more. No. We'll stick to technical stuff like we always have. Traditionally. It is a tradition. We'll stick to that stuff and have a good time and learn about space. That's where that ends. Like I said, I caught a glimpse down that road. I don't want to go down that road. I don't want it to devolve to the point where I'm one of those crazy people on Twitter that's just arguing with people about everything all the time. I saw myself getting caught up in it, and I'm not doing that. We're not doing it. No. Frick that path. I'm not going over there. That place smells. It smells bad. With Long Drink. Yeah, baby. There have been a lot of space failure problems recently. With all the success we've had in space, sometimes we forget we learn in space from mistakes to a degree. Yeah, Coherent, for sure. For sure. Yeah. When the engineers in Boeing's management team were replaced by not engineers, that's when things turned bad at Boeing. It just took a long time to show. Yep. Bloated middle management. Not enough technical expertise. Yeah, it's just a bunch of finance bros. It's literally, what's really funny, Synerd? You know that that stat that gets thrown around that's like 90% of men think they could land a plane if they were a passenger and something happened to the pilot. Oh yeah, I can land this plane. It's ironic because you got a bunch of finance bros and business development people proverbially saying that, oh yeah, we can make these planes. Yeah, how hard can it be, bro? Like, that's exactly what's going on. It totally could. What's your point? No, weather guy, I could land the plane. I could land the plane. I don't know if you could. I could land. I'm in that 90%. I could land. I could land the plane. You couldn't land the plane. I'm gonna land that plane. Hey, if the landing gear malfunctions, that's not my department. Okay. All right. Wall Street Bets got a hold of Boeing. I mean, that's really what's going on. You can't even land Dart. Hey, the landing gear was not my. That's not my department, dude. They said land the plane. I landed it. It just landed in pieces. Okay. I survived. Jeb didn't, whatever. It ain't mutually exclusive. Shh. I can land that plane by cutting costs. Yeah, Manfu. Yeah, we always saw we've seen the fruits of that labor. Whoops. Yeah, Manfu, I think that The McDonnell Douglas merger was catastrophically bad for Boeing, and then I think the nail in the cross, and it's been the nail in the nail through the cross is moving the headquarters out of Seattle. That was the problem. That was the real just death blow. You know what I mean? It's on the ground, isn't it? It's a matter of how. Yeah, it's on the ground, man. Hey, I walked away from the landing. Any landing you can walk away from. If the door of the plane falls off, it's not my department. Hey, those pilots landed that plane that the door fell off, Laz. All right? They did. They did not land the plane. Just saying. You see this behavior? You know, we're making a joke, but this behavior is actually going on. It's unacceptable. The new CEO for Boeing is back in Seattle. Actually, yeah, Jairus, the new guy that they brought in is a mechanical engineer. He's an engineer, so he hasn't done engineering in a little while, but he's been running he ran Rockwell Collins for a little bit, so we'll see what happens. A great landing is one where you can reuse Jeb after. Hey, I can land that plane or something. Or something. Launchpad McQuack never landed a plane in his life, and he was a damn fine pilot. Yeah, see, his name's Launchpad. It's amazing. Well, Manfu, that's really what Boeing needs at this point, dude. A ground up audit. You gotta, yeah. I mean, that's with Boeing Commercial Airlines. Like the space program is, I don't necessarily think the people that work on Boeing space stuff are like, you know, finance bros or anything. I think the technicians there want to be there and they want to work on rockets. The problem is that they're inexperienced. So it's going to take time. It's going to take time for them to get up to speed. And that's part of the reason why SpaceX has been so successful, because their rapid iterative design is the best teacher. Is the best teacher for training and retaining a technical base. It's the best teacher ever. Dude, I'm telling you, take it from somebody in Kerbal that had their project blow up in their face with a bunch of people watching. That is the best teacher. You won't make that mistake again. It's like that, what show was it? That show that it was an 80s sitcom, and there's a baby like crawling around in the living room, and the dad's sitting there reading the paper, and the baby has like sticking their hand into the outlet, and the mother's like, "Oh God, no!" And he's like, "Hold on a second. Go ahead. Stick your hand in the outlet." Yeah, I bet you won't do that again. Bet you won't do that again. All right, give me a cigarette. You know, like Titus, there you go. Yeah, bet you won't do that again. Yeah. That about sums up my childhood, except I did it again. Okay. It's interesting, though, in that OIG report that NASA disagreed with a financial penalty for Boeing for not meeting deadlines.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But I think that begs the question, what do you do? What do you do at this point? Hey, Nightmare, 55-month resub. Traven had a 4-monther before that. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you very much. What do you do? Guys, I'm not sure I have an answer. I mean, Sam, yeah, we could say that, but that's not a solution, right? Like, corporal punishment. I mean, it'd work. Silly, you might want to look at your ethical compass and make sure that it's working. Who's getting the kickbacks? I don't know. Jared, the whole point of that OIG report is that the contracts are so ridiculously obfuscated, it's impossible to see cost controls. Can Congress intervene based on OIG recommendations? I'm not sure we want them to do that. They might be the reason why they're in this position in the first place. But yeah, I mean, yes, a Senate Commerce, Justice, and Science Committee could take people to court for defrauding the taxpayer. I mean, I think there's a case for that here, but I think it doesn't work off conjecture, right? You have to prove it. And it's really hard to prove because all the money is so spread out, there's no way to keep track of it. Maybe NASA was considering non-financial penalties. Since you can't seem to solve the problem despite our telling you to, we've decided to solve it for you by removing the problem entirely, aka file charges against people causing problems. We got to prove it out, Sinerd. You got to prove who's embezzling money and who's getting kickbacks, right? Do you want to open that can of worms? I mean, the argument could be made that all that's going to do is just delay SLS even more and costs balloon because of that ORR thing that I was telling you about. If you pause the program right now, that would be catastrophically bad. I mean, like I said, I use this in a different analogy, but it's kind of applicable here. How are you going to work on the car's engine when the car is running going 50 miles an hour down the highway? That's the thing, man. The SLS program has momentum. It's not a lot, but it has momentum. If you stop it or you try to do an investigation or whatever, all you're doing is slowing your time to get to your destination. Figuratively and actually, we're not going to achieve our objectives to go to the moon, and it's going to take way more time, right? How much do you want to bet Boeing snuck in a clause disallowing penalties? And yeah, maybe Aqualux, it's possible, but once again, I don't, Boeing is, their moral compass might be a little wrong. But also at the same time, NASA's, and this is something that I've said for a long time, NASA's just sat there and been like, yeah, it's fine. Nothing is wrong here. You know what I mean? How's it not already catastrophically bad? No, it's pretty bad, Sarah. I mean, how do we not make it as worse? Yeah, actually, you know what, dude? That's a good point. We're pretty screwed. Like, right? What do we do with this? Stopping it might be the best thing. In fact, the more I think about this, and the more we see these situations evolving with like Orion, its life support systems, et cetera, I'm thinking a total program audit is in order completely. Like, basically put all personnel and contracted personnel on retainer and just, you got to start the training, it starts at the top, guys. It starts with Bill, to be honest with you. And you need a programmatic fix from the ground, or from the top down. Like, that's really what needs to happen. But I just don't know how you're going to do that without severely injuring the SLS program. But once again, program's already injured. What are you going to do? Injure it more? I mean, arguably, yes, but I don't care if it takes years. Accountability needs to happen. I mean, Sinerd, that's kind of where I'm at. Once again, fellas, I think it's very important for NASA to fix this. They need to fix it. People are calling for cancellations on SLS, or cancel the Block 1B, or replace it with Centaur 5. I mean, first of all, replacing the Block 1B SLS with Centaur 5 will basically do nothing. Like, that, all right, you just made another ICPS. Okay. Canceling it means billions of dollars out of the spaceflight economy. Now, you could say that, it'd be a fair argument to say that this billions of dollars are being wasted because we're not getting stuff done. We're not doing any of these programs, corrupt to the core, right? I think that's a fair point. But also at the same time, if we canceled it now, that's $5 billion less for the entire spaceflight economy. That's not an insignificant amount of money. It's not an insignificant amount of money. And to be honest with you, that money probably wouldn't go to SpaceX. If NASA said, screw it, we're done with this, and canceled the contracts completely, Boeing would probably take them to court. Because this is what happens when you renege on a deal at the government level. You know what I mean? Sorry if this sounds like a ridiculous question, but what's the core motivation or driving force for Artemis to be a thing? Are those motivations gone, or are they overshadowed by other things right now? The core motivation is to get back out and explore beyond low Earth orbit for better scientific understanding and to extend our reach in the solar system. Artemis is going to do that by going back to the moon first, and then sometime in the 2030s, going back to Mars. Rem, that's the official thing. I honestly think there is there's much more at stake here. Okay, there's much more at stake than, just going out and doing stuff. Look, SpaceX is an unstoppable powerhouse, a seemingly unstoppable powerhouse at this point in time. Flight 5 is coming up. They're going to catch that booster. It's going to be righteous. And Flight 6 is already waiting in the wings. They just got to test some things. Well, flappy wings, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying that's what NASA should be doing. Look, SpaceX, if you want me to, like you ask a layman, like, what is SpaceX's goal? Or just a regular spaceflight fan, like just anybody, garden variety spaceflight fan, everybody could tell you what SpaceX's goal is. They're getting to Mars. That's their goal. Space Exploration Technologies. That's what SpaceX stands for. They're going to Mars. That's their stakeholder expectation. And they have a president and a chief designer that's hell-bent on doing that, right? Right? If I ask the same thing with the Artemis program, what's the goal? I mean, what I said, it's like maybe go back to the moon, I don't know, right? SpaceX will definitely have the capability to get to the moon. That's going to happen sooner rather than later. They'll have the capability to get people to the surface of the moon by the end of the decade. I'm pretty confident in that. Sure, why not? And if you say, well, how? They're not, human rating Starship is no good. They have Dragon. In the future, what's stopping SpaceX from just sending a Dragon up? Transferring crew to a fully fueled HLS on orbit, and then sending HLS to the surface of the moon and back. Or better yet, just towing the Dragon with you. See what I'm talking about? They'll be able to do it by themselves soon. Sooner rather than later, right? Yeah, Jim started to fix things, Sam. Yeah, he started to fix things, and then we went back to whatever we had before that. Right, SpaceX is compliant with NASA, and that's a good thing. Sure, James. Yeah, absolutely. Boeing has criminal tendencies. I don't think it's criminal tendencies. I think it's monetary tendencies, but, same thing, I guess. So my point is that eventually corporations' capability will supersede NASA's capability. And I think when that happens, that's an extraordinarily bad thing. I don't think that a corporation being the sole way to get to the surface of another celestial body, albeit Mars, the Moon, Ceres, Pluto, whatever, is a good idea. I don't think that's smart. That's Weyland-Yutani, right? Like that's like dystopian sci-fi, corporate indentured servitude stuff, like Total Recall or something. I don't think that's wise. And is SpaceX going to be like that? Probably not. But what if something like what's happening to Boeing right now happens to SpaceX 50 years down the road? Do you want to live with that? I don't want to live with that. The only way for this to really go forward sustainably and reasonably is for NASA, a government facility, to either A, have vehicles that can get to the moon that they operate under the NASA tree. So like either A, a privately contracted rocket that they build and NASA operates, like something like SLS or whatever. Personally, I think NASA should be working on their own Starship, but that's just me. Or something akin, or like even a landable rocket or something, right? Or B, they should procure starships and operate starships for scientific purposes on their own. Like how the Astrovan that ULA used to move Butch and Sonny to the pad was just an Airstream. It's a commercial vehicle that they procured. Eventually, you get to the point where they could do that with spacecraft. But until then, they need to have parity. And if they don't, that's not the most sustainable way forward at all. Yeah, the Umbrella Corporation. No, Brand, I'll check it though. I think that is a very, very short-sighted thing to say, and is probably not the best way forward to, as this whole story unfolds, it's probably not the best way forward for the most long-term sustainability. Because we've seen what happened in the past when a public entity has sole access to the moon. The Apollo program. We won the space race, and then the government didn't see any need for it. Right? So they just said, meh. So I truly think the most sustainable way forward is for NASA to be working with private partners, or at least achieve parity with them. Is that the most expensive way? Oh yeah, it's going to cost a lot of money. Would you be willing to risk your future on a corporately owned planet on that? I don't think that's smart. I really don't think that's a good idea. Hopefully cooler heads prevail, but you never know. You go back 25 years ago, the McDonnell Douglas Boeing merger is like, oh, they got the market cornered. They're going to be good for the next 100 years. Didn't take very long, did it? If it ain't Boeing, you ain't going. Now if it is Boeing, you ain't going. You know what I mean? Look at how quickly that turned around with a corporate entity, and the only corporate entity that makes commercial airplanes in the U.S. I see a lot of U.S. carriers flying Airbus around. Just saying, that could happen with spaceflight. Do you want? I don't think that's wise. But and again, what do I know? Okay, so updated tweets on Raptor. Okay, let's check it out. I hope you guys enjoyed the analysis. I'm trying to be as straightforward and as factual as possible. What do we got? Works pretty good for a partially assembled engine. Burn! I'm talking about Raptor, of course. Wrecked. And the meme lord posted something. Hold on. I'm not going and manually searching there. Oh. Raptor 3 first firing today. Ooh. S-Master, it's workers and resources. That's what we're going to tee in for after hours here in a second. Ice. Yeah, there's a little bit of cryogenic ice.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Pluto, 17-month resub. Thank you very much. Nightmare had a 55 before you, and I think I already said it, but hey, whatever. I'll say it again. Nightmare, you're the man. Nightmare Maker, 55 months. Pluto, you're good, 17. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Sadly, I don't see how this doesn't end with Tori needing to take a break from social media. Sam, I'll be 100% honest with you. I think he's getting wrapped up in it too. I think you're right. I think he's getting swept up in it. That whole, what are you doing in my thread? Get out of here. Like, responding people that tell him to eat crap. Like, I've never seen him do that before, Oh, it's late and I'm tired. No, Oh, you typoed in Chapuri. Yeah, no. Dude, I knew what you said. I can read past your typos, guys. I see that you made a typo. I know that you made a typo. You don't need to point. I don't need to point it out. I can't stand that stuff. So I don't. I know what you're saying, dude. Don't worry about it. I think he's getting a little caught up in it, dude. I don't blame him. So the same thing happened to me. Not that I'm on his level in any way, shape, or form. That guy is superior to me in pretty much every facet. This year's particular context seems to be getting to people. Yeah. I realized it. I realized it yesterday. I let it get to me without even thinking about it. I mean, look at it. I was like, he's an idiot. Eric Berger's a moron. Dude, calm down. All right, let's get back to scratch, dude. I said took a long look in the mirror, and I'm like, last night I was sitting there on my couch just going, I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. Oh my God. What was the conclusion of the Boeing OIG discussion? Yeah, Hellfish, it wasn't anything that I wasn't expecting. The EUS contract is a freaking mess because it's a mess because designed by committee. It's a mess because that same committee that, you know, forced NASA to make this rocket by law then shorted it by not giving it funding. And the result of that is that the program is so messed up and so ridiculous and just basically trying to plug all the holes before the ship sinks is ballooning in cost, right? You know, I can't say I'm going to build a Factory 5 race car, dude, right? I can't say I'm going to do that and then, you know, buy the damn thing and then not pick an engine for it. You'd pick the engine before you buy the stupid thing, right? You get the kid like, oh, there's no engine. You know what I mean? Like SLS is like, oh, we'll buy the car first and then we'll buy the engine later. And then, you know, when you got the money to do said project, right, it's like you paid for the dang chassis of the car and then engines cost, the engine that you want to put in there, that you have to put in there by law because that's what the customer wants, is like 5 G's. And then they're like, oh, the motor's $5,000. Here, have one. Okay, what the hell you want me to do with this? Basically, Boeing is a lot to blame. The OIG report specifically cited worker inexperience and technician inexperience. I'll take my W on that one. Thank you very much. But also, I don't think Boeing is fully to blame here. NASA has been the one that sat back with their thumb up their tail over the last 10 to 15 years, letting this happen. They just let it happen. Just let it happen. And the one, you know, beacon in that whole, the one shining light in this whole last like 10 years of NASA funding was Jim, because he tried to fix everything and he was making progress. He was making progress holding the contractors accountable. And then we got Bill, whatever he's doing. You've become the very thing you sought to destroy. Yeah, right, exactly. Do you think NASA's actually going to make it back to the moon? They'll make it back eventually, Waz. Look, man. There's a lot of SpaceX fanboys out there. And, you know, I get it. Some people find them insufferable. I mean, I get it. They're fanboys for a reason. For a very good reason. You know, because at this rate, SpaceX is going to have that lander ready. And what are they going to do? What's it going to do? Just sit there up at the gateway? Oh, wait. That's probably not going to happen. What's it going to do? Just sit up there in rectilinear halo orbit waiting? No. We're going to get to a tipping point. And I think that tipping point is when SpaceX will, I'm not going to say they're going to leave NASA in the dust, but that could happen. Do I want that to happen? Do I say that that's not the most sustainable way forward? Yeah, it's not. But when push comes to shove, I want to see people back on the moon, man. I don't think anybody here doesn't want to see that. I honestly don't care who it is. I kind of care if it's China. I'm not going to lie to you. Kind of, just a little. But you know what? If they get there first, if they beat us there, well, good. At least somebody did it. Not our proudest moment as Americans, but hey, whatever. If that happens, it happens. At least someone's doing it. You know what I mean? This dilly-dallying around is, yeah, that may have been okay to do, like right after Constellation and the shuttle got canceled. That may have been the right time to do that. You're still doing it. I mean, dude, look at this thing. Look at this thing. You got to just spit on it. You got to spit on that thing. Don't lick it though. It's frozen. Like, come on, man. All the criticisms that I've had with NASA over the last 10 years aren't out of, like, it's not out of spite. It's because I want them to do better, you know? But when push comes to shove, if it comes down to SpaceX going to the moon and leaving NASA in the dust, or them waiting around for NASA to figure out whatever the heck they're doing, I'm gonna say go. That's the truth. Just say go. Like, you guys, I mean, I try to be careful about this. You got to remember, I'm a big SpaceX fanboy too, man. This is the future I wanted to live in. That's the future I wanted to live in. And look, I'm making that face right there. Steve Harvey. Yeah. You know? Another angle from Elon. Did you see it? Here, let's go over here. Well, actually, you know what? I'm not going to Google or search the him. There's another picture. Oh, that's so good. Dude, the flames coming out of that thing are so crisp. Yeah, that's Kamarov, Sean. Yeah. Kamarov. What happens when you rush spacecraft design? The part that actually appear white are actually black, but covered in ice. Yep. Yep. Generative cooling, baby. Dude, I'll just say this. We'll talk propulsion here for a second. Do you know how ridiculous the explosion needs to be and how much heat that explosion in there is putting off for them to have thrust chamber regenerative cooling, or not regenerative cooling, thrust chamber film cooling, throat film cooling, and nozzle film cooling on top of being a regeneratively cooled engine? That's ridiculous, man. That is absolutely nuts. Usually you see engines with one of those things. Regenerative cooling, maybe film cooling on the nozzle. This has regenerative cooling throughout the whole thing, throughout the whole thrust chamber, throat, and nozzle assembly, and then has film cooling on top of that, because the explosion that thing makes in there is so ridiculous. 300 bar chamber pressure. 200, what is it, 280 tons of force? Like, all right. All right. Okay, sure. So they're flowing LOX through passages in basically everything. I think it's LOX. No, it's methane. Methane would be what you'd use to film cool. You film cool with fuel. You don't film cool with oxidizer. That's, yeah, no. Maybe LOX for the regenerative cooling and methane for the film cooling. Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to go look. I don't know off the top of my head. 4351 PSI, all systems. 300 bar chamber pressure. Dude, it's magic. It's magic. Like, magical. That's so screwed up. It's so messed up, dude. Freaking magical. It's crazy. That motor is an anomaly. I said it once, I'll say it again, dude. The Apollo engineers, Von Braun wishes he had that motor. Okay. You wish you had this engine. I'm very happy to exist at a point in human history where that thing also exists. That makes me happy. Meg Ryan, yeah, calm down. Yeah, no, what the heck. Unbelievable. Yeah, yeah, exactly, James. It's making 350-second specific impulse at sea level. That's ridiculous. That is untold. That is unheard of efficiency for methane. That's okay. Like, that's getting to theoretical maximum. Like, you can only blow up methane so efficiently before it's just, you can't get any more efficient. That's pretty damn efficient. Yeah, for CH4, that's impressive-ier. I agree, man. I agree. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's good stuff. All right, dudes. I hope you guys enjoyed the space news. This is the last space news for the week because tomorrow, same time, I will be on NSF, The Flame Trench. I'll try my best to get spicy and entertain you. Don't worry, there's a regular stream tomorrow too. We're still playing Kerbal. We have to redo Dart's fuselage one more time, and we have to get that thing flying. Should do a flight test tomorrow, but yeah, that's going to happen tomorrow. Flame Trench after that, racing probably after that. But for now, that's going to be the end of space news. I hope you guys enjoyed it. That's a great picture, Sea Kraken. Keep up the great work, sir. Hey, you keep watching, I keep streaming. Kidoki, repost. So they say you should be afraid of the C-130 that only turns left. Above you. Hello, sirs. Thanks, man.
Eagle has landed.
Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. All right. What is this? What?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slash 1, slash 2. Sizzo, window, take a shot. Pickle. Rifle away.
That's a Hellfire missile on a C-130.
Hold your spot. 30 seconds. 5, 4, 3, slash 2, 1, slash 2.
What the f?
Safe. Pilots, let's roll in for some guns. Get another burst.
An AC-130, yeah. Haven't worked with one of those in a little while. Bruh. I like things that spin. I like things that spin. I like things that spin. It's an AC-130, MT. But it's an AC-130 that somehow packs more of them. Hellfire missiles, man.
4,
Oh my gosh.
2,
Dude.
slash 1, slash 2. Sizzo, window, take a shot.
How about that F-16 that's just chilling over there?
Pull away.
What?
Good. Hold your spot. 30 seconds. 5.
See that rock?
4,
Must be oil there.
3, slash 2, 1, slash 2. Switch is safe.
What the hell is going on?
Guns.
Oh, wait, here's the gun part. Oh, hang on. It's switching to guns.
Get another burst.
I like things that spin. I mean, that's a cannon. It's not a minigun. But also, I like things that spin. I like things that spin. All right, cool. I like things that spin. Why are they shooting that island? Target practice, dude. Target practice.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Caviar, 45-month resub. Stand by. 105 going hot. Oh, yeah, that's the big boy. Also, they fired AC-130 guns at a ship during SyncX. Cool. Cool. Did you see the new pylon for the Block 1B? We just got finished looking through it. Oh, yeah, there's the... Nice. Very good. Very good. What do you recommend for Kerbal starting out? Just play Sandbox, Sean. Get the lay of the land, then go into career mode and have some fun. There's plenty of videos. You can always ask me if you have any questions. Yeah, just have some fun. Put a rocket together. Send it. See what happens. Oh, you're talking about the bomber, not Block 1B. Oh, the new pylons? All right, that's cool. All right, guys. So I said we're going to do workers and resources for after hours. So let's get to it. I'll see if I can pull us out of this nosedive that we're in with the ruble. That seems to be what I'm trying to do after every... Welcome to the after hours segment. Damn it. Yeah, we'll play some workers for a couple hours here. And yeah, hope you guys enjoy the after hours. After hours is back, baby. We are so back. We are so back. Back to the desert again, yo. Alright. Go over there, change that title up, go over there. That's gonna do it, like I said, for the Space and Rocket review. Back to the desert, yo. Save. Shady's back. Desert's back. Back again. I hate sand. It's coarse, rough, and it gets everywhere. Yeah, you didn't expect that. Ooh, that's ridiculous. Okay. The Republic is darting down to the ground. Why you gotta do that? Why you gotta do what you just did? Yannick, you thought that island might be a Houthi base? I mean, no. Because I must. Why you gotta do that? That was not cool. I know what you're doing right now, and I don't like it. I'm in this picture, and I don't like it. All right, man. Oh, the sweet Workers and Resources launcher injected into my veins. All right, after hours time, baby, we're rolling up our sleeves. Let's try to fix this frickin' mess. This right fine pickle that we've created. What do you think? How's my farmer stand look? Is it good? Is it good? It's good. It's good. Yeah. How about this side? Is this side good? Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah, we got a nice farmer stand going. Oh yeah. How much do you love the A10? A10? About that much. Yeah, about that much. I see power lines around my neighborhood, and I wonder if the substation nearby is maintained. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that happens to me too. All right. Oh, dude, that's right. I forgot about that, dude. I thought this was a dream. It was all a dream. I used to read Marx magazine. Lenin and Trotsky up in the limousine. I don't know. Yeah, I forgot I did this. We started building out the farmland in the Central Valley and started building the highway out that way. Yeah, close enough. Whatever. Called Peppa and Heavy D up in the limousine, hanging pictures on my wall. Every set of days it's attack the Master Molly Mall. I let my tape drop to the day. No? All right. All right. It was just listening to Dank Engine the other day. Did things. Good one. Proud of you. Thank you. So I started building out the highway here. I started demoing a road that was in the way, and we're gonna put the highway here, and we started working on the area for the port. I want to build a big port right here. And we got a farm going, and we need the farm, gotta make the farm. But we have to get that road out of the way so I can work on a highway, the highway, and an off-ramp right here, next to Asulasma. Asulasma. Haktua! Way back when I had the red and black lumberjack with the hat to match. Yeah, baby. What's your loan deficit at? Help. The dollar, though, is actually doing really good. Making a lot of money because we got the refinery up. So I'm trying to finance profits that I make with the dollar because we're actually under $1 million in debt on the dollar, which is fantastic. I'm trying to finance making profitable ventures on the ruble with the dollar. The first one was a pretty easy one. It was a solar panel farm. It didn't require much to get that thing operational, just a couple little bits of labor here and there. The other stuff that I'm financing on the dollar here is building out the infrastructure to build a city, to support another refinery over here that we can use to export to not NATO, to the Warsaw Pact, and then eventually to NATO as well. I'm financing all of this on the dollar right now. Brand new construction depots, repair depots, road depots, technical service, distro. All of it is being funded that way. And yeah, we're just starting to get amenities up here so we can start building out municipal services. So infrastructure overbuilding. In what regard to what I said? What'd I say? What'd I say? You'd be up here regurgitating Gordon Wood, but you forgot about Vickers. Your highway building, infrastructure overbuilding. With the highway that went to the docks, yeah, probably. I probably should have built this highway instead of that one, but that's another story. With this, yeah, we need the highway for the farms, because if we're moving food around, the road's gonna get built before the tracks do, but I did build a right-of-way for the railroad to get out here. What I really need to do, is actually tell it to not make that and make one of the railroad tracks get out here so we can A, export food. A, make food, B, export it, and C, give it to people that are hungry. And part of that is having a highway. This highway needs to, what I want to do with it is, I want to make it cross the river. I'm not sure where, but I want to make it cross the river over here somewhere, and then take the turn up the river to Shada. Right there. See that city? Shada doesn't have anybody in it. Nobody lives there. Okay. I told the wrong construction depot to make that thing, but they're going to make it anyway, so whatever. They're almost there. We need to make the highway here so we can connect the farm over to our other city at Algalin. And then eventually, we're going to need to make a split on the highway and have the highway go past Sinatra right there. Yeah, I named it that, sorry. And then connect into that over here so I can bring food to Aribi, which is my new city. We need to do that. Weaning ourselves off of foreign food is going to be a good idea. The other thing that we could do is make the highway... We could make the highway go this way instead. Go up the hill, cross the river, and connect over there at Fanta anyway. Like, that seems to be the shortest distance. But yeah, we got to do that. Seriously, though, what the heck is a McLaren 600 LT doing at a random rest area in Kearney, Nebraska? I don't know, man. Probably driving across the country. So yeah, but right now, my thing is we need to get all this crap out of here. We need to get all this crap out of here, and we need to... get the farm up and running. You just deleted your Twitter. Your talk earlier made me realize I've even fell into a similar trap with engaging news and people's opinions. Like I said, man, I mean, I don't think deleting it might be a little bit harsh, but I mean, if that's what you feel you needed to do, then do it. But like I said, my rule of thumb with Twitter, and it should stay like this. My rule of thumb with Twitter is, look, it's a zoo. It's a zoo in there. But, you know, you can go to a zoo. You enjoy the exhibits. Don't become one. You don't jump into the lion's den just because you want a better experience at your damn zoo. Okay? Bad idea. But hey, if that's what you think you needed to do, Sam, hell yeah, man. Good job. Cleaning yourself off social media is hard. It's like kicking a drug habit, because that's what it is. All right, so let's go here. I'm gonna put down a free dump, and what I think we should do is take my demo depot. I have a demolition depot right here. Assign its source to that temporary dump. And then go here, like this, and assign that to that road. So my waste trucks can just drop all the crap, the road debris right there, and then we'll deal with it when we have the highway back up and running. The only drug I support starts with E, J, and ends in SA. I'm alright. You don't realize how integrated you are. It's great how connected the world is, but oh boys, it's self-destructive. I got the space news from good old DJ now on. Alright. That's very admirable, to be honest with you. Big move. Good for you. I'm serious. Oh, nice. Our hotel is up. Okay. All right. So we got a road depot here. I wonder if there's a bus that I can spare for tourism. How much tourism is at the border? We got 13 tourists. Okay. Fun. Have any buses? It would seem not. All right. Well, let's buy a bus. We can. I think we can get a. How fast does that go? 52 miles an hour. It's not expensive either. PZ 672. Yeah, that's the fastest one, the PZ672s. All right, I'll buy 2 of those, and then what we'll do is we will make a new line. This is the Nader Tourism. For those trucks. Go. Now that's another profitable venture for the ruble. Is it unloading at both stops? No. Thank you. Get in. Let's get out. All right. Sweet. All out of tourists due to low trip rating, 0.01 stars. All right. Well, that's going to take some time to get the tourism up and running. But we got a nice hotel right here in Nader. Beautiful Nader, where you can Paktua. It's great. Mashington. That's out in the country in Sandford, Gloucestershire. You can get to the basketball court. That's what the mosque is saying, aren't you? Haktula! Just repeating what I've been told. A big Stalin would fit nicely in front of the hotel. Oh yeah. It's just the star is so big, it's just gonna block everybody's view. And put it in front of the basketball court. Alcina is what we need. Get that happen. Fine. What do you mean block the view? It is the view. Yeah, that's a good point. We're also like that. Cool. Oh, they're doing a reconstruction. Got it. Well, I just noticed something that could end very poorly. I have these things designed to auto-search on reconstruction of buildings, but nothing is in range. I didn't have their range, their threshold for auto-searching maximized. And, yep, there were buildings that need to be refurbished. It's fine. I'm sure that would have ended just fine. Now I'm at a third wave of people in my city. They die, flee a lot, but I figured it out now. Trial and error. Trial and error. It's a game. Kill people. Trial and error. Yeah. Oh. Bree is calling us. What's up? Hello. Alright, I'll be in a little bit. Yeah, probably like 10-ish. Alright, babe. Love you. Titan is very cute. He's a good boy. Alright, sweetheart. I'll see you. Love you. Bye. No, Remo was wondering when I was gonna stop. Yeah. Do you have a call tonight? I think I have a meeting at 11, all systems, yeah. Pretty sure I do. Should I check? We should check. Checking, we are checking, over. This is the part where I move my mouse to the other computer, and the mouse works over there and doesn't just default control back to this computer. Why would it do what I tell it? All right, man. Yeah, okay, cool. We do. All right, excellent. Have you been watching F1? Not really, Goltech, no. I've heard it's gotten better, but I kind of swore it off after 2022 and 2023. I don't need to do that. I've been keeping track with IMSA. The GT3 AM class in IMSA because a viewer is racing in it. Oh, yeah. So I've been following IMSA. That's what I'm kind of into right now, but I kind of did take a hiatus from like racing completely for a while. How's this coming up? Almost done. Yeah, F1 has gotten better, dude, and McLaren is, I keep track of it, but I don't watch it. It's just not worth waking up in the morning, man. For me. Don't get me wrong, I'm not hating. I've been a Formula One fan since 1996. Pretty much watched every season until 2023. Maybe I'm just a salty Ferrari fan, who knows? All right, let's pause the game and figure out how we're going to do the utilities for this. So we have sewage right there. What I was thinking is we could run the sewage underground. This shouldn't be an issue. ¿Cómo você está hoy? Thinking running the utilities down the center might not be the worst idea. Always be switching. Always. You never know. You know what? I'm not exactly happy with that. I don't like it. You don't like it? No, I don't like it. You know, I wanted this city to be on, like, different steps, so I thought it would look, like, really cool. But the more I'm thinking about this, the more making it just a slope the entire way might be a better solution. Like, instead of trying to do steps. But, I don't know. Maybe we'll just focus on building stuff up here, and then we'll expand down there eventually, you know? I mean, I did want to build a trolley right here, that, you know, a tram that kind of goes up and down the length of the city. All right. Against my better judgment, I'm going to try something. We're getting the runway tool out, chat. It doesn't want to. Alright. You know what? I got a better way of doing this. Make a bunch of roads and have them go all the way down here. Actually, you know what? The smoother tool should be able to do this. Hold on. Runway tool didn't really work how I wanted, but the smoother tool should. I think making this a gradual slope is probably a better solution. Yeah. Might need to remake some of that, but it's okay. Alright, so in the meantime, for my technical services, we'll just set them to Gillicuddy, right? And then we need water truck, garbage truck, sewage truck, big sewage truck. Go. For now. Distro, I'm sure I have trucks around that we could use. But yeah, I still haven't really figured out how I want to set this up, so... I mean, we could always just activate Kinnabar, or I could just build a single flat with a store next to it. And so what do we... Actually, let me think about it. Build a big store. We want a big store, right? Or a decently sized one. Needs a warehouse and a fridge attached to it, right? We need a school, we need a kindergarten. Let me just go look it out with it. How about I look at a city that's working, idiot? We need shop with a warehouse and a fridge. We need a bus stop, a clinic, school, kindergarten, house of culture, and maybe a movie theater. Easy. You know, I changed my mind about the smoothing. Let's build all that stuff out right here. Excellent. So, if I put something down here, like a residential building, we are in range of sewage, water, and electricity. Excellent. This whole pedal, like this whole flat plateau. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is prime. Okay, excellent. Here's how we're gonna do this. Let's measure. What's our distance here from the center to here? Okay, I've decided we're going to expand this a little bit. Okay. I need a free bulldozer. Oh, we should probably build a gas station too, huh? So now we get Coverude right there. Assign labor to that. There we go. So what we'll do... Actually, no. Don't do that just yet. I want to get it a quarter mile out this way. So that's 1320 feet. 400 meters for the metric, folks. What's the next big project? This. How about a Comco? Communist Costco. Oh yeah, that'll be great. We could do that. It would be the Grand Bodega, this thing. I'm not gonna use that though. We'll use the Communist Grocery Store. Walmarts. Yeah, Walmarts. Exactly. I'm wondering, do I have any bulldozers in the vicinity that are free? Anything over here? We have an extra truck. I'm gonna bring that truck down to... Actually, you know what? No, we'll put it in the road depot over here. In fact, I'll move all the trucks over here because we're gradually going to get away from there. Any bulldozers? There are free bulldozers over here. I think it's time to move the hauling depots. Yep. Where's my damn bulldozer? Oh. All that's left is a temporary. I only have a temp gas station over there. That thing burned down. I should probably build a fire station in this new city, huh? Smart decision. What can I say? I just show up and win. Oh, that's actually, for all intents and purposes, the center line. That'll do. Cool. It's close enough. Can a guy not butt? You butt dialed me. You butt chat dialed me. How dare you? I'm Ron Burgundy? No, Tricks. Don't. No. Not. What? 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 I didn't connect it here because I want to finish that road first. Actually, you know what? Get rid of this segment. What I'm most likely going to do is build another walkable road right here. Right, and then we'll connect that footpath in there. Do the Soviets stop on red? The Soviets cannot take a right on red. The bulldozer's back? Almost. Come on, bulldoze me timbers, let's go! Bulldoze me timbers. I love Caboose, and yet I'm still afraid of him. No free rights on red. No, yeah, because you can't take the turn. It's not your turn. It's our turn. So, no rights on red. Why did that make sense? That was weird. Chat, don't let it happen again, okay? You think a little liquid Stalin came out of your mouth? Possible. You might want to get it checked out. Yeah, check it out at your mother's house. I'm gonna go take the Audi out for a cruise. Nice out and the roads are dry. Gotta wake up all the people living in the countryside. Oh, you hound. What's up with the pimple? I was trying to use it to use the runway tool, the taxiway tool, Necro. I was trying to do that to, because you can use the taxiways. Here, I'll show you. So like if I go back and forth here, right? Just a little bit, we connect the pimple in, right? And then we go with the taxiway tool. Watch, I don't have to sit here flattening terrain all day. There we go, we don't have to work that time. The taxiway tool is an amazing leveling tool, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So you don't have to sit here getting caught up doing this all day. There we go. That should give us what we're looking for. I'm going to take these roads. I'm trying to make maximum walkability here. So what we're going to need to do is I'm going to need to put the bus stop right here. I'm going to put the bus stop there, and I'm going to put the store across from the bus stop. Then down here, we'll build all the residential areas out. Then, actually, maybe next to the bus stop, you put the school and the kindergarten. And then over here, we could put like fire station, police station, municipal stuff, right? For now. And then behind the store here, because I have that walking path, I'll put apartments. I'll put apartments here. But majority of the apartments we'll just put over here. We're not going to need much, guys. Like one big flat should be good. But I'm going to try to put the bus stop and the store in a centralized location so everybody can get to them, which is why I have this walking path here so people can, and that's why I took this and I measured it out and I measured a quarter mile, right? Because I think the pedestrians can only walk like, I think it's 2/5 of a mile, like 2,400 feet, which is, that's not a quarter mile, but it's under a half mile. So if I measure a quarter mile here, everything that I put basically on this pallet, a quarter mile away from the center here, they're going to be able to walk to, no problem. See, that's why I flattened this terrain out here, Necro. And that's why what I'm going to do now is I'm going to extend the road. You know, we'll start building it with foreign labor and then we'll switch to slit regular labor. Slavic. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna leave the room for the footpath here, but okay, so for the shopping center, I like this shopping center. That's pretty good for a good amount of people, 150 people. That one can hold 180, actually. That is not the worst shopping center. But what we need to do is we need to go into cargo. What I like doing is putting basically a little small warehouse attached to each store. So I do that with a meat storage, right? Put the meat storage right behind it. Like that, and then I take a small warehouse. Put that there. We'll take a road, put it down the center like this, and come on. No, didn't like it. And now the distro can hook into that. So I already built the distribution office right there. I may or may not have already told him to make that stupid thing. Now I don't know what we could put on the end here, but we'll figure out something. Yeah, then. Are we still a failing economy? Not on the dollar, Barrelicious. I'm doing quite good on that. Yeah. You'll be able to get off bus and go right to movie theater. Look at that. Happy times. Nope. Movie theater is not good choice in this place. Get rid of it. Yeah, the fact that I can't get that to fit in there is no good. Maybe if we back it up a little bit. Very nice. We'll connect that all in when that's done. Yeah. I forgot today is DJ day on Twitch. Why aren't you wearing a skin-tight crop top and spinning some vinyl? What? I don't need to do that, dude. Yeah, I don't need to do that. That's a good spot for the fire station to go. I only celebrate EJ Day. Yeah, Geek, I don't even know what EJ Day is. I don't know what that means, but alright. That like that. Don't want to connect that in because it'll screw up the segment. Just put a crosswalk there? Yeah, when the road is done, Preston? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Yep. You got it, man. I'm kind of roughing everything out with the dirt. Okay, that's the school, that's the playground. Can we put another sporting thing in? Oh yeah. Beach. Cool. Oh. Ah. Pool might not be a bad idea. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking to do the pool. Why not? Just extend this a little bit. Just a little bit. This is low-key not a bad town. Yeah? Yeah, it ain't bad. Alright. Cool. That's what I need there. And then this road will connect in right there. But see, it split up the segments there. I hate it when it does that. But, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And now, need a couple more things, and then I think this area is good to go. You know what? Screw it. Let's just connect everything. Connect everything as I intended. It's gonna split the roads up into a bunch of different segments, dude, but it's alright. I'll just connect it all. It's fine. Because I'll forget. I'll forget to do all this. I'm giving certain roads that I think are going to end up being more frequently traveled paths, like the ones to the buses. That's the one. Those are the ones you want to pave with lights. The reason why is because you want the walking speed on the lit footpath is faster, walking speed 100%, than it is with none. 95% for the asphalt footpaths. You want maximum dexterity. You want people to be able to get there. So the paths that are more frequently traveled, you put lights on in this game. I mean, that's kind of... Yeah. That's kind of... Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? Like... I don't want that footpath there. Just like that. Because actually, that one should probably have that. Because those are walkable. Those are going to be a lot, very well traveled roads. Put the footpath there. And then that's the footpath to the grocery store. We definitely want lights for that. This footpath just goes to nothing right now. It goes to the side entrance. Just leave it. I mean, we could just pave this stupid thing. Yeah, not bad. Entrance right there. Okay. So, I think that's everything for municipal stuff. I think. Well, yeah, Sig, I know it's a distance modifier. With how I have this stretched out on this plate like this, I'm kind of a little bit worried about distance, but you know what we could do? Go all the way to the edge. In fact, I think that might not be the worst way to do this. And your mom. I'm not sure what you mean, Yannick. Sorry. So here, watch. We have the room to do it. So lift this up. Make a pimple, like what we were saying before. Watch. That's nice, buddy. Wasting more money? Oh, no, Purse, I am not wasting money. You accuse me of being fiscally irresponsible with our republic? Face the wall, please. Oh, okay, Yannick. Gotcha. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you for talking to me over there. Keeping the YouTube chat going, dude. I appreciate it. So what I wanted to do, and the reason why I was obsessing about walking distances and stuff, is I wanted to put apartments out here. But now I'm thinking on this pedal, put the apartments around the edge like this. So We're gonna have a refinery over there. The refinery it takes 500 people to operate at like full capacity. So 500 people, right? 500 people, 3 shifts, right? So because your workers work 8-hour shifts, you have 500, you need 1,500 people. So that's 220. So if we were gonna do this right, let's just get the quaccumulator out. 1,500 divided by 220 gives us 7. We need 7 of those buildings. This is why I was worried about distances and stuff. Do you have stairs or is that a mod? You can make staircases, yes. Oh, come on. If I can get 2 of these in here, we actually could probably make this work. My roads aren't spaced correctly. IPAC, I'm not sure what you mean. There's Nipro Flats, which is 593. Do 2 of those fit? I could probably put 2 down the end. And once again, we're making money on the dollar, so we could put 2 of them down here. You know, the roads aren't spaced right, but that doesn't mean we can't space our apartment buildings so they don't look like complete crap. gotta send it back one space. Once again, I've had the game paused this entire time. It's entirely on purpose. Yeah, right on the edge right there. You got a nice view. Got a nice view of the river and my poo pond. Embrace the spaghetti. Oh, God. So we have 3 of those. So 220, 440, 660. And then if we do this right, let me just zap that footpath for a moment. That's the primary access way, but here's what we do. Do this. Is that the center axis? More or less. Do that. Send that. And then I need waste. We gotta do that. I forgot about that. On here. Cancel just a bit of road. Go back into waste. Put that in there. There's waste. Now. EJ, did you check if the tram stop fits between lanes? I probably missed it if you didn't answer. You can, so if you run a tram line, where is it? So if you go into roads here, tram lines with no access for pedestrians and cars. Or you could put a tram line with tram, right? It can go right down the center. Yeah, it's just a road. Now, in terms of stations, I'm not 100% sure. Beware, the Nipro towers are restraining on your infrastructure. Okay. Especially water. Well, I got my water pumping station right there. So we have 2 Nipro towers. Don't get me wrong, this isn't all getting built right now. It's going to be built in a second. So that's 600, basically 600 a pop, right? So that's 1,200. 1,200 plus 660. That is enough. That's more than enough. That actually might be too much. I don't know if my school can handle that. We might need another school. I'll probably start out by building these first and then maybe look into expanding down here and building more. We'll grow into it. So we need to get some minimum viability up. What's minimum viability? Food, water, clothing, and electronics. Get that figured out, get that flat built. We need the bus stop for the refinery, right? I need this, the school, and the kindergarten. Can they walk to there, theoretically? They can get anywhere. Cool. All right, so we got to build out one of these bad boys. Build all the footpaths and the roads first. Build out one of these bad boys. and then all the buildings, and then build out the rest. Or we build all the, yeah, no, we build one of these, build out all the buildings, and then later we build that as we scale. How many workers? 660 plus 1,200. So we're pushing 2,000. Unpause, save the work. The first thing we're going to need to do is build out all the roads, and then from there we build out all the footpaths. Having auto search with this might not be the worst idea. I might want to make an investment here in my hauling and paving departments. So let's do paving first. Actually, that doesn't need anything. Paving department, deliver mechanisms, hauling, deliver mechanisms, truck, mixers or concrete, that's dump trucks, that's labor. Start all that. And I'm gonna have auto search roads, footpaths, and factory connections. I'll have that auto search the labor for this stuff. This over here is the higher priority. So, getting the oil back up and running. But I think it might be a good idea to invest in construction equipment that's just for this, and then have construction equipment for over here. So buying new stock or moving it from somewhere else might not be the worst idea. Speaking of the US, how am I doing? Five shuttle engines. Yeah, you're getting there. Looks good. Oh man, that village is full. Is Canavar full as well? Hold on. Oh my goodness, it is. Oh yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. Could have done this right from the start. Dude, that's something that I noticed about this game. Never stop building. Ever. Like, if you're gonna plan out a project, pause the game. Pause the game. Because when the game is going, if your construction teams aren't building something to make it profitable, you're gonna have a bad day. Like, you'll eventually just lose money. This game, you just gotta keep going. You gotta keep building. Gonna be hard to get the U.S. fuel lines right. Nah, you can do it. Not worried. Gotta add it to distro. I'm delivering tourists to a hotel that has no food. Oops. Oopsie doopsie. Where's this? Oh no. How does it not have power? Getting rolling blackouts. What the frick? We're gonna have to import power for a little while. Now this, I'm not sure how that fits. For now. There. How are we doing on the power, on the infrastructure over here? The infrastructure for all of Algalin is basically figured out. I think that's one power line that we still have to make. Or two. That's it. 2 power lines. Bro, I found you the perfect mini truck. Oh my god. I can't, dude, I can't even. That's ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Because of that whole power fiasco, I couldn't produce enough fuel, and now the trucks aren't filling up the gas stations. Stupid. Freaking cars, everything's running out of gas. This is a compounding problem. Not good. Fuel export, don't do that. I gotta stop fuel export for a second. Pray the buses don't run out of gas. Fuck! Gotta build up fuel again. Yeah, that's gonna put it, yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Okay, it's 10 o'clock. That's a problem for later, EJ, to solve. some other time. All right, dudes. I'm gonna head out. Yeah, I will see you guys all tomorrow. Noontime, we'll get Dart going, and I'll redo the fuselage, and then we'll give it another test. See how it works. That's the future. I mean, I fixed everything. It's just gonna take time, and in the meantime, I'm not having fuel just screwed up a bunch of things. Nobody's gonna be able to find a job in Algalin. Yeah, it's not great, not great. But yeah, future EJ can deal with that. So yeah, I'll see you guys. Around. And I will talk to you guys all tomorrow at noontime. We got Kerbal, then we got Flame Trench, and then we have Friday Night Racing after that. So I'll talk to you guys all then. Thank you very much for watching. Once again, I hope you're enjoying the Kerbal Space News After Hours thing. We're just gonna keep it going. We're just gonna roll with it. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be like driving around Lincoln. It's gonna be fantastic. Rocket Guy's doing Kerbal. Yeah, go raid him. Hank, I gotta get going. I have some stuff to do, and then I have to go raid Rocket Guy. I got some stuff that I gotta do, and then I got a meeting in an hour, so I gotta go do that. So if you could go over there, do me a solid, tell Rocket Guy I had to raid and run. Yeah, go raid Rocket Guy, guys. He's an actual rocket scientist that plays KSP. And on the YouTube side of things, I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. Have a good night. I'll see ya.